first, he was miserably poisoned. However, before he died, he was betrayed to the face. At that time, the apocalypse had descended and resources were the most important. After being reborn, he decided to rewrite his life. Now, those who had wronged him would pay the price. The story began with a sky filled with lightning, and a helicopter was flying near an erupting volcano. Currently, the scene is really chaotic on Zhongshan Road. A bus and other vehicles were traveling at a tremendous speed. Many people were in the bus, and they seemed to be evacuating as the passengers all appeared to be carrying luggage. A man was cursing, mentioning that a few days ago, the underwater earthquake and the eruption of Mount Fuji had caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people, and unexpectedly, that day, even their place had to be evacuated, when suddenly, the lady beside him expressed her concern, mentioning that they left in such a hurry that she didn't bring anything, so she would have to buy supplies in Jiangnan City. The man beside her asked if he hadn't seen the news because the goods in the Walmart and Ali warehouses in Jiangnan City had all been removed. And another man chimed in, stating that it was old news because that day, Dongming Lake in Xinjiang dried up, and the Da Rundong warehouse was emptied too, which surprised the lady, and she said that the total value of those supplies was probably in the hundreds of billions. Suddenly, another person behind them chimed in, correcting the lady that it should be in the tens of trillions. A guy mentioned that the loss of supplies and various natural disasters were just the surface, so they should open their eyes to see because the end of the world was coming. The lady asked the man if it really was the end of the world, and the man beside her asked the guy if he was kidding because if it was really the end of the world, he was actually looking forward to it because that was when all living beings were equal. When the man heard the other man say that all living beings were equal, he pondered that even at the end of their world, there was no day of equality for all living beings. Recalling the disaster, the man realized that he knew it because he had personally experienced it. A huge monster emerged from the ground, and its mouth was filled with human bodies. The man recalled that in his last life, he was just an ordinary delivery man, and he looked so horrified when he saw that scene and asked what it was. The apocalypse had descended because, due to the abnormal release of solar energy, atmospheric temperatures rose sharply, crustal movements occurred frequently, and monsters hidden underground also emerged. The world had changed. It was a new world with a new order. In that world of extreme scarcity of supplies, people fought with their lives, even if it was just for a packet of instant noodles. The ladies were doing everything they could for a ham sausage. The man recalled that everyone had to give up everything, and he believed that he was reborn from that kind of apocalypse 1 month before the apocalypse. Suddenly, someone grabbed the man's arm and called for their attention. It was the lady from earlier, and she was flirting with the man, remarking that what the others had said earlier scared her a bit. But the lady was astonished when the man waved her off and apologized to her because he had more important things to do. The man got off the bus, and the doors closed behind him. The man looked up, and he asked himself what the most important thing in the apocalypse was. He was standing in front of the Mr. Hippo warehouse, and he remarked that, naturally, what was important were supplies. The man's name was Chen. And as he grabbed his uniform, he considered that in his last life, he wasted his time searching for supplies, so at that time, he must be prepared in advance. As soon as Chen reached the entrance, the manager mentioned that being 21 seconds late would deduct half a day's salary, and Chen apologized to him. When he entered the warehouse, Chen mentioned that in his last life, during the apocalypse, the boss fled early, and his annual salary was wasted, so those supplies were compensation for him. The ground glitched as Chen took a step, and he proposed that they allow him to take them. He extended his arm and released a wave of energy as he commanded the space to unfold. The huge racks of supplies began to vanish as a system screen informed Chen that it had detected rice, cooking oil, and meat, and it was automatically storing the items. The racks of supplies seemed to reappear in a different place as the system continued to inform Chen that it was automatically storing. More racks of supplies appeared, and they were perfectly aligned with each other. As the racks of supplies finished reappearing, Chen stood on top of one of them, revealing the long lines of supplies in front of him, and he expressed that it was his power spatial ability. And as long as he unfolded the spatial ability, everything around him could be placed into a super large cubic space with dimensions of 10,000 meters in length, width, and height according to his will. There were also fish in the water stored above him, as he mentioned that the ability provides great convenience for purchasing supplies with $0, and by relying on that ability, he drained 2 freshwater lakes and looted several cities destined to be destroyed in the apocalypse. Chen remarked that in the apocalypse, even a packet of instant noodles was a luxury, not to mention fresh food, and time was frozen in that space so food would remain fresh no matter how long it was kept. He wept and mentioned that finally, he didn't have to eat dirt in the apocalypse like in his previous life. Chen brought his hands together. The system displayed the inventory of the supplies he had harvested at that time. Chen remarked that after collecting so many supplies, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the doors of the warehouse opened, and someone was conversing with another person, requesting their assistance in moving the goods out. It was the manager from earlier, and he was with 2 more delivery guys who appeared surprised. They cursed when they noticed that the entire warehouse was already completely empty. The manager appeared enraged as he inquired of Chen where everything went. Chen nonchalantly informed that he took everything, and they were surprised. The manager called Chen a bastard, and as he asked him how he had done it, he instructed the other delivery guys to catch him, and they immediately complied with their instructions. Suddenly, a glitch in space appeared, and Chen conveyed that he wouldn't be late anymore. One of the delivery guys attempted to grab Chen, but he was taken aback when Chen vanished into the glitch in space and bid them goodbye. He looked around and inquired where Chen was, while the manager appeared astonished as he mentioned that Chen had disappeared. Somewhere outdoors, another glitch in space materialized. Chen emerged from it headfirst, but he managed to maneuver himself midair so he could safely land on his feet. He mentioned that it was his second ability, space jump, and he could shuttle within a 3-meter space with that ability. Chen mentioned that in the apocalypse, with that ability, he could enter abandoned buildings to find supplies and safely escape, so even in the face of mutant beasts, the space jump could save his life at critical moments. He seized the uniform that he had been wearing. Chen tossed it up in the air, declaring that his zero-cost shopping mission was completed while the manager was scolding the 2 delivery guys behind him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Chen read the warning indicating that the Earth had been experiencing movement, and localized natural disasters might occur, so they were advised to take precautions, but mentioned that overall, it was manageable and would not affect their daily lives, so they should not panic excessively. And he added that the official statement was to prevent panic, and he questioned if they were aware that the end was approaching. His phone grabbed Chen's attention when it vibrated again. But when he glanced at his phone, his expression suddenly turned dark. Someone named Jiang Zioqian was calling him. Chen let out a deep breath to calm himself down. As soon as he answered the call, Jiang Zioqian immediately accused him of playing disappearing with her, and even putting the house on sale with the real estate agent. And as she asked him why he was so naive, she interrogated him if he believed he could find a woman willing to be with him after selling the house. Jiang Zioqian was with another man, and as she questioned Chen about his responsibility as a man, she informed that although she didn't care about his house, he was still a woman, so if he didn't give her the house as a gift, she wouldn't feel secure with him. Chen simply asked Jiang Zioqian if there was anything else that made her question him about his attitude, and she informed that she would give him another chance to come back immediately and transfer ownership to her, or he shouldn't consider marrying her. Chen conveyed that he was on his way back to Shandu, so they would talk when he got back, and he immediately ended the call. He appeared vengeful as he stated that in his last life, he and Jiang Zioqian spent 5 years in the apocalypse, and he searched for supplies everywhere to feed her, even brought her into a safe zone, and if it hadn't been for him, she would have starved to death in the apocalypse. Chen appeared regretful as he recalled what Jiang Zioqian had done. A man attacked him from behind, asking him why he had been coming back empty-handed lately, and if all the good things were hidden. Leaving Chen lying lifelessly on the ground, the man went to Jiang Zioqian, who was lying on the bed, and informed that Chen was already useless to them. Jiang Zioqian advised the man not to assume that she didn't know what he was thinking, and she mentioned that if Chen died, it was because he was incompetent. She slyly mentioned that whether he was incompetent or not would depend on his performance that night. With his body coldly left on the floor, Chen remarked that he had been truly wronged in his past life, as he had actually entrusted his trust and back to such a person. Chen expressed that at that time, he had wanted Jiang Zioqian and Wang Heiyu, who appeared to be the man who killed him, to pay the price. He looked so vengeful as he clenched his fist and conveyed that they wouldn't die easily because he wanted them to experience the pain he had endured 100 or 1,000 times. Chen was trembling as he continued to clench his fist, and he managed to calm down and release it. He let out a deep breath to calm himself down, and he expressed that the remaining things could only be bought with money. But first they needed to figure out how to get the money. Chen called someone named Manager Liu, As Manager Liu picked up the call, Su Chen greeted him and revealed that he could accept selling his house at half price. But he demanded from Manager Liu that he wanted cash for it, and he wanted it immediately. A few moments later, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Heiyu were standing in front of the Dream Real Estate building when a cab pulled over in front of them. Su Chen got out of the cab, and when Jiang Xiaoqian saw him, she immediately asked him if he knew how long she had been waiting. But to her surprise, Su Chen just ignored her, walked past her, and instructed to move aside. Wang Heiyu stood in front of Su Chen with his bat while looking so pissed as he asked Su Chen who let him sell the house, and he reprimanded Su Chen for daring to sell their house, threatening him that he would make sure he wouldn't see the sun the next day. A hand suddenly extended at incredible speed to grab something. It was Su Chen's hand, and he grabbed Wang Heiyu by his neck so swiftly that he didn't have time to react. Su Chen slammed Wang Heiyu on the ground and conveyed that he could handle his stuff however he wanted. Jiang Xiaoqian was furious, and as she seized Su Chen's jacket, demanding that he release her, she inquired what he was doing, and she appealed for help, beseeching someone to rescue her and labeling Su Chen a murderer. But Su Chen swung his arms and struck her across the face. Jiang Xiaoqian collapsed to the ground, and she couldn't comprehend what Su Chen had just done. Meanwhile, Wang Heiyu was turning pale, and he was struggling to express to Su Chen to let go. Su Chen grinned menacingly at him, assuring him not to worry because he wouldn't die too quickly. He released Wang Heiyu, who hastily moved away from him while coughing. Su Chen proceeded to enter the Dream Real Estate building while Jiang Xiaoqian rushed toward the trembling Wang Heiyu to check on him. Jiang Xiaoqian immediately turned to Su Chen and demanded that he kneel down and apologize promptly while she was not yet angry. Otherwise, he could forget about marrying her in that lifetime. But to their surprise, Su Chen just gave them a menacing glare. Jiang Xiaoqian quickly began to run away, and Su Chen watched as Wang Heiyu ran after her, asking her to wait for him, and he called them worthless. A few moments later, a man politely handed over a drink to Su Chen. The man, who seemed to be Manager Liu, notified him that he would pay to buy his house and asked for his opinion. While in the back of his mind, Manager Liu was thinking that the house was worth over $1 million, and he called Su Chen a foolish guy for selling it for $700,000, as he believed he could make a profit of several $100,000 with a quick turnaround. Su Chen agreed with Manager Liu, but he declared that it must be a full payment and asked if he could pay that day, to which Manager Liu immediately agreed and urged him that they should sign the contract and transfer the ownership, while the transfer of ownership could be done the next Monday. Su Chen mentioned that it was good, while in the back of his mind, he considered that at that time, one could choose any house they liked as long as they dared to live in it. He looked at his phone, and the bank notified him that 700,000 yuan had been transferred to his current bank account. As Su Chen left the Dream Real Estate building, he felt that although various disasters were happening those days, Shandu was inland in the Central Plains, so earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions were all too far away. Plus, with the official debunking and other factors, Su Chen believed that life there was still so orderly. Suddenly, Su Chen took a step back when a flyer regarding high-interest loans that was stuck on an electric post caught his attention and aroused his interest. Right there and then, he called the loan company to inquire if he could mortgage his property with a property certificate. A few moments later, Su Chen arrived at the Hanhai International Building. Inside the building was the Great Sea Loans Limited Company, and someone there complimented Su Chen's appearance while mentioning that his house didn't seem to be worth much. Su Chen seemed to recognize the guy he was talking to, and he asked him how much he could borrow over there. Su Chen recognized the man as Wang Heiyu's big brother, Wang Dahai, who had died in the mouths of mutant beasts in his last life, and Wang Dahai informed him that at most he could borrow 500,000, but he needed to leave the property certificate with him first. Su Chen strongly demanded that Wang Dahai add another 100,000, and while insisting that he wanted it immediately, he assured Wang Dahai not to worry because if he gave him a week, he would profit from it and immediately pay him back. Wang Dahai smirked, thinking that Su Chen was a gambler, so as long as Su Chen was involved in that, he was willing to sell even his own parents just to make a profit. But he considered him foolish for thinking that he could turn things around that day, and he informed him that as long as he could mortgage the property certificate with their company, everything else was negotiable. A few moments later, Su Chen checked his phone, and his bank notified him that 600,000 yuan had been transferred to his current bank account. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Heiyu had just come out of a cab, and while Jiang Xiaoqian was asking what was wrong with just taking back her own house and complaining that Su Chen had actually laid his hands on her, so he must pay the price, Wang Heiyu cursed and said that he would make Su Chen pay the price and have Wang Dahai kill him. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoqian noticed Su Chen walking in front of her, and she urged Wang Heiyu to look and confirm if it was Su Chen. Wang Heiyu confirmed that it really was Su Chen, and as he asked what Su Chen was doing there, Jiang Xiaoqian suggested that they go follow him to see what he had been up to those days. Su Chen went to the Green City Hotel because, in his memory, many commercial buildings had collapsed under the impact of seawater backflow and rapid freezing and severe cold. But the Green City Hotel had withstood various natural disasters until the end. As he approached the entrance, Su Chen pondered how he had heard that the presidential suite inside was well equipped and there was even a swimming pool, so it might have been a good idea to use the place as a base, as living there for a long time wouldn't have been bad. Su Chen was looking around inside and was considering that although many warehouses had been emptied before, there had been no shortage of hot meals and ingredients in the warehouse when a lady staff member noticed him. The lady introduced herself to Su Chen as Liu Xinrui, the hotel restaurant manager, and she asked Su Chen how she could assist him. Liu Xinrui was astonished when Su Chen mentioned that he wanted to order 1,000 tables for a banquet, and he asked her if she could do that. She immediately informed him that they could and mentioned that there were 5,000 per table, 10,000 per table, and even 30,000 and 100,000. While in her mind, she was considering that Su Chen was a young man with such a grand demeanor, so he must actually be a hidden second-generation rich. Su Chen instructed to let it be 10,000 per table, a total of 10 million, and as he mentioned that he would pay a 50,000 deposit so they could deliver to the address he provided and settle the balance a week later. Su Chen wondered if the Green City Hotel was of such high standards. Liu Xinrui agreed to the 50,000 deposit, and as she ushered Su Chen where he could make the payment, she assumed that just the cost of the ingredients would be estimated to be 50,000. But being able to connect with those wealthy people was worth it, and the most important thing in business is to learn to be smooth. Liu Xinrui asked Su Chen how she should address him, and Su Chen gave her his name. She politely addressed him as Mr. Su, and asked him if he was getting married, to which Su Chen confirmed, and he asked her to help him book a presidential suite. A few moments later, Su Chen left the hotel building. Su Chen looked so happy as he contemplated the 10 million worth of dishes settled with a 50,000 deposit, and he laughed to himself because, as for the final payment, a block of ice could be worth billions in the scorching post-apocalyptic world. Liu Xinrui looked so happy as she remarked that Su Chen was booking the presidential suite for the honeymoon, so whoever marries him is truly fortunate, and she was unaware of the two figures behind her that were eavesdropping. It was Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Heiyu, and as they approached Liu Xinrui, Jiang Xiaoqian politely asked her what Su Chen had been doing there earlier, but instead of answering Jiang Xiaoqian's question, Liu Xinrui politely asked her who she was. Jiang Xiaoqian immediately gave Liu Xinrui Su Chen's name and said that he was her boyfriend. Liu Xinrui informed her that she was truly fortunate to have a boyfriend like Su Chen because he just ordered a banquet of 1,000 tables from them and paid a 50,000 deposit. While in her mind, she was considering that Jiang Xiaoqian was only a 7 at best and her temperament surpassed even hers, so she wondered why wealthy people always like those types. Both Jiang Xiaoqian and Wang Heiyu were surprised, and as Jiang Xiaoqian mentioned that it couldn't be, she asked Liu Xinrui if Su Chen had the money to order a 10 million banquet. Liu Xinrui mentioned that wealthy people loved to play the game of hiding their identity because they were afraid that their partners might be after their money, so they revealed it only on the day of the wedding. Jiang Xiaoqian asked Liu Xinrui if those people would also suddenly disappear and resort to cold violence before getting married, while Wang Heiyu asked if the bootlicker Su Chen was really that wealthy. Liu Xinrui assured that Su Chen definitely was, and both Wang Heiyu and Jiang Xiaoqian were astonished when Liu Xinrui showed them the phone and mentioned that Su Chen had just transferred the 50,000. A few moments later, on a bench outside the hotel, Wang Heiyu pointed out that it was a 1,000-table banquet at a 5-star hotel and asked Jiang Xiaoqian who Su Chen had invited, to which Jiang Xiaoqian asked him back if he didn't understand it, explaining that of course Su Chen wanted to introduce her to their wealthy circle and reveal her identity. Wang Heiyu was drooling and was about to grope Jiang Xiaoqian's chest while asking her what they should do, but Jiang Xiaoqian slapped his hand and informed him that she needed to take the initiative and create opportunities for the bootlicker Su Chen. Jiang Xiaoqian imagined herself as a rich lady, and her eyes twinkled as she mentioned that she had never imagined such a scenario in her life, and unexpectedly, it had to happen with the bootlicker Su Chen. Looking at his phone, Su Chen revealed that he sold the house for 7, taking out a high-interest loan of 600,000, and spending 500,000 on the banquet. But during the zero-cost purchase, which was stealing, many essential items were not bought. So even if only the deposit was paid, the remaining 800,000 is not much. Su Chen laughed sinisterly as he commented, at that point, if he didn't take out an online loan, it would be a waste. Next, Su Chen downloaded more than 80 apps at once and took a selfie 30 times, and the loan amounts ranged from 30,000 to 30 yuan. Su Chen let out a sigh as he released his phone, and it had a notification from his bank that the current balance on his account was 977,000 yuan. He looked so pleased as he lay on his bed, and he admitted that he had finally managed to get 970,000 yuan in loans. However, Su Chen suddenly sat back up and insisted that there was no time to waste as there were still many things to buy. Swiping on his phone, Su Chen stated that fireplaces, ice makers, ice blocks, and smokeless coal are not available in supermarkets, but fortunately, he could buy them online, and delivery is fast. Su Chen mentioned that after the extreme heat and severe cold, whether he could get through it or not depends on whether he has enough of those two. He called someone and asked what the current rate of smokeless coal was, and when he heard that it was 2,501 yuan per ton, he declared that he needed 2,000 tons of smokeless coal, and that the price was okay, but he would pay them a deposit of 500,000 yuan first, and the remaining amount would be paid after receiving the goods. Su Chen called the ice factory and announced that he would like to order ice blocks, and he agreed with the person on the phone and confirmed that he would come for a face-to-face discussion. A few moments later, when Su Chen came out of his apartment, a lady recognized him. Su Chen recognized her as Lai Na. Jiang Zioqian is with her, and she observed that it has been a long time since they saw each other, and Jiang Zioqian has been missing him those days. But Su Chen critiqued that he was criticizing his close friend behind back, as it was her who allowed Jiang Zioqian to occupy his house. Su Chen frankly asked Lai Na what she was missing him for and if it was for his house. Lai Na looked upset, and she explained that Jiang Zioqian was just testing him before, and she asked him why he was so clueless and if he didn't know how sad Jiang Zioqian was. Jiang Zioqian asked Su Chen if he could accompany her for a walk, and she expressed that she was not feeling very well because she scolded him yesterday, requesting that he don't be mad at her. But Su Chen walked away and asserted that he had something to do that day, so she should go ahead and stroll by herself. Jiang Zioqian was asking what was going on and remarked that Su Chen was acting too arrogantly when Lai Na suddenly noted that she should look because Su Chen was taking a taxi. Entering a taxi, Lai Na urged that they should hurry up and follow Su Chen because it must be the final test for her. A few moments later, Su Chen arrived at the Ronghua Ice Factory, where a man was waiting for him. The man, Mr. Wu, shook Su Chen's hand, and as he remarked that he must be Mr. Su, he expressed his surprise and observed that he was really young, and Su Chen noted that the details had been discussed over the phone and inquired how long it would take to produce 2,000 tons of edible ice. Mr. Wu explained that in their factory, they don't boast about anything else, but when it comes to efficiency, they are definitely the best. So the 2,000 tons of edible ice would be produced in just 3 days, and it would cost 400 yuan per ton, totaling 800,000 yuan. Su Chen agreed, and he announced that he would transfer 100,000 yuan as a deposit, and that Mr. Wu should deliver it to the address he gave him in 3 days, and Mr. Wu confirmed and assured that it was no problem. Mr. Wu's eyes twinkled when his phone notified him that the 100,000 yuan payment had been received, and as he laughed, he queried Su Chen why he needed so much ice and if there was a large-scale event, and he proposed that they could cooperate again in the future, and that the price was negotiable. Su Chen replied that he planned to donate it to a Lashan for charity, and Mr. Wu was puzzled. As the taxi left, Mr. Wu commented that an 800,000 deal was settled at the entrance, so Su Chen was really something. Suddenly, another taxi stopped, and Mr. Wu questioned if someone else was there for business without an appointment. It was Jiang Zioqian and Lai Na, and as Jiang Zioqian declared that Su Chen is her fiancé, she inquired Mr. Wu what he was talking about with Su Chen earlier. When Mr. Wu heard what Jiang Zioqian stated, he pondered what kind of act it was, if it was a detective play, and he admitted that Su Chen just ordered 800,000 worth of ice from them. Both Lai Na and Jiang Zioqian were surprised, and as they exclaimed that it was 800,000 for freaking ice, they asserted that it was confirmed that Su Chen is a super rich second generation. Lai Na queried Mr. Wu if Su Chen told him what he was going to do with so much ice. Mr. Wu reiterated that Su Chen mentioned that he was donating it to a Lashan for charity. Both Lai Na and Jiang Zioqian were baffled when they heard what Mr. Wu related. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Su Chen shared that all the items had been purchased, so it was time to enjoy the time before the apocalypse. As a waiter greeted and welcomed Su Chen reflected that in his last life, he was too busy working, not to mention going to fancy restaurants. Even going to a small cafe was a luxury. Looking at the menu, Su Chen observed that it was truly a high-end restaurant with average spending in the 4 digits. Suddenly, Su Chen saw a question mark on the menu, so he asked what it meant and if they were selling a question mark for 17,000. The waiter clarified that it was personally crafted by the head chef of their Yalan music restaurant, with the specific details depending on the chef's inspiration. And when Su Chen heard that, he commented that it sounded interesting, so he would go with that one, and the waiter concurred. Grabbing the book Shanhai Jing, which was a Chinese classic, Su Chen recalled that in his last life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, a strange force caused many creatures to mutate. Su Chen asserted that the monstrous serpent mentioned in Shanhai Jing, appearing in the midst of floods, resembled the mutated serpent he encountered in his previous life, but compared to mutation, he prefers to call it atavism. Meanwhile, a lady was carrying a dish towards Su Chen. She greeted Su Chen and declared that she is the head chef of Yalan Music Restaurant, and the dish she has is specially tailored for him based on his temperament. Su Chen was astonished when he recognized the lady. He recognized her as the Hell's chef, Duanya. Su Chen recalled that in his last life's apocalypse, Hell's chef possessed a magical culinary skill to turn decay into food, and no one could resist such temptation. But those dishes were made using the mutation source from within the monstrous beast, so eating them would lead to certain death. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Duanya wondered what was with that and if he was afraid that such a beauty would poison the food. And she explained that the dish is called dual-faced life, where one side is tuna fried in brown butter, and the other side is deep fried in puff pastry, so it was a kind of steak with 2 different flavors, leaving a lasting impression. Su Chen ate the food and acknowledged that he had to admit that the taste was really good, so the 17,000 yuan was worth it. While in his mind, he was thinking that if only Duanya could cook for him in the apocalypse, but he decided to forget it as no one knows if Duanya would poison the food. Meanwhile, Lai Na and Jiang Zioqian were peeking from outside the restaurant, and Lai Na remarked that she heard that each dish in that restaurant cost over 10,000, so Jiang Zioqian's husband must be a second-generation rich kid. And once she becomes a rich wife, she shouldn't forget her sisters because she was almost bitten to death by mosquitoes. And Jiang Zioqian agreed yes, that she will definitely become a rich wife. A few moments later, Su Chen went to a bar, and he commented that it was the Golden Sales Vault of Shangdu. As he entered the bar, Su Chen observed that some rich kid had spent 2 million there and didn't even get to see what a ballon looked like. Su Chen was having a drink on a couch, and he mused that in the apocalypse, there wouldn't be such places of extravagance. So he regretted not entering such a place in his last life. Suddenly, women approached him. They called him handsome and asked him why he wasn't drinking, and as Su Chen had a toast with them, another woman offered that she would drink with the girl. As he drank with the girls, Su Chen glanced at the girl sitting beside him. The girl's name was Union, and she looked embarrassed as her friend revealed that she was there for the first time because her boyfriend cheated on her, so they brought her out to have some fun. Union confessed that the scumbag didn't sleep with her and cheated with an old woman, so he really lacks taste. And as she asked Su Chen if men were really concerned about sleeping with women, Su Chen asserted that a real man's nature is engraved in his bones with reproductive desires. Suddenly, Union chugged her drink, and Su Chen was surprised, and he noted that that glass was a neat win. Union slammed the glass on the table, and while calling Su Chen handsome, she asked him if he was single, which caught Su Chen off guard. Union leaned towards Su Chen, and she was extremely red as she asked him if he was willing. And her friends cheered that it was the way to go because the scumbag was not even worthy of her, so she should be brave and go for it. Jiang Zioqian's attention was caught when she heard the cheers of Union's friends, and she was startled when she looked in their direction. They caught Su Chen's attention when Jiang Zioqian yelled and asked him what he was doing, while Lai Na asked if he was cheating. Su Chen put his arms around Union and declared that they should go outside. And Union exclaimed that he was so manly. He grabbed Union's hand, and as he ran, he proposed that they should go upstairs. Lai Na and Jiang Zioqian ran behind them, and Jiang Zioqian demanded that Su Chen should stop. Su Chen quickly entered one of the rooms, and he pulled Union in. He quickly closed the door behind him. With Union in his arms, he apologized to her and was about to mention something about Lai Na and Jiang Zioqian, but he trailed off. Union looked so embarrassed as she confessed that it was her first time, and Su Chen was taken aback. Su Chen asked Union if she was drunk, and he advised that she should wake up while flicking her forehead. which made Yunyan whine in pain. He suggested that Yunyan shouldn't go out those days and stock up on food at home, and Yunyan agreed, but as she was about to articulate something else, she was cut off. Chen opened the door and asserted that love-brained people shouldn't come to places like that, and he was about to mention the future, but he concluded that Yunyan should just forget it as there is no future. As Chen left the room, he remarked that it was rare to have such an opportunity, so leaving like that was really such a waste. Jiang Zioqian kicked a door open and accused that she knew that Chen was in there while Lai Na was knocking on doors and insisted that he couldn't treat Jiang Zioqian like that. And when Chen saw them, he lamented that with those two around, that night's chance was gone. Chen was at a warehouse where huge trucks arrived. One of the drivers asked Chen where the 20 large fireplaces should be placed. Another driver mentioned that the warehouse doesn't have a refrigerated room and asked him if he was not afraid that the ice would melt. And as Chen instructed to move the fireplaces and ice makers to the innermost part in order not to block the entrance and to put the ice blocks there and that they should keep moving. Another man arrived and announced that he was there to deliver coal. Wang Heiyu arrived, and he told Jiang Zioqian that Chen rented a large warehouse in the suburbs and bought a lot of large machines that were currently being moved into the warehouse, and Jiang Zioqian inquired what exactly Chen was up to. Lai Na also remarked that Jiang Zioqian should look at what she was seeing and asked her if it was a banquet from the Green City Hotel. She exclaimed that the red carpet is even laid out, so she questioned Jiang Zioqian if she thought Chen might suddenly propose to her, and guests would come from all directions. Jiang Zioqian smugly commented that even if Chen proposes, she might not accept, and she suggested that Lai Na should accompany her there and see Chen's sincerity. Chen noticed Jiang Zioqian when she approached him and asked why he was buying so many things and what was going on. But instead of answering her question, he inquired if Jiang Zioqian could help him move things, and he promised that he would tell her after they were done. Jiang Zioqian was taken aback when she heard Chen's request, and she exclaimed that he shouldn't joke around because she was going to become a rich lady, so there was no way she could possibly do such rough work. Noticing her reaction, Lai Na nudged her and suggested that it must be a test for her to see if she qualifies to become a rich lady. Jiang Zioqian awkwardly agreed and declared that she is not that kind of delicate woman. With all her might, Jiang Zioqian carried one of the boxes, and she declared that in order to become a rich lady, one must be well-rounded, so as long as she could withstand the test, Chen would definitely marry her that day. Lai Na seductively suggested to Chen that she would help too, and she was thinking that there was no second-generation rich that wasn't lustful, so as long as she showed a little, even if she couldn't become a rich lady, she could at least have a sip of soup. Meanwhile, Chen smirked, and he stated that he couldn't let the free labor go to waste because, with 1,000 tables of food and 2,000 tons of ice, even if the hotel and supplier sent people, it would still take a long time to move everything. It was already afternoon, and someone exclaimed that they had finally finished moving. It was Jiang Zioqian, and while she was shaking and dripping in sweat, she declared that Chen is really too much because they have been moving things from morning to evening without even a meal. So if she was going to be a rich lady, she would definitely make all his money hers. Lin Na was as exhausted as Jiang Zioqian, and as she called Chen a jerk, she complained that he actually made them move such heavy things and that those ice blocks weigh over 100 pounds each. Jiang Zioqian remarked that the test was over, and as she asked if Chen shouldn't announce that she was the bride at the moment, she mentioned that the wealthy guests should be appearing, and Lai Na agreed, and she commented that the food is getting cold yet the guests don't seem to mind, so rich people are really strange. On the other hand, Chen was thanking the delivery drivers for all their hard work that day, requested that they accept that small token of appreciation, and declared that he would settle the remaining funds within a week according to the contract. And the delivery riders were astonished as they exclaimed that the thickness of the red envelope was at least 10,000. They enthusiastically thanked Chen and called him boss. Suddenly, Jiang Zioqian came and asked Chen if he had something else to tell her. Chen remembered to thank her for helping him with work, but Jiang Zioqian was horrified when he revealed that there was no pay so she could leave. Jiang Zioqian argued that Chen shouldn't joke around because he must have a surprise and guests must be coming, so they should get married and have a good life. When Chen heard about living a good life, he confessed that he wished that, but currently, not only did he sell the house, but he also owes a ton of debt, and he asked Jiang Zioqian if she would still be willing to be with him. Lai Na chimed in, and she insisted that it was impossible because there is no way Chen could be broke with over 10 million on that banquet. tens of thousands in restaurant expenses, and all those things. When Su Chen realized what they were talking about, he explained that there was a big boss who wanted to do a good deed, so he helped out as they wanted to bring people to the Alashan Poverty Alleviation Project. Jiang Xiaoqian looked so grim, and she gritted her teeth when she realized what Su Chen was explaining. She quickly charged towards Su Chen, called him a jerk, and accused him of having been lying to her all along. But Su Chen easily dodged Jiang Xiaoqian's attack, and he inquired what he had lied to her about. Jiang Xiaoqian called Su Chen a scoundrel, and she asserted that he was not a second-generation rich person at all, so he can forget about marrying her. But Su Chen just glared at Jiang Xiaoqian and questioned who cared about a gold digger like her. Jiang Xiaoqian looked so terrifying, as she was enraged when she heard what Su Chen disclosed. She walked away, and as she called Su Chen a bastard, she warned that he should just wait as she would make him regret it. And Lai Na declared that he was totally finished. Su Chen called them idiots and predicted that in the apocalypse, they would be the ones regretting. He closed the doors of the warehouse. Su Chen announced that finally, all the supplies and resources are ready, so currently, they just have to wait for the apocalypse to descend. He used his skill, Space Unfold. Suddenly, there was a bright light inside the warehouse that could be seen from the windows. Evening came, and the crescent moon was shining over the Green City Hotel. Wang Dahai was there, and he suggested that in the future, Jiang Xiaoqian should follow Wang Heiyu. And he promised her a good life because in Shangdu, his words still carry some weight. Wang Heiyu stated that Su Chen treated Jiang Xiaoqian like that, so she should have dumped him a long time ago and should have been with him instead. And Jiang Xiaoqian expressed that she looks forward to Wang Heiyu's performance. Wang Heiyu remarked that Jiang Xiaoqian shouldn't worry and let Wang Dahai take care of Su Chen later, and also get revenge for her. And Jiang Xiaoqian commented that Wang Heiyu was actually not bad, and besides, Wang Dahai is quite wealthy in Shangdu, so being with him is better than being with the bootlicker Su Chen. Jiang Xiaoqian was startled when Su Chen, who was eating at one of the tables, mentioned that she really isn't picky, and Jiang Xiaoqian couldn't help but inquire what he was doing there. Wang Heiyu quickly told Wang Dahai that Su Chen was the guy earlier who laid hands on him. While Wang Dahai called Su Chen a punk, Su Chen was calmly eating his meal. Wang Dahai revealed that he was planning to find Su Chen, and he didn't expect he would dare touch Wang Heiyu, so he got some nerve, and when Wang Heiyu heard what Wang Dahai declared, he questioned him if he knew Su Chen. Wang Dahai disclosed that Su Chen mortgaged his house to him before to borrow 600,000, with tomorrow as the repayment day, and when Wang Heiyu heard that, he suggested that it looks like they could settle old and new scores together. Jiang Xiaoqian and Lai Na looked at Su Chen with disgust, and Jiang Xiaoqian noted that Su Chen even dared to borrow money from Wang Dahai, so she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to clear the debt in his lifetime. And luckily, she didn't get involved with him, and Lai Na observed that Su Chen really doesn't know his place for borrowing money like that. Su Chen sighed and expressed that he can't even enjoy a good meal. Wang Dahai leaned towards Su Chen and cautioned that he had to repay the money by tomorrow at any cost. Yet he was there enjoying himself in the hotel, and as he questioned him if he looked like a joke to him, he stated that he shouldn't bother even if he could arrange 600,000 by that night. Wang Heiyu looked so enraged as he argued that Su Chen won't be able to get a damn thing. So Wang Dahai shouldn't waste time with him because that useless guy dared to lay hands on him, so they should go finish him. Suddenly, Liu Xinrui chimed in, inquired what was going on there, and proposed that they should talk it out. When Wang Dahai heard what Liu Xinrui voiced, he concurred and directed that she should make Su Chen kneel down and apologize to him and his brother, and they could consider the matter settled. Liu Xinrui looked worried, and she queried Su Chen what was going on there, and Su Chen assured that it was nothing, just a few pests. Wang Dahai was enraged when he heard what Su Chen articulated, and as he slammed his hand on the table, he announced that he has been giving Su Chen face, but that day, he is finished because even if the heavens come, they won't be able to help him. Suddenly, a man arrived and inquired Wang Dahai what they were doing. He looked annoyed as he challenged Wang Dahai, who allowed him to cause trouble there. Both Wang Dahai and Su Chen recognized the man as Gao Qiang, and while Wang Dahai was alarmed, Su Chen was looking intently at Gai Qiang. Wang Dahai's attitude quickly changed as he queried Gai Qiang what he was doing there, and Gai Qiang indicated that he had important matters to attend to that day, so he shouldn't cause trouble there, otherwise, he should blame him for not giving face. Wang Dahai looked anxious as he knew that Gai Qiang is a well-known entrepreneur in Shangdu on the surface, but he has a wide network in the underworld, and there are many people under his command, so being on his bad side is not a good idea. So he agreed with Guy Qiang and asserted that he should go ahead as he would come to toast him later. Meanwhile, Chen recognized Guy Qiang as the Skull Crusher, and he recalled that in the previous apocalypse, Guy Qiang was a major force in Chengdu, and the Hell's Chef was also under his wing. Chen was astonished when he recalled that he heard before that the Green City Hotel was the first place to experience atavistic mutations after the apocalypse, and at the moment, it seems that Guy Qiang's ability to become a skull crusher was due to the early appearance of atavistic mutations there, so in that case, he was sorry. Guy Qiang turned to look when he noticed something. Meanwhile, Chen was glaring at Guy Qiang as he declared that his opportunity was currently his. Guy Qiang noticed Chen, and he remarked that he was a kid who had an interesting glare. A lady entered the room. It was Duanya, and she was with Guy Qiang, who remarked he had brought her as Mr. Sun requested. Duanya stated that she was wondering what Mr. Sun wanted to discuss with her. Mr. Sun laughed, and he expressed that he had heard about Duanya being a great beauty, and that day he finally got to meet her in person. He looked so ominous as he handed a glass of wine to Duanya and proposed that they should have a drink. Duanya was astonished, as she could clearly see that there was something dissolving in the drink. On the other hand, someone was swirling a glass of wine in their hand. It was Chen, and he revealed that in his previous life, he hid with Jiang Zhaoqian in the basement and barely survived the extreme heat apocalypse. Chen confessed that he never expected that at that time he would ditch her and she would end up following him there. He asserted that it was a good opportunity to settle old scores with Jiang Zhaoqian. While enjoying his wine, Chen was watching Wang Dahai and Wang Heiyu, and Wang Dahai inquired of Wang Heiyu if he felt like it was hotter at night than during the day, and Wang Heiyu concurred and suggested that it was why he suggested going to the pool to cool down as the girls will come out in swimsuits later. Both of them laughed sleazily, and as Wang Heiyu questioned Wang Dahai if thinking about it gets him excited, Wang Dahai commended that it was well done and he was quite clever. A few moments later, Jiang Zhaoqian and Lai Na arrived, and Lai Na observed that Jiang Zhaoqian should look at how bright the moon is, as it was almost like the sun, and Jiang Zhaoqian agreed, and she remarked that it was unusually bright. Suddenly, someone grabbed Jiang Zhaoqian's hand and queried her if she saw that. While the moon was shining brightly in the sky, the person proclaimed that their love for Jiang Zhaoqian shines as brightly as the moon. It was Wang Heiyu, and he declared that it was the witness of their love, but Jiang Zhaoqian ignored what he mentioned and complained that it was too hot, so he should hurry and take her to the pool. Meanwhile, Chen laughed and joked that their love was about to explode. Chen raised his glass and welcomed them back to the apocalypse. Suddenly, the moon turned red and it began to rumble. Wang Dahai and the others were horrified when they felt the rumbling of the ground. Suddenly, all of them began running, and while Wang Dahai, who was left behind, yelled to the others to wait for him, Lai Na wondered why the moonlight suddenly felt so hot. Jiang Zhaoqian cried out in pain and exclaimed that her skin was burning, and Wang Heiyu urged that they don't have time to go to the pool, so they should run back to the hotel. Meanwhile, one of the guys inside the hotel pondered why it suddenly became so bright outside. Another guy questioned if Wang Dahai and the others would be okay, and another guy responded and noted that they were just flirting with girls and he didn't understand their boss's happiness. Suddenly, they saw Wang Heiyu and the others burst through the door and red steam was coming out of them. While one of the guys was engrossed in his cards, another inquired what Wang Heiyu and the others were doing, and another asked why their skin was turning red. Jiang Zhaoqian and Lai Na were frantically asking for help, and they kept on screaming that it was too hot, while Wang Heiyu was frantically looking around, searching for where the water was. Wang Heiyu suddenly declared that there was water when he saw a huge fish tank ahead. The three of them quickly ran towards the fish tank and dove into it. Wang Heiyu looked so relieved as he announced that something was coming back to life, while Lai Na instructed that he should move aside, and Jiang Zhaoqian warned that he should get out of the way as the water is hers. One of the guys inquired them what they were doing, and the other questioned them where Wang Dahai was. Wang Heiyu's eyes turned bloodshot when he remembered Wang Dahai, and he also asked where he was. As if right on cue, Wang Dahai arrived at the door seeking help. He was full of burns and steaming, and while one of the guys queried him if he was okay and the other frantically urged that they should get the burn cream, Wang Dahai asserted that Wang Heiyu should go to hell, and Wang Heiyu apologized to Wang Dahai and promised that he wouldn't leave him again. Meanwhile, Mr. Sun was questioning Duanya why she wasn't drinking. Guy Qiang suddenly interjected, and he revealed that he had prepared for a banquet, and as he was about to suggest something to Mr. Sun, he was cut off. Mr. Sun cut him off and proclaimed that in Shangdu, nobody dares not drink the wine he pours, so it was none of Gai Qiang's business. Looking at how Gai Qiang quickly backed off, Duanya muttered in her mind, and she accused that for trying to climb up to Sun Debiao, Mr. Sun's full name. He even set her up. Duanya looked so anxious as she confessed that Sun Debiao thought he was invincible in Shangdu, harming many women, and that day he was targeting her. She was looking at her drink, and she suspected that there must be something wrong with it, so she absolutely couldn't drink it, but she didn't know what she should do. Suddenly, the moon shone extremely brightly behind her, which blinded Gai Qiang and Sun Debiao, and while Gai Qiang asked what was happening, Sun Debiao complained about his eyes. One of them suggested that they should quickly close the curtains, and as they did so, one of them remarked that it was so hot. Gai Qiang observed that something seemed a bit off there, and Sun Debiao decided that they should go downstairs and see what was going on. Duanya let out a sigh of relief when she heard that. Meanwhile, Liu Xinrui was struggling as she pleaded everyone to calm down and stated that they have contacted the rescue team so they should wait there. But one of the guests argued that they have millions at stake every minute so he can't waste time there, and another guest concurred. Gai Qiang arrived downstairs, and he queried a man he called Old Mao what was going on, and Old Mao recalled that earlier. The moon suddenly brightened and the temperature rose. It was about 70 degrees outside at the moment, and the news says nearly 100 people were injured. On the other hand, Sun Debiao was calling someone named Minister Zhao, and as he consulted him if he could send someone to pick him up at the Green City Hotel, he acknowledged that he understood. Gai Qiang probed Sun Debiao how Mr. Zhao was doing, and Sun Debiao informed that Mr. Zhao was working to ensure that there wouldn't be any power issues at the moment, and nobody is available to come over, so things are a bit tricky. Meanwhile, Wang Dahai was expressing his pain while one of his men applied the cream to him, and as he remarked that the man could be more gentle, the man replied that he needed to go to the hospital. But Wang Heiyu inquired how they were going to get to the hospital with it being so hot outside at the moment. Wang Dahai assured that he shouldn't worry, as he will have Xiao Dao drive over to pick them up. A few moments later, Xiao Dao, who was in a minivan, was on a phone call with Wang Dahai, and he reported that he was currently in the underground garage, and when he was queried if it was hot, he responded that it does seem a bit. As Xiao Dao exited the underground garage, he advised that they should wait there as he was coming. Suddenly, he noticed the light, which made him ponder why it was daytime, and as he was about to comment on the temperature, he trailed off. The tire of the minivan he was driving exploded. The minivan stopped as its tires exploded simultaneously. Xiao Dao came out to check, and he couldn't help but question if it was for real that the heat blew out all the tires and what kind of crazy weather it was. He started running while he was on the phone with Wang Dahai, and he explained that all 4 tiers of the car blew out, so he couldn't get through at the moment and he needed to go back. Xiao Dao suggested that they should figure it out themselves when suddenly the soles of his shoes melted. He tripped because his shoes got a bit stuck on the concrete while he was running. Xiao Dao flinched as he fell on the road. He came face to face with a man who was burned to death, laying in the same position as him. Xiao Dao quickly pushed himself up, and he exclaimed. But as he pulled his head up, he was so horrified when he realized that his face had also melted and was stuck on the concrete. Wang Dahai and the others who were in the other line were all horrified when they heard Xiao Dao's scream, and Wang Dahai was so surprised that he had accidentally let go of his phone. Xiao Dao's scream could still be heard as the phone fell to the floor. On the other hand, Wang Dahai's voice could be detected on the phone as he called Xiao Dao's name. On the other hand, a room was set at 25.5 degrees. It was a really luxurious room with its own pool inside. Someone was peacefully lying on the bed. It was Su Chen, and he was sleeping soundly. The PSA announced that due to the sudden release of intense heat from the moon, outdoor temperatures have risen to 75 degrees, with ground temperatures reaching 100 degrees, and on the street, Xiao Dao's scorched corpse was lying. He was lying near the city power center, and the PSA continued and stated that the event has already resulted in nearly 100 casualties, so they request that everyone stay indoors and avoid going outside to prevent skin and respiratory burns. Suddenly, the electricity at the city power center started to overload, and it went haywire. A huge explosion occurred. Meanwhile, someone calling Xiao Dao got the default voice message that indicated that the number he had dialed was not reachable. It was Xiao Dao, and as he mentioned that it looked like Xiao Dao was no more, Wang Heiyu remarked that all other rooms in the hotel are fully booked and it was the last room available, so they will have to share. Jiang Zioqian was not pleased, and as she questioned what kind of joke that was and how she could share a room with a man, Lai Na agreed and asserted that they needed a separate room. Suddenly, the lights went out, which made Wang Dehai curse and ask what the heck was going on with that place and why there was no electricity. The men started removing their shirts, and as one of them noted that the air conditioning stopped and the temperature was rising rapidly. The other pointed out that the indoor temperature was probably over 40 degrees, so they would suffocate if they stayed there, so Wang Dehai emphasized that they needed to figure something out. Jiang Zioqian remembered that Su Chen's presidential suite has a pool so they could go and take over. On the other hand, Su Chen was swimming peacefully in his lavish swimming pool, and he recalled that last time, the city's electricity had hidden dangers due to improper maintenance. As Su Chen came out of the water, he remembered that no matter how much manpower was invested, the city's electricity still exploded. Grabbing a towel, Su Chen recollected that all users connected to the city's electricity were affected. While drying himself up, he stated that it was the reason why he specifically chose a room with a pool. Su Chen also prepared vertical air conditioners and large backup batteries to ensure room temperature. As he dressed himself, he added some ice as well. Su Chen was lounging on the sofa with a drink in his hand, and he commented that it was much better. Suddenly, Su Chen's stomach grumbled, and he noted that he was hungry. Su Chen pulled out a few foods from his space unfold. He grabbed a chopstick and remarked that on the first day of the apocalypse, he would just have a simple breakfast. As Su Chen started eating, he mentioned that he was wondering when Jiang Zioqian's opportunity would show up. Someone suddenly violently banged on Su Chen's door, called his name, and demanded that he should open the door because they knew he was inside. Su Chen opened the door, and the cool air immediately seeped out of the room. Wang Dahai's eyes were bloodshot due to surprise, as he felt that it was cool there and wondered if it was air conditioning. Su Chen stood by the door and asked them if they needed something. Wang Heiyu immediately noticed the ice in the room, and he called Wang Dahai and pointed out that there was ice, and that room not only has a pool but also electricity and food. Lai Na aggressively called Su Chen and argued that they were all about to roast outside, yet there he was enjoying the luxury, and Jiang Zioqian agreed and complained that Su Chen was being too selfish, so he should get out of that room immediately, and Wang Heiyu insisted that Su Chen should step aside on their own, and not force them to act. Wang Dahai grabbed Su Chen's door and reminded him that he borrowed money from him and it was time to pay it back, so he should give up the room to him and consider it the interest for those days. He stepped inside the room and declared that otherwise, he would just throw Su Chen out. But Wang Dahai was surprised when Su Chen suddenly fired a gun, and its bullet passed through his huge belly. Wang Dahai trembled in fear as he saw the bloodstains on his belly. With a menacing look in his eyes, Su Chen warned that if they take one more step forward, they are dead. Everyone was horrified, and as Jiang Zioqian exclaimed that Su Chen actually has a gun, Wang Heiyu asked where he got that from. Meanwhile, Wang Dahai was in so much pain, and he acknowledged that Su Chen even managed to get a gun, so he agreed that he was tough and he would give up. But to everyone's surprise, they heard another gunshot. Smoke was coming out of the gun that was just fired. Wang Dahai was screaming in pain and shouted something about his leg, as it had a gunshot wound in there. Su Chen commanded that they should get lost and asked them why they were wasting time and if they wanted to die. He declared that he would count to 3 and that they should better disappear from his sight, and he started counting. On the other hand, in the lobby, Gao Qiang was surprised, and as he inquired how their hotel could have no food, Liu Xinri bowed down and apologized. Liu Xinri explained that a few days ago, someone booked 1,000 tables for a banquet, so they had almost run out of ingredients, and the deliveries were scheduled for that day. Sun Debiao looked so menacing as he poured water on his body and demanded that they should bring all the food and water up to him. The people protested. One of them exclaimed that Sun Debiao was hoarding the bottled water, yet currently, he wanted to hoard all the food too, and they cursed and complained that it was not giving them a chance to survive. Another argued that just because Sun Debiao has money, it doesn't mean he could do whatever, and they asked him why he won't leave if he has money. Another insisted that the water and food should be shared among everyone and questioned why it should all go to Sun Debiao. But one of Sun Debiao's men threatened them, asking if anyone had a problem with that, while another declared that he would personally throw that person out immediately. And Sun Debiao called them a bunch of useless people and questioned them for daring to challenge him. Suddenly, Wang Dahai and his group burst into the room, screamed for help, and shouted that Su Chen was killing someone. Gao Qiang and the others examined Wang Dahai from a distance, and when Gao Qiang recognized that it was a gunshot wound, he remarked that there aren't many people who could get their hands on a gun. So it seems like there is a tough character living upstairs, while one of Wang Dahai's men asked how he was feeling, and Wang Dahai was just coughing in pain. Jiang Zioqian yelled and announced that Su Chen's room has electricity, air conditioning, and even a swimming pool. The people immediately gathered around Jiang Zioqian. One of them inquired if she was telling the truth. Another accused that she shouldn't lie to them. And Jung Ziokian confirmed that she saw it with her own eyes and that there were even ice cubes, lots of food, fried chicken, and alcohol. It was like heaven. They immediately get moving. One of them complained that he was sweating like he was in a sauna there, yet Su Chen was enjoying himself. Another one cursed and asked why Su Chen gets to have ice cubes and air conditioning while they suffer there. Another one insisted that they should go up there and make Su Chen give up the ice cubes and air conditioning while their son declared that they want fried chicken. And when Gao Qiang saw that, he ordered that his men should go up and figure out what to do and asked to confirm if they don't need him to teach them, and the man assured him not to worry. A few moments later, the people arrived in front of Su Chen's door, and as he opened the door to ask them if something was wrong, the cool air seeped out of the room again. Everyone was taken aback by the cold, and while a man mentioned that they had come there to discuss something with Su Chen, he remarked that it was so cool there that it felt like every pore was relaxing. A lot of people have gathered in front of Su Chen's door. One of them inquired if it wasn't an emergency situation and if Su Chen could let them in to cool off for a bit because in the whole hotel, only his room had air conditioning. An older man stated that young people should learn to respect their elders and care for the young. A lady commented that Su Chen was definitely a talented and helpful person while a child was peeking inside the room looking for fried chicken. The child yelled when he saw fried chicken on the table. He immediately went feral, charged inside while drooling, and shouted that he wanted fried chicken. The child took a step inside the room. Suddenly, someone kicked him in the stomach and blew him away. Everyone stepped aside so they didn't get hit by the child, and the parents were horrified and called their son. It was Su Chen who kicked the child, and he declared that the parents should control their kids, otherwise he wouldn't mind helping them manage. The people were enraged. One of them exclaimed that it was just a kid and questioned how Su Chen could even think of hitting him, and another accused that Su Chen was a murderer. Everyone charged forward and shouted that someone like Su Chen doesn't deserve to stay in that room, so they should kick him out. A man from behind suggested that Su Chen was alone, so everyone should charge and go in. But before he could finish talking, Su Chen fired his gun and a bullet pierced through his head. His blood splattered on the man beside him, who was horrified. The other men were frozen, and they watched as the man fell on his back. As the man fell to the ground with his forehead smoking from the bullet, the other men were terrified. Su Chen confidently declared that he may be alone, but they only have one life. At the Green City Hotel, someone was yelling and calling their big brother. It was Wang Heiyu, and he was trying to go fetch Wang Dahai, who was thrown out while asking the other men why they left Wang Dahai outside. But the men tried their best to stop Wang Heiyu, and one of them remarked that he should calm down because Wang Dahai was already dead because his wound was already infected and rotting, and with that temperature and no medicine, he couldn't hold on. Wang Heiyu yelled Su Chen's name, and he looked so enraged as he declared that it was all the bastard Su Chen's fault. Meanwhile, near CCTV, someone was calling Su Chen brother Chen, and they mentioned that they knew he couldn't bear to shoot them as he was just scaring Wang Dahai, while another called Su Chen and asked him if he had forgotten how much they loved him. It was Zhang Zioqian and Lai Na, and Zhang Zioqian stated that Su Chen just let her in and she would do anything he wanted, while Lai Na expressed that if Su Chen let her in to cool off a bit, she was willing to accompany him and Zhang Zioqian that night. Su Chen opened the door, and with a smirk on his face, he commented that sisterly love sure runs deep, so they should come in. Both ladies were surprised, and as Zhang Zioqian exclaimed that she knew Su Chen wouldn't abandon her, Lai Na uttered that Su Chen was such a good person. Suddenly, Wang Heiyu charged forward, and as he bulldozed between Zhang Zioqian and Lai Na, he shouted that they should get the hell out of the way because he was going to kill Su Chen. But even though Wang Heiyu was about to reach Su Chen was still calm. Su Chen swung a bat, hit Wang Heiyu's face, sent him flying, and pronounced that whoever walks through that door will die. Wang Heiyu crashed into Zhang Zioqian and Lai Na, and they all screamed. Su Chen banged the tip of the bat on the floor and asked if there was anyone else. Both Zhang Zioqian and Lai Na were terrified, and as Lai Na repeatedly cried that she was not going in, Zhang Zioqian agreed and added that outside was just fine. Su Chen ordered that they should get lost. They immediately left, leaving Wang Heiyu, who was crawling on the ground, and he vowed that Zhang Zioqian should wait for him. Su Chen looked up at the ceiling inside his room. There was a modern-looking heavy artillery installed in his ceiling, and he warned that not leaving might just get them killed. A few moments later, military tanks started mobilizing. When the people saw that, they inquired if it was the rescue team's vehicle, and observed that the tires were modified into treads and the windows were also insulated, so it must be the rescue team's vehicle. As the vehicle parked in front of the Green City Hotel, the people cheered that it was great and that they were definitely there to rescue them. As multiple military personnel in full protective gear came out of the vehicle, the people proclaimed that they were saved. One of them announced that everyone should step back and make way and asked if academician Liu Zhengguo was there. A man stepped forward, and as he identified that he was Liu Zhengguo, the military personnel handed him protective gear and informed that they are the rescue team, so he should hurry up and put on the insulated suit so he could leave with them. But when the people heard that, one of them protested and questioned if they weren't there to rescue all of them, and another one agreed and argued that they can't just rescue Liu Zhengguo alone. The military personnel explained that everyone should calm down because the authorities have already launched a rescue operation, and that midnight was the coldest time of the day, so that night they could make their way to Silicon Valley Plaza on their own. It was the nearest rescue point. The people rejoiced when they heard that. Even Gao Kang's face lit up, and as one exclaimed that there was a rescue operation by the authorities the next morning. Another remarked that it was great as the authorities haven't completely abandoned them yet. Suddenly, Sun Debiao aggressively approached one of the military personnel, and he declared that he is from Sun Group and that he will give him 1 billion to give him the insulated suites as he wanted to leave immediately. The military personnel easily restrained Sun Debiao and explained that academician Liu Zhengguo was their geological expert, and he would play an important role in that disaster, so he requested that Liu Zhengguo not obstruct their operation. But Sun Debiao was pissed, and as he called Gao Kang, he exclaimed that he was a useless guy, asked what he had kept him for, and ordered that he should go snatch the insulated suits for him. But Gao Kang and his men were completely helpless, as one of the military personnel was pointing a rifle at them, and the other military personnel announced that they were ready to go and retreat. Suddenly, Jiang Zioqian arrived and urged that they should wait because there is a murderer living upstairs. Lai Na agreed and warned that the murderer has a gun and has killed several people, and earlier, he almost got them. And another person chimed in and insisted that they absolutely cannot let that murderer go free, and another demanded that the military must make a decision for them. One of the military personnel, Xiaofeng, volunteered that he will stay behind, and one of his colleagues cautioned that it was a special situation, so he should not act impulsively. But Xiaofeng assured that he has discretion, so they should take the insulated suits with them first, and he will contact them after dealing with it. A few moments later, Xiaofeng was walking up the stairs, armed but without his insulated suit, and he murmured that he would see who Su Chen really was. Jiang Zioqian had a menacing smile on her face, and she sneered that after Su Chen was shot dead, she could stay in that room and wait for rescue. Light footsteps were echoing through the hallway where Su Chen was placed at the end. It was Xiaofeng, and he was hiding in the corner, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But he suddenly noticed something in the flower pot in front of him. Xiaofeng was surprised when he discovered that there was a camera in it. Suddenly, the door of Su Chen's room opened, and Su Chen threw a grenade. When Xiaofeng saw the grenade landing in front of him, he cursed. Xiaofeng covered his eyes as he prepared himself for the impending explosion. But he heard a hissing sound, which he immediately recognized. Xiaofeng realized that it was tear gas, and he started coughing. Unaware of the figure behind him that was about to hit him with a bat, Xiaofeng continued to cough and muttered that it didn't look good, so he should retreat quickly. The figure swung the bat, and a huge thud was heard. A few moments later, Xiaofeng was regaining his consciousness while Su Chen was watching over him, and as he groaned that his eyes were stinging, he wondered where he was because it felt so cool there. Su Chen was looking at Xiaofeng's ID, whose full name was Lu Xiaofeng, and he commented that he was the deputy captain of the special forces and that since he was awake, they should talk. Lu Xiaofeng looked around and saw the air conditioning and ice cubes. So he asked Su Chen who he was exactly and how he got the gun and flash grenades. Su Chen responded that he was just a recent graduate, and the gun and everything else were something he picked up during a trip to the Middle East. But Lu Xiaofeng questioned Su Chen if he was kidding him, and Su Chen replied that if he didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. Su Chen asked Lu Xiaofeng if the government had set up rescue points or zones for citizens to go to the next morning. Lu Xiaofeng was startled, and he questioned Su Chen how he knew about that. Su Chen mentioned that it looked like Lu Xiaofeng knew about it just like in his previous life, and he explained that even though the temperature drops significantly in the early morning, staying exposed to the moonlight for more than 10 minutes could still lead to fainting, and many people will die on the way to the rescue. Lu Xiaofeng looked away from Su Chen as he commented that there was no other way because, although they have established safe zones, modifying rescue vehicles is difficult and many people couldn't hold on any longer, so they have no choice but to let residents go to the rescue points on their own the next morning. And in fact, thick blankets and heavy coats could also help isolate the temperature, so as long as they don't fall down, it should increase the survival rate. While tapping Lu Xiaofeng on the shoulder, Su Chen asked him if it was real, which made Lu Xiaofeng panic and reply that of course it was. Su Chen pointed a gun behind Lu Xiaofeng's head. Lu Xiaofeng panicked, and as he pleaded that Su Chen should wait a moment, he requested if he could tell the others about using thick blankets before he kills him, and he promised that he would just use the walkie-talkie, but he shouldn't worry because he won't call for backup. But suddenly, the ropes were cut down by a knife. Lu Xiaofeng was baffled when Su Chen untied him, so he inquired what it was. Still pointing his gun, Su Chen stated that he respected what Lu Xiaofeng was doing, so he wouldn't kill him that time, but he wouldn't tolerate his repeated provocations towards him, and Lu Xiaofeng questioned if Su Chen wasn't afraid that he would call for backup to deal with him once he left. When Su Chen heard Lu Xiaofeng's question about being afraid, he instructed that he should look up and see what was there, and Lu Xiaofeng looked terrified when he looked up. Lu Xiaofeng remarked that it was a surveillance turret with facial recognition cameras and machine guns, and he inquired where Su Chen got something like that. Su Chen proudly revealed that he told Lu Xiaofeng earlier that he got it from the Middle East, and that once that thing activates, no one in that room except him will survive. But Su Chen noted that in that situation, they probably don't have the time to deal with him either. Lu Xiaofeng looked worried, but he acknowledged that he understood. A few moments later, Lu Xiaofeng came back to the vehicle wearing his insulated suit, and when the people saw that, one of them asked if he just left like that. Another exclaimed that Lu Xiaofeng only mentioned the blanket but didn't say anything about what happened upstairs. Another asked the others if they didn't see that Lu Xiaofeng's guns were all confiscated. And another questioned if Su Chen was really that powerful that even a soldier couldn't handle him. Sun Debiao looked extremely pissed, and he cursed. He slapped Gao Kang across the face and demanded what the hell he kept him for and why he didn't act earlier. Sun Debiao kicked the people on his way as he walked out, called them a bunch of useless idiots, and ordered that they should get lost, which pissed old Mao, and as he questioned Gao Kang how long they have to tolerate Sun Debiao, Gao Kang responded that the authorities have started the rescue operation, so once order is restored, they will still need to leverage Sun Debiao's connections up there. But Gao Kang was startled when Su Chen suddenly appeared and challenged if Gao Kang still dreams of restoring order in times of chaos. Old Mao called Su Chen a little punk, angrily questioned where he came from, and threatened that he would kill him, but Gao Kang stopped him and urged that he should hold on. Gao Kang recognized Su Chen, and he asked him why he came downstairs. Su Chen poured a bucket of ice cubes on the table and announced that he was there to make a deal with Gao Kang. Both Gao Kang and Old Mao were stunned when they saw the ice. Old Mao was surprised when he saw the ice cubes, and he exclaimed that there must be more good stuff in Su Chen's room, so they should kill him and take all his stuff. But Su Chen nonchalantly pointed a rifle at Old Mao's throat, and Old Mao immediately raised his hands in the air. Gao Kang laughed awkwardly, and as he called Su Chen his friend, he suggested that Su Chen shouldn't mind Old Mao, and that they should just talk about the deal. A few moments later, someone was sucking on an ice cube, exclaiming their pleasure, and they declared that it was too awesome. Old Mao mentioned that he has been stuck there for 3 days, and it was the first time he has felt so good, so he couldn't even imagine what is in Su Chen's room. And Gao Kang proposed that they should agree to Su Chen's demands first, find an opportunity to kill him because by then, the room will be theirs. Suddenly, Sun Debiao arrived, and he kicked Gao Kang in the stomach and called him a sneaky bastard for hiding ice cubes. Sun Debiao stomped on Gao Kang's head while he was kneeling on the ground, and he warned that next time, if he doesn't voluntarily bring out the good stuff, he's dead meat. Gao Kang looked so enraged by what Sun Debiao had done. Sun Debiao took the bucket, started to suck on an ice cube, and commented that it was so damn awesome. As he mentioned that they have also run out of instant noodles, so without rescue they will starve to death for sure, he suddenly noticed Duanya sitting on the floor. He sounded amused when he approached Duanya, and he remarked that despite the heat, she still refused to take off her clothes, which was quite modest of her. Duanya was alarmed when Sun Debiao suddenly grabbed her wrist and suggested that he liked playing with someone like her, and he was in the mood at the moment, so she should come with him. She slapped Sun Debiao, called him a bastard, and insisted that he shouldn't touch her. But Duanya was horrified when Sun Debiao got so enraged that he ripped her clothes, called her a filthy, and announced that he would just have his way with her there so everyone could have a taste later. Duanya glared at Sun Debiao with contempt in her eyes as she tried to cover her chest with her arms, and Sun Debiao laughed as he asked if she was all soaked and feeling hot already, and he offered to do her a favor and take it all off for her. Sun Debiao was pissed when an ominous figure suddenly stood behind him and commanded that it was enough. It was Gao Kang, and as Sun Debiao cursed at him and ordered that he should shut his mouth because he was giving him face, Sun Debiao asked Gao Kang if he knew who he was talking to. But Sun Debiao was stunned, and he fell silent when Gao Kang stabbed him in the neck. The people repeatedly exclaimed that someone had been killed when they saw Sun Debiao kneel on the ground, and Gao Kang affirmed that Su Chen was right that it was already chaos, so Sun Debiao might as well die along with it. Gao Kang declared that the place was under his command, so everyone else either goes to the rescue point or dies there. Duanyu was stunned by what she just witnessed while Su Chen was observing from the balcony, and he seemed casual about it. Su Chen noted that it seems his words were effective, and since Gao Kang was the boss there in his past life, if he accelerates the process of that matter, he wonders if Gao Kang's opportunity would come earlier as well. Sun Debiao's corpse was thrown out of the Green City Hotel, right beside Wang Dahai. A few moments later, in a room, Jiang Zioqian and Lai Na were kneeling in front of someone holding an ice bucket, and as Jiang Zioqian called the person a strong brother, she pleaded that he should give it to her as she wanted it, while Lai Na promised that he should give it to her as she would do anything for him. It was Gao Kang, and he chugged the water inside the ice bucket. He threw his leftovers at Jiang Zioqian and Lai Na and remarked that since they wanted ice water, they should follow him as he will have to do whatever he wants. As Old Mao asked Gao Kang if they were not going to the rescue point, Gao Kang declared that it was doomsday, so if they wanted to survive, they had to rely on themselves. And while he mentioned that the rescue point is a kilometer away, so it was not certain if they could even make it there alive, Jiang Zioqian and Lai Na were fighting over the bucket of ice. And as Jiang Zioqian exclaimed that Lai Na shouldn't grab it from her, Lai Na retorted that Jiang Zioqian should leave some for her. Looking at them, Old Mao asked Gao Kang why they were still taking those few freeloaders when they were low on supplies, and Gao Kang inquired if Su Chen wasn't planning to keep those few people and noted that it just happened that they needed a few cannon fodders too. Midnight came, and as they wrapped themselves in huge blankets along with other people, Jiang Zioqian expressed that they were finally leaving that damn place, and Lai Na commented that they only got a little bit of snacks on those 2 days, so when they get to the rescue point, she is going to eat meat and drink cola. But suddenly, Old Mao grabbed Jiang Zioqian's blanket away, and as Jiang Zioqian questioned what they were doing, Old Mao asserted that Gao Kang gave them all the ice water yet they wanted to leave and asked them if that wasn't unfair. Jiang Zioqian screamed when Old Mao ripped her clothes, asked her to confirm if she didn't say that she would do anything, and demanded that she should just hang out with him for a while. Meanwhile, the other people started traveling under the scorching heat of the moon, and one of them cursed in his mind and complained that since Gao Kang took control of the supplies, they hadn't been given any water or food. He lamented that staying in the hotel was like being thirsty to death, but going to the rescue point might still offer a slim chance of survival. As they continued to travel, he observed that it was even hotter outside than they had imagined, and even with the boards tied to their shoes, they could still feel the heat from the ground. Suddenly, someone stumbled on a rock. It was an old woman, and she screamed in horror as she lost her balance while the man behind her just watched her. As soon as she touched the ground, she started melting, and the man just observed her as she screamed in pain. The old woman tried to reach out and requested that someone help her, but at a time like that, not knowing if one could survive themselves, no one has the time to worry about others, even if it was family or loved ones that fell. A few more people fell, started screaming in pain, and were asking for help. But the rest of the people just continued to walk forward because, in the apocalypse, they must focus on surviving first. On the other hand, Wang Dahai and Sun Debiao's corpses started to light up. Wang Dahai suddenly opened his eyes, and they were entirely red. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still on the balcony, watching the things unfold, and he recounted that in his previous life, he went to the rescue point like them. But at that time, no one reminded him to bring a blanket, so even though it was only a short kilometer, he didn't know how many lives were sacrificed. On the other hand, Jiang Zioqian implored that Old Mao should wait up, and as Old Mao asked her what was wrong and called her a nagging woman, Jiang Zioqian proposed that they should go to the room and have some fun instead of staying there, and Lai Na agreed and suggested that they would go along with him. Old Mao laughed and asked if the two sluts were getting shy, what they were afraid of, and if they were afraid of ghosts. Suddenly, huge, scorching hands with sharp claws shattered a glass. It was Wang Dahai and Sun Debiao's corpses, and they broke through the glass window. They looked so menacing as they charged forward, and as the people inside the Green City Hotel asked what that was, someone screamed and yelled that it was zombies. Wang Heiyu, Gao Kang, and Old Mao were alarmed as the corpses were charging towards them, and Wang Heiyu inquired if they would turn into zombies if those corpses bit them. Gao Kang grabbed Wang Heiyu by the neck and demanded why he wouldn't go and find out. Wang Heiyu screamed and repeatedly exclaimed that it was so hot as Gao Kang pushed him against Sun Debiao's corpse. Gao Kang abruptly let go of Wang Heiyu, and as Old Mao asked him if he was okay, he replied that Sun Debiao's body temperature was so high. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. It was Su Chen, and while holding a sword, he commanded that they should move aside. Old Mao couldn't help but ask if Su Chen wanted to deal with those things. Gao Kang insisted that they should let Su Chen kill those, and they would kill Su Chen. As he faced the scorching corpses, Chen explained that in the apocalypse, corpses exposed to sunlight would mutate, but they were not zombies and wouldn't spread the virus because they were more like the drought demons described in the classic of mountains and seas. Chen mentioned that he also referred to them as drought demons. Chen was facing the drought demons. He was calm, and he stated that those drought demons actually retained some memories or attachments from their previous lives. As Sun Debiao's corpse walked past Chen, he remarked that in his previous life, it was likely that Gao Qiang killed Sun Debiao, which led him to hold on to the desire for revenge against Gao Qiang and become the first drought demon. Chen saw Wang Dahai's corpse charging towards him, and he mentioned that Wang Dahai became another drought demon because he killed him. He dodged Wang Dahai's attack effortlessly while he was still thinking. Chen began to attack as he thought about Gao Qiang's opportunity. He swung his sword behind Sun Debiao's corpse as he declared that Gao Qiang's opportunity was there. Chen sliced Sun Debiao's head in half. As Sun Debiao's head split into two, a dark crystal came out of it, and when Chen saw it, he observed that it was the crystal nucleus that could bring about superhuman physique. While Wang Dahai's corpse was roaring fiercely and charging towards Chen, he grabbed the crystal nucleus and proclaimed that it now belonged to him. Chen jumped off the ground. He jumped to dodge Wang Dahai's attack, and as he kicked Wang Dahai towards Gao Qiang and Old Mao, he instructed that the rest was up to them. Chen calmly walked up the stairs and commented that they should have fun, while Gao Qiang gritted his teeth and cursed. Suddenly, someone grabbed Wang Heiyu, who was barely conscious on the ground, called him useless trash, and demanded that he should get up. Wang Heiyu screamed in pain as Gao Qiang used him as a meat shield. Gao Qiang managed to push the drought demon away with Wang Heiyu towards the water bottles, and he cursed and ordered that they should grab the weapon and kill it. Meanwhile, Chen was pouring alcohol on a glass with the crystal nucleus on it, and he explained that in the apocalypse, occasionally, crystal nuclei like that appeared in the skulls of drought demons and mutant beasts, and they were extremely rare that perhaps there's not even one in 100. As he grabbed the glass, Chen advised that he should clean the crystal nucleus thoroughly and swallow it directly. Chen chugged the drink in his hand. His eyes immediately turned red, and he revealed that just by doing that, the body would absorb the energy from the crystal nucleus. Chen screamed in pain as the heat surged through his body, and it was so powerful that it ripped all his clothes apart. A lot of his veins were popping out and showing on the surface of his skin. Chen lost his consciousness and collapsed into a block of ice. On the other hand, Gao Qiang was kicking the drought demon, which was lying on all the wasted water, cursing and shouting that it should just move. But as the drought demon stayed still and it seemed like it had been extinguished, one of Gao Qiang's men noted that it was their last water source, yet it was all gone. Suddenly, someone cursed and yelled that a woman was trying to run, so if she moved, he would chop off her legs. It was Old Mao, and she was grabbing Lai Na, who pleaded that without water, they would all die of thirst, so she could tell them a way to deal with Chen if they let him go to the rescue point. And Old Mao threatened that she should speak quickly because if she tried to trick him, she would be dead. Lai Na disclosed that Jiang Zioqian is Chen's fiancé, so if they attacked her at Chen's doorstep, he would definitely open the door so they could ambush him, which horrified Jiang Zioqian, while Old Mao laughed and expressed that he couldn't believe that there was such a thing, which was indeed a good plan. Jiang Zioqian offered that she could cooperate with them, but she's hungry, so they have to give her food first, as she wanted meat. But Old Mao scoffed at her, asked her if she wanted meat, and sneered that the meat in the electric fridge has already been spoiled, yet she still wants meat. Gao Qiang suddenly chimed in, and he asked Jiang Zioqian if she wanted meat. While Gao Qiang's men were restraining Lai Na, everyone was startled when he handed Jiang Zioqian a knife and remarked that it was up to her. Jiang Zioqian's eyes were wide in surprise as she questioned Gao Qiang if he meant Lai Na's flesh. Lai Na looked horrified when Jiang Zioqian's expression turned dark as she gazed at her. Gao Qiang was still holding the knife. Jiang Zioqian suddenly grabbed it from him. As Jiang Zioqian started walking towards Lai Na with the knife in her hand, Lai Na questioned her what she was planning and what she meant by that. And as she exclaimed that Jiang Zioqian shouldn't come near her, she reminded her that they were sisters, so she couldn't do that. But with an evil look in her eyes, Jiang Zioqian retorted that Lai Na shouldn't deceive herself and inquired if they were really sisters. As Jiang Zioqian swung the knife in her hand, she added that. Besides, earlier, Lai Na even suggested using her as bait. Jiang Zioqian plunged the knife into Lai Na's torso multiple times and declared that she shouldn't blame her. Gao Qiang and Old Mao were surprised and speechless when they saw what Jiang Zioqian did, while Jiang Zioqian stated that if Lai Na wanted to blame someone, she should blame herself, and laughed hysterically. Lai Na lay lifelessly on the ground while her blood gushed out into the floor, and Jiang Zioqian continued to laugh hysterically. Jiang Zioqian looked so unhinged, and she mentioned that once she's full, he will come up and drink Chen's blood. After witnessing what Jiang Zioqian did, Gao Qiang proposed that they should let Duanya cook the meat because they needed to eat well to have the strength to to deal with Chen. And as Old Mao tried to protest, Gao Kang insisted that without water, they won't last a day, so if he doesn't want to turn into a dry corpse, he better do as he commands. Old Mao gritted his teeth as he tried to think things through. After a moment, he quickly turned towards the other men, asked where Duenya was, and urged that they should find her. Meanwhile, Chen woke up, and his eyes were still ferociously red. He was moving so quickly around the room, and it seemed like he was already able to contain and control the powerful energy in his body. As Chen observed his body, he questioned if it was the physique type ability, and noted that he felt like his heat resistance had improved. He smashed a block of ice into pieces and exclaimed that his muscles and strength had also increased. Suddenly, Chen noticed the surveillance footage outside his door, and he observed that someone else was there. It was Duenya who was in front of Chen's door, and as she wondered if they were all going crazy like Gao Kang, she remarked that downstairs was no longer safe, so it was her only hope, and luckily, she still had some leverage. Without dressing himself, Chen opened the door, stood in front of Duenya naked, and inquired if everything was okay. Duenya was looking down at that moment, and she was surprised and immediately turned red. She screamed and called Chen a scoundrel, and Chen immediately apologized to her and explained that it was an accident, and they entered the room, leaving the hall empty. A few moments later, Chen had already dressed himself, and as he awkwardly cleared his throat, he mentioned that his resources are limited and they only just met, so he asked Duenya to confirm that he couldn't just take her in because she's pretty. And in his mind, he thought that based on his knowledge from the previous life, Duenya is a very strong-willed woman, and she had a cooperative relationship with Gao Kang. But although he has considered subduing her, the atmosphere is a bit awkward at the moment. Duenya stated that she was not only a chef but also an outstanding graduate from Southwest Medical University with a medical qualification certificate and 3 years of experience as a surgeon. And in her mind, she was amazed that the room was so well equipped. But she realized that it was not the room but the ice and electricity, so she remarked that she had to show her worth to stay there. Chen noted that the fact that Duenya was a doctor was indeed very enticing. But resources are scarce at the moment, and it's uncertain if they could survive until tomorrow, which startled Duenya, and she immediately promised that as long as Chen doesn't kick her out of the building, she will do anything. Chen laughed when he heard what Duenya declared. There was a twinkle in his eyes as he mentioned that since Duenya has spoken, she should just consider that place her own home. And when Duenya realized what she uttered, she immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed that she spoke too hastily. Chen warned that he must warn Duenya that her only choice in front of him was to behave herself and not have any ulterior motives. Duenya acknowledged that she understood and that she never doubted his methods and determination. With a menacing look in his eyes, Chen agreed and demanded that Duenya should take off her clothes immediately. Duenya was so surprised that she couldn't help but ask if it was time to start. Someone was taking a shower and mentioned that water, electricity, food, and even the ability to take a shower were there, and there was no need to worry about the scorching weather or being eaten by others. It was Duenya, and she remarked that for those outside, that place was simply heaven, but it was just that Chen isn't exactly a saint either. Duenya recalled how she was sitting in front of Chen earlier, and she noted that he would give her something different to eat next. She recalled that she was so red and surprised when she heard what Chen stated, and she mentioned that she should just forget it because she considered that before coming up anyway. Meanwhile, someone was watching Duenya take a shower on their phone. It was Chen, and with a mischievous grin on his face, he commented that he was doing it not to peek but just to prevent Duenya from doing anything improper. A few moments later, Duenya stepped into the room in heels. Duenya was wearing a lewd nurse outfit, and she asked Chen if the outfit wasn't too small. With a straight face, Chen replied that it was not small but absolutely perfect. And while checking the outfit, Duenya asked him if it was real. Suddenly, someone was knocking on the door, asking Chen for help, and they exclaimed that he should open the door to come out and save her. It was Zhang Zioqian, and while grabbing her head, Gao Kang stated that if Chen didn't come out soon, he would break down the door, and Chen remarked that it was happening again as expected. Duenya immediately stopped Chen and warned that they couldn't open the door because those people had already eaten Lai Na. Chen was alarmed, and he asked Duenya if she meant that they ate someone. A few moments later, Gao Kang and his men's veins were popping out into the surface of their skin. And when Chen opened the door and urged that they shouldn't be so quick to break down the door because it was going to be troublesome if it was damaged, Zhang Zioqian called Chen and pleaded that he should save her. Gao Kang and his men all looked so different, and with their red eyes, they smiled sinisterly and asked Chen if he was finally coming out. Someone was hiding outside the door holding a knife while Chen opened it. The man quickly swung the knife towards Chen's throat and demanded that he should die. But Chen managed to grab his arm and stop the attack. Chen quickly maneuvered the man's arm and dug the knife he was holding into his own neck. Gao Kang and his men were all surprised when they saw that. Jiang Zioqian suddenly pleaded that they should let her go, and without anyone restraining her, she quickly ran towards Su Chen. She called Su Chen and pleaded that he should save her. But Su Chen grabbed Jiang Zioqian by the throat, and it revealed that her face had also transformed. Just like the others, Su Chen glared at Jiang Zioqian and explained that once they have eaten human flesh, their bodies will mutate and fangs will grow in their mouths. So at that moment, Jiang Zioqian was no longer human, and Jiang Zioqian coughed vigorously as Su Chen tightened his grip. Gao Qiang asserted that it was the end of the world anyway, so it didn't matter if they ate people as long as they could survive. With her head bent backwards, Jiang Zioqian showed off her tongue as she laughed and boasted that the meat was so delicious that after eating, her body was filled with strength. Jiang Zioqian suddenly charged at Su Chen and exclaimed that she couldn't wait to taste his flavor. But Su Chen kicked Jiang Zioqian in the face and sent her flying like a soccer ball, which surprised everyone. The window at the end of the hallway was shattered as Jiang Zioqian was thrown out of it. But Jiang Zioqian still managed to grab the edge of the window and prevent herself from falling. Jiang Zioqian was hanging onto the edge with all her might, and she declared that she wouldn't let Su Chen off so easily. But suddenly, Jiang Zioqian noticed something behind her. It was the heat waves, and she screamed in pain as she exclaimed that it was so hot. Meanwhile, Gao Qiang's men cursed as they charged forward and shouted that they should attack Su Chen together and not give him a chance to draw his gun. Su Chen was unfazed, and he scoffed and asked if he really needed to waste a bullet on them. One of Gao Qiang's men jumped over Su Chen and warned that he shouldn't underestimate him too much. But suddenly, Su Chen pulled out a gun, and as he mentioned that he likes wasting, he put a bullet through the man's head, who was not able to finish what he was saying. Old Mao quickly ordered that everyone should spread out as they charged towards Su Chen. While Su Chen was busy shooting the other two, Old Mao managed to get behind Su Chen, and he noted that they were not just stronger, even their reaction and speed had improved. Old Mao was about to attack Su Chen from above and remarked that in a situation where he was on guard, he couldn't even hit them. He looked so menacing as he prepared to deliver his punch at Su Chen. But to his surprise, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed his head, and asked him if he was done talking. Su Chen smashed Old Mao's head into the floor and commanded that he should go die. Suddenly, one of the men holding a knife charged at Su Chen. But Su Chen managed to catch his arm before he could plunge the blade into his neck. Su Chen grabbed the knife and used it to slit the throats of the two men around him. Gao Qiang suddenly screamed as he charged towards Su Chen to deliver a punch, but he was surprised when Su Chen grabbed him by the throat. Su Chen slammed Gao Qiang on the wall so hard that the wall cracked. While Su Chen was still holding Gao Qiang by the throat, a drought demon suddenly came up by the window. Su Chen was surprised when he saw that. It was Jiang Zioqian, and she had grown a tail. She managed to jump from the ground and land in the hall successfully. Su Chen questioned if it was Jiang Zioqian. Looking into her glaring eyes, Su Chen observed that she mutated so quickly into that state, so it seems like her attachment was quite deep. Su Chen broke Gao Qiang as he proclaimed that Jiang Zioqian wouldn't disappear. He looked so menacing as he dropped Gao Qiang into the floor and threatened that he would just kill Jiang Zioqian again. Jiang Zioqian roared ferociously in response. Peeking through the door, Duanya mentioned that Su Chen is amazing, as he single-handedly took down the whole gang of Gao Qiang. But when she saw Jiang Zioqian, Duanya exclaimed that that monster gave off a very dangerous feeling. Duanya confessed that she had to think of a way to help Su Chen because if she wanted to stay by his side, she couldn't become a burden to him. Suddenly, Duanya noticed something. A few moments later, Duanya called Su Chen, who turned to look at her. Duanya found a whip, and she suggested that Su Chen should let her help him defeat that monster. Su Chen was unamused when he heard what Duanya stated, and he remarked that not being scared and hiding was good, but she was only going to distract him like that. Duanya was puzzled, and she asked how come, but she turned red when she looked at her outfit and realized. Meanwhile, Jiang Zioqian was growling. She roared ferociously, and she looked so pissed. Jiang Zioqian suddenly charged at Su Chen at an incredible speed. Su Chen was alarmed when he noticed that Jiang Zioqian was charging towards him. Jiang Zioqian was so fast that Su Chen was not able to dodge her attack, and she managed to claw at his torso. Duanya got worried, and she called Su Chen. But Su Chen managed to use his superpower berserker mode in time, and he didn't receive any scratches from Jiang Zioqian's attack. Jiang Zioqian looked at Su Chen, and she got more enraged. She quickly moved and jumped at Su Chi from behind. Jiang Zioqian opened her mouth very wide, and she was extremely focused on biting Su Chen's shoulder. But as she bit down on Su Chen, her fangs were not able to pierce through his skin. Jiang Zioqian looked so disappointed when Su Chen asked her if she couldn't bite, and if those fangs were just for show, and he declared that it was already his turn. Su Chen grabbed both of Jiang Zioqian's arms. Without letting Jiang Zioqian go, Su Chen jumped behind her. Jiang Zioqian was shaking as Su Chen landed on her back. She was puzzled when Su Chen suddenly asked her if she was ready. Su Chen ripped her arms off, and while ripping Jiang Zioqian's arm, Su Chen kicked her so hard that she crashed on the floor and created cracks in it. Jiang Zioqian was squirming in pain on the floor. On the other hand, Su Chen landed on the floor a few meters away from Jiang Zioqian, and he was still holding her arm that he ripped off of her. Throwing Jiang Zioqian's arms on the floor, Su Chen proclaimed that he had planned to let her suffer more in the apocalypse, slowly tortured to death, but currently he has to kill her earlier. But suddenly, Su Chen noticed something. Jiang Zioqian wrapped her tail around the body of one of Gao Kang's men. The flesh at the corners of Jiang Zioqian's mouth started to rip as she tried to open her mouth so wide. Using her tail, Jiang Zioqian put the man's corpse in her mouth and devoured him whole. Jiang Zioqian's tongue slowly wrapped around the man's foot as she slowly devoured him. Suddenly, her arms started to squirm and grow. Jiang Zioqian roared loudly as her arms completely grew back. She glared at Su Chen menacingly. Su Chen was so surprised that he asked Jiang Zioqian if she could generate severed limbs. Meanwhile, Duanya looked so horrified, and she asked how that was possible. But Duanya was surprised and confused when Su Chen commented that it was great. Su Chen grinned as he hunched his back and explained that if Jiang Zioqian could regenerate, it means that she is not so easy to kill after all. He smiled evilly as he noted that it also meant that he could tear Jiang Zioqian apart many times over. Jiang Zioqian roared ferociously in response to what Su Chen articulated. But before Jiang Zioqian could react, Su Chen had already tapped her by the shoulder and grabbed her arm, which surprised her. Su Chen taunted that Jiang Zioqian should let him see just how many times her body could regenerate. He declared that they would start with the left hand, and as he ripped off Jiang Zioqian's arm, she roared in pain. Su Chen grabbed Jiang Zioqian's other arm and announced that next was the right hand, which horrified Jiang Zioqian. Jiang Zioqian roared in pain again when Su Chen ripped her other arm. Su Chen stated that next were the tail and both legs, and as he threw those parts in the air, he stepped on Jiang Zioqian, who was lying helplessly on the ground. When Jiang Zioqian's limbs started to grow, Su Chen proclaimed that it was just the first round. Jiang Zioqian was still lying on the floor, unable to move and completely out of breath as she finished fully growing her limbs. Su Chen smiled ominously as he asked Jiang Zioqian if she was ready and announced that the second round was starting soon. He declared that they should get started, and as Su Chen began ripping Jiang Zioqian's limbs again, Duanya watched, and she was astonished. Jiang Zioqian was in so much pain as she grew back her limbs again, and Su Chen proclaimed that it would be the third round. Su Chen continued to repeatedly rip Jiang Zioqian's limbs until they reached the fourth and fifth rounds. When they reached the eighth round, Su Chen stated that it was not just the limbs but even the eyes and tongue that could regenerate. And when they reached the 16th round, Su Chen declared that internal organs could regenerate too, so it seems like except for the head, everything else could regenerate. But when they reached the 21st round, Jiang Zioqian was already crying on the floor, unable to regenerate, and when Su Chen asked why it couldn't regenerate after 21 times, he proclaimed that he was planning to gouge out the eyes, but he would let it be because, after all, he's not a devil. Jiang Zioqian seemed to have regained her consciousness and with tears in her eyes. She tried so hard to speak, and she asked Su Chen for the reason he was doing such a thing. Su Chen glared at Jiang Zioqian when he heard that she was asking why. The events of what happened in his previous life and how he died flashed through Su Chen's mind. Su Chen declared that, of course, it was for revenge, and Jiang Zioqian looked horrified when she saw that Su Chen's foot was about to step on her. Su Chen mercilessly stepped on Jiang Zioqian. Duanya suddenly called Su Chen, and she asked him if he was okay. But instead of answering Duanya's question, Su Chen turned to look at her and asked if she was ready. Duanya was surprised, and she was so puzzled that she asked Su Chen what she should be ready for. Su Chen suddenly hugged Duanya from behind and proclaimed that he was so heroic earlier, and as he asked her if she shouldn't be ready to reward him, Duanya stuttered, and she asked Su Chen if she would reward him in that place. At the rescue point, someone mentioned that the outside temperature seemed to be normalizing. The person raised their hand to feel the air, and they inquired if it could be that the apocalypse was ending. It was the captain, and Lu Xiaofeng looked so anxious as he called the captain. Lu Xiaofeng reported that there were a lot of people approaching the rescue point, and the captain looked in the direction where Lu Xiaofeng was looking. The captain took a closer look as she tried to figure out what those people were. She was looking at a horde of people who had turned to drought demons. The captain's eyes went wide, and she exclaimed that it was a zombie horde. She insisted that they should quickly evacuate the civilians from the rescue point while she held the horde, and Lu Xiaofeng tried to protest, but she commanded that it was an order. The drought demons swarmed towards the rescue point, and as the captain fired her rifle at them, Lu Xiaofeng pleaded that she not die, and she instructed that he should shut his mouth and get out of there. On the other hand, Chen was using his superpower Berserker mode, and he declared that next, he would let someone experience the power of the Berserker. Dunya was surprised, and as she asked Chen if they were doing it again, she inquired how many times it had been. Chen laughed evilly and remarked that the extreme heat wave was over and he had to go out for a bit, so of course he would leave Dunya with some unforgettable memories, and Dunya asked him if she couldn't come with him. Chen explained that the people around him must meet two conditions. First, they must be valuable, and second, they must absolutely obey his orders, and while being drowned in pleasure, Dunya acknowledged that she understood. It was already evening, and as Chen accessed his space unfold, he observed that it seems that Dunya has completely submitted to him. Chen was summoning a vehicle, and he noted that he must hurry back before the seawater surges in. As Chen drove away, he recalled that many of the zombies in his previous life, who were driven by the obsession to reach the rescue point, eventually formed a tidal wave attacking it, and many civilians and soldiers died in the tidal wave attack. While he recalled that incident also led to a large amount of military weapons being scattered, and it was how various factions formed, Chen drove past a madman who was shooting other people while laughing. A few moments later, some people with weapons blocked the road, and the leader, who was holding a gun, demanded that the person should stop the car for him. They were blocking Chen, and he looked so unamused as they questioned if they were crazy, and how dare they order to stop the car and even rob it at that time. Chen immediately stepped on the gas pedal. The people blocking the road cursed when they saw what Chen was doing, and some of them tried to run away. But it was already too late, and Chen ran over the three of them. Chen continued to drive, leaving those men unconscious on the ground. A few moments later, Chen was standing on the edge of a collapsed road when he recalled that it was the same as the previous life, where the walls cracked due to the scorching sun, and combined with the onslaught of the zombie wave, it eventually led to the collapse of the subway station, and he remarked that the number of people who died underground was probably in the thousands. Looking at the gleaming eyes below him, Chen noted that the zombies below were all attracted by the roar of the cars, but unfortunately, not all zombies have crystals in their heads, so it would be too time-consuming to crack each skull open. Chen drove away and observed that he would check out the situation at the college first, and that, as he came to think of it, it was his first time back at the engineering university since graduation. As he arrived at the research institute, Chen absorbed the vehicle back into his space unfold. Chen entered through the front door, and he was immediately greeted by drought demons. But those drought demons were chained, and someone shouted that Chen should hold it right there. There were men staying there, and as they called Chen a kid, they mentioned that he was entering their territory, so he better hand over his backpack. Chen took a chicken leg from his bag, and as he asked the men if they could help him out and let him pass, he explained that he had some braised chicken legs there. The men were astonished when they saw the chicken leg, and as they questioned Chen for having a chicken leg at a time like that, they demanded that he should hurry up and toss those chicken legs over to them. Chen smiled discreetly. He threw the chicken leg forward. The chicken leg landed on the floor in the middle of the chained drought demons. The three men quickly brawled with each other to grab the chicken leg, and as they all claimed that it was theirs, they were unaware that a thread was attached to the chicken leg. The men froze and stopped arguing when Chen started pulling on the string, and they noticed it. Chen apologized and remarked that they weren't worthy of eating those chicken legs. The leader called Chen a jerk and shouted that he dared to mess with them, so they should get him. Chen casually pulled a gun at them and fired 3 shots. The men lay on the floor with bullet holes in their heads, and as Chen left them and climbed up the stairs, he muttered that he didn't remember so many idiots from his previous life, so he wondered if his reminders helped more people survive, which resulted in such situations. A few moments later, Chen arrived at the laboratory of the Department of Reptiles and Snakes. Chen broke the lock with his hand, and he observed that it seemed like nobody had entered that lab for a while. As he walked inside, Chen noticed that many snakes had died and the air was filled with the smell of decay. Chen stopped walking and exclaimed that he found it. 3 armed men were standing in the hallway near a door, and they demanded that the person inside should come out, as they knew he was hiding in there. They were talking to Chen, and he insisted that it was a critical time at the moment, so he couldn't afford to be disturbed by them. Suddenly, Chen noticed something. The captain swiftly charged towards the armed men, and as one of them cursed when he saw her, he exclaimed that the witch was hiding there. The captain jumped towards the men with her legs first, and she shouted that they should take it. She locked and choked one of the man's heads on her thighs while she grabbed the other with her arm. The captain quickly eliminated the 2 men, and as the last man insulted her by saying that she was a witch, she quickly jumped on his shoulder and grabbed his head. Before the man could react, the captain twisted his head and broke his neck. But suddenly, someone pointed a gun behind her head and remarked that those moves were not bad. The captain quickly hit the gun with her elbow to deflect it. She quickly flipped and raised her leg in the air, which startled Chen, who was the one pointing the gun at her. The captain sat on Su Chen's face and tried to twist his head, but she was surprised and asked why she couldn't twist it. Su Chen was speechless for a moment at the compromising position they were in, and he requested that the captain should wait and asked what she was doing. A few moments later, someone was pointing a gun while they were asking another person who they were. The captain was tied up on a chair, and she asked what was going on in there. She introduced herself as Bai Kang, the captain of the Azure Tiger Special Operations Team, and she demanded that Su Chen behave himself and let her go. Su Chen asked if Bai Kang knew someone named Lu Xiaofeng from the Special Forces team, and Bai Kang asked him if he knew Lu Xiaofeng. Recalling what he did to Lu Xiaofeng, Su Chen explained that he once saved Lu Xiaofeng's life. A few moments later, someone was cooking meat on a portable stove, and someone acknowledged that they understood. They dug a fork in it and mentioned that a group of fugitives took over the school, used students as hostages, and stole their weapons. Another person confirmed that it was right and recounted that when the zombie horde attacked the rescue point, Lu Xiaofeng led the civilians to leave first, but he didn't expect that some escaped prisoners had infiltrated among the normal civilians. It was Bai Kang who was explaining things to Su Chen. Su Chen, who was digging in on the meat he cooked, commented that in that case, it was not all Bai Kang's fault, and Bai Kang asserted that as long as they had weapons in hand, those people were nothing to fear. Bai Kang asked Su Chen how long he was going to tie her up and urged that he should quickly let her go. Su Chen agreed that it was fine as long as Bai Kang promised not to clamp his head with her legs like she did earlier, but Bai Kang stated that she wanted to eat steak too, so Su Chen conceded that it seemed like he couldn't untie it. A few moments later, the ropes that were used to tie up Bai Kang were cut and were lying on the ground. Handing out a rifle, Su Chen explained that he has his own things to deal with, so he can't help Bai Kang too much. He could only provide her with some firepower support. Su Chen suggested that Bai Kang should hurry up and leave and not bother him, and Bai Kang revealed that she plans to sneak attack their stronghold because only by retrieving the looted goods could the people trapped in the college survive. Bai Kang predicted that it might be the only time they meet, but Su Chen got interested when he heard about the supplies. As Bai Kang was about to leave, Su Chen called that she should wait a moment. He went to grab something from his bag. Su Chen pulled a huge rifle from the bag and offered that Lu Xiaofeng is his brother, so she should let him help her. On the other hand, at the administrative block of the university, a huge, muscular man asked how it went. The guy he was talking to called him boss and informed that the guys were all waiting outside, so at that time, they were definitely going to take down those students in the dorm. The boss responded that it was great and that the guy should let those who weren't so cooperative earlier go to the front because if anyone was going to die, they should let it be them. Suddenly, someone opened the door by kicking it, and the guy was startled. It was Su Chen, and as he showed himself, he apologized to the men for interrupting their meeting. The guy asked Su Chen who he was and how he broke in when there were more than 20 people guarding outside. Su Chen acted surprised when he heard the guy ask him how he got in. He extended his hand, and as he pointed it at them like a gun, he announced that it was just like that. Su Chen's eyes glowed as he mimicked the sound of a gun. Suddenly, the guy's head exploded, and the guys behind him were astonished. The guys screamed, and as the boss asked what happened, one of them reported that Su Chen just pointed at the guy and he died. Su Chen looked so menacing while still pointing his finger at them, and he warned that they shouldn't move or they would die. The boss called Su Chen a punk and demanded that he should quit fooling around. Meanwhile, someone was looking at the guy, whose head just exploded, through a scope and confirmed that the target had been eliminated. It was Bai Kang, but she stated that there were still many thugs in the room, so Su Chen was in a very dangerous situation at the moment. Bai Kang maintained that she would still insist that Su Chen's plan to lure the enemy alone was too risky. She recalled what happened earlier when Su Chen gave him the sniper rifle and instructed that she should take it to the roof of the opposite building while he would lure the enemy. She should shoot whoever he pointed out. Back in the present, Bai Kang expressed that she couldn't believe she agreed to Su Chen's absurd plan. Suddenly, Bai Kang noticed that the curtains were being closed. Through her earpiece, she inquired why the curtain suddenly closed and how it was going on Su Chen's end. Bai Kang was horrified when she heard that the boss on the other line laughed, and as he called Su Chen a little brat, he boasted that Su Chen shouldn't think that he could do whatever he wanted just by setting up a sniper outside. She quickly ran back and exclaimed that, as expected, she had been spotted. Bai Kang was rushing to go down the stairs, and as she called Su Chen, she urged that he should find a way to stall the time as she would be there to rescue him right away. But she heard that the boss had ordered that they should kill Su Chen for him, which made her curse and get agitated. Bai Kang ran forward with all her might, and she continued to curse. As soon as she entered the room, she pointed her rifle, called Su Chen, and proclaimed that she was there to avenge him. But she saw that everyone was eliminated, and while Su Chen was grabbing the boss by the neck, he declared that Bai Kang was too late and that there were no supplies there. Su Chen just finished using his skill, Space Unfold. The boss claimed that Su Chen can't kill him because the people behind him won't let him get away with it. But Su Chen smiled sinisterly, and as he remarked that the boss shouldn't worry because they would be joining him soon enough, he broke his neck. Bai Kang looked so surprised, and she asked Su Chen if he did all that alone. Su Chen explained that he had just been doing exercises regularly, and besides, there were no more supplies there, so they were probably starving and weak already, which made Bai Kang ask if anyone else had raided those people and what would happen to the students since the supplies were gone. Su Chen stated that if needed, he would share some of the supplies he just collected with them. But of course, it depends on how they behave. He instructed that they should go as they were heading to the girls' dormitory, and Bai Kang asked him why they were going to the girls' dormitory. Su Chen informed that he asked those people earlier, and they revealed that Lu Xiaofeng and the other students were all gathered there. The two of them left, and they left the bodies that were hanging by the window. Amongst the bodies of the half-naked men, a woman was hanged with them. But the woman was awake, unlike the others. Meanwhile, a guy with a steel mask was walking near the administration block, and he mentioned that the witch had run off again, causing trouble. The guy noted that no one knows if she is even alive. A few moments later, they found the woman hanging. One of the guys reported that they found her and that their captain was still alive, and as the guy with the steel mask clicked his tongue and expressed that it was a pity, the other guy ran and urged that they should hurry up and get her down. The guy quickly grabbed the rope and lowered the woman. As soon as she was on the floor, someone called her sister Jai, and as he commented that she had been hanging there pretending to be a prisoner for days, he asked her if she found the feeling she was looking for, but instead of answering his question, Jai responded that for having a close call with death, she needs Steel Fang's comfort. Steel Fang, the guy in the steel mask, quickly grabbed a thorny whip and queried Jai if that was the case. He quickly cracked the whip. It hit Jai on the back, and she screamed. Steel Fang questioned Jai how she was feeling. Jai let out a moan of pleasure as she admitted that it was much better, and she asked Steel Fang if she saw everything. Steel Fang interrogated Jai, who took away his supplies. Jai disclosed that it was a devil, and Steel Fang demanded that she should tell him the name as he would make him pay. She mentioned Su Chen's name. On the other hand, at the girls' dormitory, Bai Kang asked Lu Xiaofeng how he got hurt, and Lu Xiaofeng responded that he was fine and it was great to see her back. Lu Xiaofeng recognized Su Chen, and as he inquired what he was doing there, Bai Kai mentioned that Su Chen claimed that he was his brother. Su Chen quickly diverted the topic and noted that Lu Xiaofeng's injury looked quite serious, so he should let him take a look at his wound. Removing the bandage, Lu Xiaofeng remarked that it was just a scratch, but for some reason, it was getting worse, and when Su Chen saw the wound, he explained that it was the cannibals, those things that eat people, because their nails are full of bacteria and viruses, so without medicine, it could be life-threatening. Lu Xiaofeng was crestfallen, and he noted that currently, medicines are rare sources that are impossible to find. But he can't accept it, for him to die like that. He was astonished when Su Chen shoved multiple packs of medicine in front of him and instructed that he should take those, as it should be enough. Bai Kang quickly asked Su Chen where he got so many medicines. But instead of answering her question, Su Chen just stated that he mentioned before that Lu Xiaofeng is his brother. Su Chen explained that in his previous life, there was a man in the military whose combat power was comparable to a humanoid nuclear bomb, known as the God of War, and if that person was Lu Xiaofeng, his investment wouldn't be for nothing. Lu Xiaofeng noted that he owed Su Chen a favor, but he knew that he didn't come there just to deliver medicine, so he should state what he wants. With a serious look on his face, Su Chen disclosed that the Great Flood is coming soon, so they need to evacuate quickly. Su Chen noted that the extreme heat has already caused the glaciers to melt rapidly, resulting in seawater flooding, and by then, the entire land will be submerged in floodwater, which made Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Kang worry. Suddenly, a female student chimed in and dismissed that it was nonsense. She asked Su Chen where the flood was coming from and remarked that she thinks that he just wanted to drive them away and monopolize the school's resources. Su Chen recognized that it was Fang King, his classmate, who was a second-generation rich, famous female boxer at the university, and she likes to create gender divides. Fang King noticed that Su Chen was holding a bag, and she quickly asked him if he had any food in it. She demanded that he should bring it to her and let her see it as she attempted to grab the bag. But to her surprise, Su Chen slapped her across the face. Fang King was astonished, and she questioned Su Chen for daring to hit her. Suddenly, the people behind Su Chen cheered. One of them commented that it was a good slap because Fang King was being a nuisance around there. Another one stated that Fang King has been hogging a whole dorm by herself and they have been fed up with her for a while. Another one agreed and noted that it was just because she has some stinking money at home. And as another expressed that they should kick her out, Su Chen remarked that it looks like Fang King was quite infamous around there. Fang King was pissed, and as she inquired if they dare treat her like that, she stated that she would go find her dad and have all of them killed. As Fang King walked away, Bai Kang asked Su Chen if that was okay, and as Su Chen remarked that Fang King was going to find her dad, he queried Bai Kang if she was going to stop her. Fang King continued to walk out, and she was unaware that someone was about to grab her from behind while she claimed that men in that country are all beneath her, especially Su Chen, as they can't hold a candle to gentlemen from abroad. It was Steel Fang who grabbed Fang King, and as he covered her mouth, he called her sweetie and demanded that she should tell him where Su Chen was. Meanwhile, Su Chen was already walking away from the girls' dormitory, and as he mentioned that he should let Bai Kang handle the evacuation process, Lu Xiaofeng was waving him goodbye, and he urged that Su Chen should take care. Looking at a picture on his phone, Su Chen noted that the most important thing at the moment was to wait for Golden King Snake to mutate and harvest it, and he wondered if he could obtain hydrokinesis abilities by then. Suddenly, a vehicle arrived, and someone called Su Chen, asking him to save them. As he emerged from a corner, Su Chen noticed something in front of him and inquired if it was Fang King. Su Chen saw that Fang King was tied and hanging from the hook of the truck, weakly asking him to save her, and as he questioned her if she had found her dad so quickly, Steel Fang laughed, and as he introduced himself, he disclosed that he was from the Federal Bureau of Evolution. Steel Fang asked if he was Su Chen, and he stated that since he dared to snatch their supplies, he claimed that he was a guy with 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Chen glared at Steel Fang, and he questioned him to confirm if he was from the Federal Bureau of Evolution. Steel Fang affirmed that it was right, and as he slapped the truck, he mentioned that for that meeting, he even prepared a gift for Su Chen. The container doors slowly opened. As the doors fully opened, it revealed that there were a lot of drought demons inside. Steel Fang questioned Su Chen if he was ready to die. Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Kang were startled when they heard a loud noise, and Bai Kang remarked that it was the direction where Su Chen left. Bai Kang decided that she would go check it out first, so Lu Xiaofeng should stay there and guard. But Lu Xiaofeng refused and declared that he was coming with her. Meanwhile, Steel Fang was laughing hysterically. Steel Fang questioned Su Chen if Fang King is his classmate, and as he suggested that he would give Su Chen a chance to be a hero and save the beauty, he declared that if Su Chen kneels and begs him, he will let Fang King go. Su Chen responded that saving Fang King actually isn't impossible, and when Fang King heard that, she questioned Su Chen if it was real, and when she exclaimed that it was great, she urged that Su Chen should hurry up and kneel down to save her. But Su Chen countered that there was a problem. Fang King demanded Su Chen to explain the problem and if he didn't declare that he was going to save her, and she reminded Su Chen that he just promised that he would save her. She was furious as she emphasized that Su Chen vowed to save her and asked how he could go back on his word and if he was even a man. Su Chen asserted that, of course, he is a man, but he is not worthy of saving Fang King, so he suggested that he help her contact those foreign gentlemen and see if they were willing to save her. When Fang King heard that, she insisted that it was the reason, it was just because she called Su Chen inferior, and she questioned Su Chen if he was taking revenge on her like that over such a small thing. As Fang King inquired if Su Chen expected that she would apologize and beg him to save her, she concluded that the truth is that Su Chen is a completely pathetic man, and she doesn't need him to save her. Su Chen questioned Fang King if it was real, and as he pointed ahead, he hoped she would remember her own words in a bit. Fang King was puzzled about what Su Chen was pointing at, so she looked down and saw that the drought demons were already below her, ready to bite. She immediately called Su Chen, admitted that she was wrong, and repeatedly pleaded that he save her while the drought demons were munching on her. Steel Fang laughed hysterically and declared that Su Chen was truly a person who wouldn't help in a dire situation. But it was okay anyway, as he will soon be joining Fang King as he will show him the technology of their Federal Bureau of Evolution. As he applied a black powder to his face, Steel Fang explained that he just applied it to himself, and those monsters would obediently listen. Su Chen remarked that applying ashes to himself would indeed make the drought demons think that he was one of them. Steel Fang was surprised when he heard that the powder was ashes. He quickly started spitting vigorously, and he exclaimed that it was disgusting. Steel Fang cursed, and he commanded the drought demons to get Su Chen and tear him to shreds, and the drought demons did as instructed. As the drought demons charged at him, Su Chen prepared himself to fight and crossed his arms. Su Chen quickly summoned 2 swords, one from each of his hands. He quickly moved past the drought demons while slashing them. As Su Chen landed on the ground, he returned his swords into his space. After he finished spitting, Steel Fang cursed Su Chen as a bastard who dared to play with him before dying, and he turned to check on Su Chen. Steel Fang was startled when he saw Su Chen standing in front of him, and he asked how Su Chen got there. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Kang just turned around the corner and saw what was happening. Bai Kang quickly got alarmed when she saw Su Chen. She exclaimed that Su Chen was surrounded. On the other hand, Steel Fang cursed and he commanded the drought demons to attack, but they didn't move, so he questioned them about what they were standing around for. Su Chen remarked that Steel Fang shouldn't bother shouting, as it was pointless. Steel Fang was astonished, and he questioned Su Chen about what he meant. Those slashes Su Chen made on the drought demons became visible, and Su Chen confirmed that it was because he was already done with them. Steel Fang was surprised, and he questioned how that was possible. Su Chen suddenly entered his space. He used his skill, Space Jump, and as he got transported behind Steel Fang, he stated that he never wanted anything to do with the Federal Bureau of Evolution. Su Chen grabbed Steel Fang's mask and demanded to know who ordered him to come and kill him. When Steel Fang didn't respond, Su Chen declared that he couldn't spare his dog life, which made Steel Fang panic, and he questioned Su Chen about what he was up to. Steel Fang pleaded with Su Chen to stop, but Su Chen just smiled menacingly. Steel Fang's eyes turned red, and he was screaming in pain. Suddenly, the muscles on his neck started to tear, and it exposed his bones. Su Chen pulled out Steel Fang's head along with his spine. When Bai Kang saw that, she was astonished, and as she remarked that it was resolved in an instant just like before, so it was definitely not something that could be achieved through training, she wondered what kind of monster Su Chen was. Meanwhile, Su Chen was grabbing Steel Fang's head, and he remarked that he should restrain a bit when dealing with those small fries, and he wished that there was a capable assistant. On the other hand, at the Green City Hotel, the surroundings were quiet. Inside the room, Duanya was arching her back as she pleaded with someone not to do it. Duanya opened her eyes and called Su Chen's name. She jolted herself into sitting down, and she exclaimed that Su Chen shouldn't leave her behind. When she came to her senses, Duanya was panting, and as she confirmed that she had dreamed about Su China again, she questioned why he hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, Duanya heard a loud noise, and she quickly looked around the room. She recalled when Su Chen questioned what qualification she had to stay by his side if she was useless, and she declared that she absolutely wouldn't become a burden to him. Duanya picked up a gun and determined that she wanted to be Su Chen's right-hand man. As she moved towards where the sound was coming from, she quickly entered and pointed her gun. But to her surprise, the room was empty, and she remarked that it was weird because the voice clearly came from there. Duanya suddenly heard the noise, and she quickly looked behind her. Her eyes widened in surprise when she recognized what it was. Duanya was standing so close to a drought demon, and she looked so horrified as she wondered when it appeared behind her. As Duanya wondered when the drought demon appeared behind her, she took a step away from it. But she bumped into the table behind her. Duanya was alarmed, and as she glanced behind her, she exclaimed that she was blocked by the table. She realized that she was holding a gun, but as she was about to raise it, it bumped against a chair. Duanya was astonished when the gun flew towards the table behind her. The drought demon roared ferociously. Duanya closed her eyes, and she lamented that she was doomed, but suddenly, the drought demon bit the chair beside her. She wondered what was going on and what the drought demon was doing. Duanya noticed that the drought demon had been sniffing around, so she wondered if it could be that it couldn't see. She remarked that he got lucky that time, but currently, the drought demon was too close, and if she made any sound, it would attack, so she wondered what she should do. Duanya remembered the gun, and as she reached out to grab it, she wished that she could just reach it. Her hand was getting close to the gun, and she muttered that it was just a little more. But Duanya suddenly slipped and slammed her body on the table. She quickly turned to look at the drought demon, who was alerted by the sound, and she cursed in her mind. The drought demon roared and was about to attack Duanya. Duanya suddenly recalled when Su Chen mentioned that his resources are limited, so he can't keep her just because he was pretty. She also recalled that Su Chen explained that finding the crystal core in a monster's head will grant her abilities. And she remembered when Su Chen declared that he doesn't allow useless people around him. Duanya was pissed, and she asserted that she was not useless. She used her heel and dug it into the drought demon's eyes. The harp heels went through the drought demon's skull. Duanya gritted her teeth as she wriggled her feet to dig her heels deeper. She pulled her heels out. But suddenly, the drought demon grabbed her leg. Duanya was surprised and horrified when that happened. She quickly acted and dug her heel into the drought demon's eye again. After Duanya pulled her heels out, the drought demon began falling down. The drought demon slumped into the floor in front of Duanya. Grabbing an axe, Duanya proclaimed that it was a shame that Su Chen didn't see it and that she was not useless at all. Duanya stepped on the drought demon's head and declared that she would see if there was a crystal core in its head. Meanwhile, at the engineering university, Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng followed Su Chen's advice and started organizing the students to evacuate. Bai Kang even contacted her brother, Bai Ming, and asked him to bring his troops to join them and ensure the students' safety. And the snake, which Su Chen paid special attention to, also began its mutation. Looking intently at the snake, Su Chen observed that he would see just how far it could mutate. Su Chen noted that he even prepared a big bucket of water for it and placed the bucket on the floor. The snake began moving towards the bucket, and when Su Chen saw that, he was surprised, and he commented that the snake knew that it needed to get into the water to complete its mutation, so that saved him the trouble. As soon as the snake touched the water, it began transforming into a monster. Su Chen was surprised when the bucket started to bulge. The bucket exploded, and water splashed all over the place. When he saw the monster, Su Chen questioned if it had such massive growth from just the initial mutation, and he speculated that it was a good thing that it was only given a bucket of water, as it would have been a disaster if it had waited for the flood to come. Su Chen summoned a sword and suggested that since the snake had chosen to submit to him, he might consider keeping it as a pet. Suddenly, the snake flew towards the window, and when Su Chen saw that, he asked it if it wanted to run away and remarked that it looked like it had really grown some intelligence. As the snake escaped through the window, Su Chen quickly jumped and chased after it. Su Chen raised his sword, and as he identified if it was the snakeskin walk, he lamented that unfortunately it was not fast enough. He plunged his sword into the snake, but instead of stabbing it, the sword broke in half. Su Chen looked disappointed, and he questioned if the scales were actually that hard. The snake roared, and it turned to attack Su Chen. Su Chen lunged towards the snake's head, and he proclaimed that if the blade didn't work, he would just use his fist to smash it to death. He punched the snake's head and smashed it towards the ground. Su Chen was alarmed when he saw that the snake's body started to gather around him. As the snake successfully wrapped itself around Su Chen remarked that it was trying to entangle him, and it was quite cunning. The snake loomed over the restrained Su Chen, and as Su Chen admitted that the attack earlier was just a feint, he asked if it was its true goal. The snake opened its mouth widely, and it was about to devour Su Chen. Meanwhile, on the streets, someone asked another person if they were still watching. It was Bai Ming, and he also teased Bai Kang if she couldn't bear to part with the handsome guy named Su Chen. But Bai Kang retorted that if Bai Ming doesn't speak, no one will treat him like a mute. Bai Ming observed that Bai Kang really likes Su Chen, and as he inquired if Su Chen isn't doomed if he stays there, Bai Kang insisted that Su Chen won't die, but Bai Ming challenged her if she was sure. Bai Kang declared that the first time she saw Su Chen, she felt that he was very strong, and he had that deep gaze that was mysterious and unfathomable. It was like he was a monster, so they will definitely meet again. Suddenly, someone extended their hand to grab something. It was Su Chen, and as he loosened the snake's grip with his other hand, he grabbed the snake's head with the other, and he taunted if it didn't really think that it would trap him. The snake got nervous, and Su Chen mentioned that he heard that snakes have highly developed nerves, so even if someone chops off their heads, they could still bite, and he speculated what would happen if he did something different. Su Chen yanked the snake's head and placed it in front of him. He stepped on the other half of its mouth while pulling up the other half, and he ripped the snake in half. A few moments later, Su Chen picked up a crystal core and exclaimed that he had found it. Su Chen inspected it, and he wondered what kind of ability it could bring him. The extreme heat destroyed people's will, and the flood sweeping the entire world completely destroyed human civilization. Even inland cities like Chengdu could not escape the flood's devastation, and the engineering university's low terrain left only tall buildings, like the administrative building, above water. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who has absorbed the Golden King Snake's crystal core, was currently immersed in the flood, and as he dived further deep into the water, he explained that, as expected, absorbing the Golden King Snake's crystal core granted him a new ability, and his body has undergone further changes. Su Chen remarked that after coming in contact with water, his body not only developed tiny scales, but his strength has also qualitatively improved, and his eyes have become more sensitive to light, as if a protective membrane has formed in front of them. Inspecting his hand, Su Chen noted that he was not using his mouth or nose to breathe, yet he didn't feel any suffocation, and it felt as if he was breathing through his skin, so he wondered if it was the ability of the Golden King Snake. Su Chen commented that although it was not a water manipulation ability, being able to breathe underwater was quite beneficial. As he emerged into the surface, Su Chen observed that the floodwaters surged from the Green City Hotel area, and swimming upstream against the current was possible, but the current was fierce and the debris in the water would act like hidden weapons. Looking into the horizon, Su Chen remarked that it seems that the volcanic eruption has reached its peak, and because Chengdu is far from it, the sky still looks relatively clear, but when the massive amounts of volcanic ash fill the air, blocking out the sun, the doomsday winter won't be far off. Su Chen expressed that in the face of those apocalyptic events, human civilization is just a joke, so to avoid becoming prey, one must enhance their strength, and in his previous life, after the Great Flood, Chengdu saw the emergence of several powerful factions. He mentioned that the low-level terrain in the northern part of the city, forming a water area, was occupied by the army of the Golden King Snake and the Female Corpse King. Su Chen stated that the southern part of the city became the gathering place for the cannibalistic tribe of the Devourer clan. He noted that the western part of the city was controlled by the Rat King and his arm of rats. Su Chen indicated that the eastern part was occupied by the Skull Crusher Gao Kang from the Green City Hotel, and in his previous life, he almost died several times at their hands. But he explained that in that life, he had already dealt with Gao Kang and the Golden King Snake ahead of time, and to stay strong, the best method was to get the remaining crystal cores. Su Chen mentioned that, however, the Devourer clan has a large population and numerous factions, while the female Corpse King is elusive, making it nearly impossible to find her at the moment. He remarked that in his previous life, the University of Technology had experienced a rat plague, so the Rat King should be there, and if he found it in advance, he could get its crystal core with minimal effort. Noticing the sinister creatures that have gathered around him, Su Chen stated that it seems that he has relaxed too much because he has ended up surrounded. On the other hand, two men were holding onto a tower for their dear lives, and one of them cursed and asked how a flood broke out. The bald man noticed something in the water, and he exclaimed that the other man should look because someone seemed to be swimming towards them. But the other man responded that he should stop making a fuss because, at that point, anyone in the water is as good as dead. But as the man turned to look at it, he seemed to recognize who was swimming. The man was surprised when he recognized Su Chen, and he exclaimed that the guy actually hadn't been drowned by the flood. He looked pissed as he remarked that if the Bureau hadn't sent them to watch Su Chen, they wouldn't be stuck in that flood, so if Su Chen dares to come there, he will kick him right back into the water. But the bald man observed that Su Chen was moving really fast, and it looked like something was following him, which surprised the other man. The man screamed when he saw the sinister creatures following Su Chen, and he asked what the hell those things in the water were and why Su Chen was able to swim so fast against the current. The bald man yelled that Su Chen was coming over there, so he called Su Chen, and as he declared that they were from the Federal Bureau of Evolution, he warned him not to come any closer. When Su Chen heard about the Federal Bureau of Evolution, he asked himself if their influence had already spread that far in that lifetime, and he remarked that it was perfect because he could get some information on the situation. The two men were startled when Su Chen suddenly jumped out of the water, and he jumped so high that he was about to reach them at the top of the tower. The bald man was astonished when he saw that Su Chen's foot was coming at him. Su Chen kicked the bald man's face, which made the bald man let go of the tower. The bald man screamed as he fell down, which startled the other man. Suddenly, someone grabbed the bald man's hand. It was the other man, and as he exclaimed that he got him, so he should hold onto the pillar, the bald man cried that he couldn't reach it. The man was clearly struggling, but he yelled that the bald man shouldn't be afraid because he would definitely pull him up. The bald man lamented that he was too heavy, so the man should go because if that goes on, they will both die. But the man yelled that he will never let go, and if they die together. Su Chen, who was crouching above them, demanded that the man should tell him everything he knew about the Federal Bureau of Evolution. But the man cursed on him and responded that he would never tell him even if he killed them, as there would be others to avenge them. As one of the sinister creatures reached out its arms, Su Chen remarked that the man had guts, but he shouldn't blame him. The sinister creature grabbed the bald man's leg. The bald man screamed as he was pulled by the sinister creature. Su Chen commented that the bald man got pulled down himself, so it was really not his fault, but the other man paid no attention to him, and he declared that he was coming to save the bald man. The man jumped into the water, and he was submerged just behind the bald man. He was astonished when he saw the sinister creature that was charging at him. The man immediately cried that he was going to die. But as he flinched, Su Chen suddenly came and slashed the sinister creature. Su Chen moved quickly while he was slashing all the sinister creatures around. When the man saw that, he wondered if Su Chen was really human, and he exclaimed that he was too strong. A few moments later, the three of them were on top of the tower. One of the men remarked that he did owe Su Chen one so he would tell him what he knew, and he revealed that they were actually sent by the Federal Bureau of Evolution to monitor him. The man stated that the Federal Bureau of Evolution is located at the Technology University, led by Chief Liui and a team of researchers, and they were just doing what they were told. Whatever orders come from above, they follow. Su Chen remarked that last time, the rat disaster also erupted at the Technology University, so it seems like there is a connection between the rat disaster and the Federal Bureau of Evolution. So he asked the man if the lab there does research on rats. The man responded that only researchers are allowed into the labs, so they don't know much about what goes on inside. Su Chen declared that no matter what, he had to go investigate the situation there before the rat disaster. Meanwhile, Dunya, who was still in the Green City Hotel, luckily obtained a crystal core from the zombie's head. Her eyes were wide open. She also screamed in surprise. Dunya was out of breath, and as she looked at her hands, she asked if she had succeeded. She suddenly asked if the water had flooded to that floor when she noticed the water, but she didn't notice the tentacles that were lurking around her feet. Dunya suddenly noticed something. She noticed the tentacles that turned out to be huge worms. but they had already slithered around her body, and she asked what that thing was. The huge worms wrapped around her body, and she exclaimed that it was slimy and gross. Dunya was surprised when the mouth of a worm came up to her face. The worm opened its mouth, which contained multiple teeth, and it was ready to attack. It was ferocious, and it pounced towards Dunya. Dunya closed her eyes, but she managed to catch the worm with her hands. But the worms wrapped themselves around her arms, which made her let go of the head, and she was alarmed. Dunya was bent over while the worms slithered around her body, and she cried that she was completely entangled and couldn't move at all. The worms faced Dunya, and she exclaimed that there were many of them. Dunya cursed, and she groaned that she didn't even have time to get used to her ability. She remembered when Chen mentioned that as long as she could find and consume the crystal core, she could obtain its ability, but many monsters look ordinary, and she can't tell what ability the crystal core holds just by their appearance. As Chen materialized an apple, Dunya asked how she could use it if she didn't even know what ability she had. Chen handed the apple to her and instructed that she should feel it, feel her body, feel the environment, feel every change, and try to master and control it. Back in the present, Dunya grinned sinisterly as she muttered that she could feel it. Dunya saw that there was something glowing in the worms' bodies, and she asked if those were their little brains. Her eyes lit up, and she demanded that they should stop immediately. The worms were alarmed, and they were frozen in place. When they let Dunya go, she complained that it was annoying because she was already all sticky and gooey. Dunya grabbed the axe and threatened that the worms should just wait. She declared that she was going to cut them all down like tofu. Dunya swung the axe and vowed that she would cut them all down. A few moments later, a lot of blood was splattered on the walls. Dunya was walking away, and she grumbled that she was all dirty, so she needed to take a bath, unaware that someone was standing behind her. The person asked Dunya if he could join her, and she was startled. Dunya held onto the axe firmly as she turned and demanded who it was. It was Chen, and he commented that it was not bad because Dunya even thought of grabbing a weapon for protection. Dunya was surprised when she recognized Chen. She quickly lunged to hug him, and she exclaimed that it was great that Chen was finally back because she was worried. Dunya noticed something, and she asked Chen what he was pressing against her. When Dunya realized what it was, she quickly pushed herself away from Chen, and as she questioned him why he wasn't wearing any clothes again, Chen laughed and explained that the water was too dirty, so he took off all his clothes as he would go take a shower right away. A few moments later, someone was in a bathtub, and they sighed that it felt so good. It was Chen who was in the bathtub with Dunya, and he commented that only when one goes out do they realize that home is still the best. Dunya was massaging Chen's shoulder when Chen remembered to ask her if she had awakened an ability. She asked Chen if he saw it, and Chen admitted that he didn't see it, but he could feel it through the temperature of her mouth. Dunya was flustered when she heard what Chen remarked, and she asked what kind of temperature there could be in her mouth. Chen asked Dunya what her ability was, and when Dunya revealed that it seemed to be a type of mind control ability, he questioned her if that mind control ability could be used on food. Dunya confessed that she didn't know, and she asked if she should practice on Chen first. Chen asked Dunya how she would practice. Suddenly, Chen's iris lit up. Dunya used her ability on Chen to make herself look different in his eyes, and as she called him master, she asked his opinion on that kind of practice. But she was startled when she saw a huge monster behind Chen, and she wondered what it was, if it was Chen's mental power. Dunya was astonished, and she admitted that if it weren't for Chen's consent, she might have collapsed the moment she tried to influence him. Chen had that sinister glow in his eyes as he laughed, and he commented that he could see that it was quite a good ability. He declared that he was going to make Dunya practice until her legs went weak, and he laughed. The morning came, and the currents around the Green City Hotel had relatively calmed down. Suddenly, someone fired a gun. They were shooting some worms, and the worms' bodies exploded. Chen was teaching Dunya to shoot, and he instructed that she should focus her mind, control it with her thoughts, and set her aim. But Dunya asked if Chen wasn't going to the University of Technology and why he still had time to teach her shooting. Chen stated that he was giving Dunya half a day to familiarize herself with her abilities and shooting skills, and as he asked her to confirm if she mentioned that she was from the medical university, Dunya said yes and asked him why. Chen announced that Dunya was coming with him next because it was time to show her usefulness. While they were riding a speedboat to travel to the University of Technology, Dunya asked Chen if it was okay for her to come out dressed like that, and Chen responded that it was fine because even if she didn't wear anything, no one could do anything to her. Dunya was the one craving the speedboat, and while Chen was leisurely drinking his wine on the back, she asked him if he had been to the technology university before. When Chen confirmed and that he came to see a friend, he wondered if his friend survived. Dunya reassured Chen shouldn't worry because good people have good fortune. They continued to travel through the waters for some time. A few moments later, Dunya announced that they had arrived. They arrived at a gloomy, barricaded place, and she revealed that it was the Technology University. Chen quickly looked to their side when he noticed something. A man was on the walls, and he fired his gun. Chen quickly grabbed Duanya and protected her from the bullets. The man inquired who they were and what they were doing there. Chen explained that it was the Technology University where the mutant Rat King rose last time. He showed himself in front of the boat, and as he mentioned that they were there to join the Federal Bureau of Evolution, he asked the man if he could open the gate for them. The man acted alarmed, and as he asked if there was even a bunny girl, he called Duanya sweetie and suggested that he would let her in if she spent the night with him, but as for the guy, he should go back to where he came from. Duanya smiled brightly, and as she showed the food to them, she requested if they could open the gate for them for the sake of that braised pork. The man was astonished when he saw the braised pork, and he exclaimed that it was real braised pork. He quickly called Lu Tao, the man below him, and he instructed that he should open the gate quickly because he hasn't seen meat in ages, which made Lu Tao reluctantly agree. The gates were opened, and the speedboat went inside. The man directed that they should park the boat by the side and give him the braised pork, and as he called Lu Tao, he ordered that they should take them inside. Lu Tao tried to protest about the braised pork, but the man commanded that he should shut up because it was all his, and they were unaware that Duanya was using her mind control ability on them. The man was unaware that he was holding a rotten hand, and he commented that it smells so good, so for the sake of that braised pork, he will let them in for the meantime, and they will send Chen to the lab later. Lu Tao went with Chen and Duanya, and he indicated that he would show them the way. He added that since they will all be living in the base from that point onward, it was only right that they help each other. Lu Tao explained that the lower levels are for the elderly, children, and other lowlifes, so he will take them upstairs to find a clean room when a kid suddenly bumps into him. He got annoyed, and as he asked the kid what was wrong with her and if she couldn't walk properly, the kid apologized and mentioned that she was feeling a bit dizzy. Duanya quickly checked on the kid, and as she observed that it looked like she was too weak from hunger, she asked the kid where her parents were, to which the kid answered and shared that they went to find food and haven't come back yet. Duanya commented that she had a piece of bread there, and as she handed it to the kid, she asked her if she wanted it. The kid was in pain, but she still asked Duanya, whom she called Bunny Sister, if she wouldn't be hungry if she ate the bread. Duanya was flustered when she heard what the kid called her when Chen suddenly chimed in and assured that the kid shouldn't worry because her bunny sister will never go hungry. The kid argued that Chen was lying because there was no one who didn't go hungry those days, which made Chen snicker. Chen stated that the kid could doubt his character, but she shouldn't doubt his strength, and he summoned something. As Chen summoned some food and proudly declared that they won't go hungry as long as someone is his woman, Lu Tao asked where that hot pot came from, and when the kid saw the hot pot, she expressed that she wanted to be Chen's woman too. Duanya quickly shoved the bread in the kid's mouth, who chewed on it with tears in her eyes, and advised that kids shouldn't talk nonsense, so she should eat up. Suddenly, Chen heard someone cursing and shouted that someone was cooking food there. 3 men arrived, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, commanded that the bunch of lowlifes should get lost, and as he asked if they didn't know that hoarding food was against the rules, he mentioned that all materials must be handed over first and exchanged for contribution points. He stated that he didn't remember anyone exchanging food those past few days and asked who was breaking the rules. The kid got terrified, and as she clung to Duanya reassured that she shouldn't be afraid because she would make sure that those men spoke properly. Duanya glanced over to Chen and he nodded. The leader was startled when someone called for his attention. It was Duanya, and as she asked the men if it wasn't the food they were after all that time, she summoned some food and announced that those things were prepared for them. Her eyes glowed as she used her mind control ability, and she commanded that they should enjoy themselves to their heart's content. The men were amazed, and as one of them commented that it was much meat, the other stated that it smelled so good, while the other cursed and declared that it was all his before laughing hysterically. The 3 of them munched on the food like there was no tomorrow, and as one of them commented that the familiar feeling was making him want to cry, the leader remarked that it was delicious and good. The leader laughed and acknowledged that Duanya was quite a sensible girl, so he would punish her again that night. But he declared that the newcomer broke the rules and must be punished, which amused Chen, and he asked if they would punish him. The leader commanded that they should bring them out. They immediately brought out 2 chained men that didn't seem to be in their right minds, and the leader informed that the punishment is a life or death duel with those 2, either Chen kills them or be killed by them. Chen immediately recognized that they were the 2 brothers he had encountered before at the tower, and he wondered what was going on. Meanwhile, the kid took a peek, and she seemed to have recognized someone. She suddenly called those men her big brother and second brother, and as she asked what happened to them, Duenya was surprised, and she inquired the kid if they were her brothers. The kid was in tears as she called the men bastards and demanded that they should let go of her brothers while Duenya was holding her back, and she advised that the kid shouldn't go near them because they were not in their right minds. One of the men commented that those brothers messed up the mission and couldn't come up with contribution points, so they were sentenced to death, and the leader stated that killing them outright was such a waste and he couldn't allow that, so he kept them around for some fun. The leader admitted that he didn't expect them to know the brothers, so things just got more interesting, and he has decided that if Chen loses the duel, he will throw the little girl into the water with her brothers to feed the water ghouls. The leader stated that if Chen loses, he will throw those 3 siblings into the water to feed the water ghouls. Chen observed the 2 brothers, and he commented that they seemed to be in some frenzied state, so he wondered if they were injected with drugs. The leader suddenly declared that the duel would begin. The other men quickly let go of the chains after the signal was given. The bald man was ferocious as he quickly charged towards Chen. But Chen was unfazed. Chen raised his hand. He hit the other brother in the neck in one swift motion, while he slapped the bald man on the other hand. The 2 brothers were knocked out on the floor in an instant. The kid quickly called her brothers with worry, and as she was about to run to them, Duenya stopped her and mentioned that she shouldn't worry because they would be fine. The leader was surprised, and as he asked if it was finished already, he cursed and muttered that he wasted 2 doses of his medicine, but he should just forget it as those were just 2 useless pieces of trash anyway. He remarked that he was in a good mood at that moment, so if Chen handed over all their supplies, he would pretend that never happened. But Chen asked the man why he should hand over his supplies to him. One of the men questioned Chen if he was new there and noted that anyone entering the technology university must follow their boss Liu's rules to keep things in order and weed out freeloaders, which the leader, Boss Liu, confirmed and explained that they don't support freeloaders there, so if Chen wanted to stay, he needed to earn contribution points, which he could earn by handing over resources or finding supplies. When Chen heard about the contribution points, he commented that it was just like money, but obviously it benefits those who make the rules, so Chen agreed, but he explained that their last bit of food was eaten by them, so they have nothing left. Suddenly, a huge man appeared, whom Boss Liu nervously referred to as Captain Guo, and he invited Chen to work for him if he wanted contribution points. Duenya was astonished by what she was seeing, while Chen looked a bit concerned. Men who have lost a lot of teeth were gagged and were biting on a wooden stick. They were wearing weird masks and carrying a huge log on their shoulders. Those men were carrying the huge Captain Guo, who was sitting on his throne, and he announced that free meals, accommodation, and high salary positions were available. Suddenly, one of the men stumbled. He fell to the floor and let go of the log he was carrying. Captain Guo glowered at the man. He suddenly grabbed a wooden pole. Captain Guo threw a spear at the man on the floor, and the man screamed in pain as it pierced through his back. Both Duenya and Chen were astonished by what they saw. Captain Guo stated that, as they could see, they are short on people, so Chen was just in time to replace the man, and especially the bunny girl, Duenya, he would give her a can of luncheon meat and unlimited instant noodles every day. He mentioned that they should remember that it was already the apocalypse and industrial production had ceased, so he was making a big sacrifice for Duenya. And as he grabbed the lady by his side, Captain Guo lamented that no one knew that he would be so bored with those guys already. Boss Liu stated that their boss was giving them a generous offer, so he advised them to accept it, while the other man remarked that it was great because if Captain Guo gets a new woman, he will let them have fun with the previous ones. Suddenly, Captain Guo noticed a smell, and as he asked the men what they had been eating, the men were petrified, and they were alarmed as they explained that when they saw the meat, they forgot that eating meat without Captain Guo's permission was a death sentence. The men quickly bowed and apologized to Captain Guo. They promised that they wouldn't do it again and requested that he give them another chance because, in the future, they would always give any food to him first. But Captain Guo got mad, and he shouted that they should shut up because the smell is killing him, and as he asked them if they ate fish, he demanded that they stop talking and get away from him. Chen wondered if Captain Guo saw through Duenya's mind control, but he realized that Captain Guo was not affected at all. The men were nervous and stupefied as Boss Liu tried to tell Captain Guo what they ate. But suddenly, they felt a panging pain that made them sweat profusely. Boss Liu coughed up blood, and he screamed that his stomach hurt so much. He mentioned that he should quickly go to the bathroom as he couldn't hold it in while the other man was asking why it suddenly hurt so much, and the other man was just screaming in pain. Seeing them, Captain Guo cursed, and as he questioned how he ended up with such a bunch of idiots, he muttered that one day he would get rid of all those fools. Chen was observing Captain Guo closely, and he noted that it was strange because he couldn't sense any abilities from him, yet he gave off a very powerful aura, and under his influence, everyone snapped out of Duenya's mind control. He wondered what kind of person Captain Guo was, but he commented that, judging by his subordinates, he couldn't be anything good. Su Chen remarked that killing them at the moment would complicate his plans, as he needed to find the mutant rats first, when Captain Guo suddenly called him a kid and asked what he thought of his offer. Su Chen responded that he was not interested. Captain Guo laughed, and as he declared that Su Chen shouldn't worry because he would come begging to him one day, he called Lu Tao and instructed him to take the front position as he was leaving, to which Lu Tao quickly agreed and started moving. Su Chen watched as Captain Guo got carried away on his throne. Duanya quickly apologized to Su Chen and remarked that Captain Guo's mental strength was very strong, so her ability didn't have any effect on him. But Su Chen stated that it was not her fault because if those guys didn't die after eating the water ghouls' corpse, there was definitely something strange, so they needed to be careful. Suddenly, someone approached Su Chen and informed him that he had angered the guards, so they wouldn't let him go. The guy called Su Chen by his name and urged him to come with him immediately. Su Chen asked the guy if he knew him and why he was helping them, and the guy was baffled as he identified himself as Mao Po Yuan, Tian Yu's roommate, and they had met when Su Chen last visited the school. Meanwhile, a huge building was eerily quiet and relatively empty. Captain Guo was inside, and as he instructed Lu Tao to keep an eye on Duanya and not let them escape, Lu Tao asked Captain Guo if he was thinking about something. Captain Guo licked his lips sleazily and laughed. Imagining Duanya, Captain Guo remarked that in the apocalypse, women as hot as here are rare. A huge building that had multiple makeshift wooden bridges stood tall in the middle of the waters. Inside, Duanya mentioned that though their supply of medicines was not abundant, it was sufficient for the time being. Duanya treated one of the brothers, and as she remarked that they were not in immediate danger, the kid thanked her and exclaimed that she was amazing. Meanwhile, Su Chen asked Mao Po Yuan if all the students lived there, to which Mao Po Yuan confirmed and explained that all the surviving students, regardless of gender, were taking refuge there. Mao Po Yuan added that since Tian Yu often helped everyone, that place was considered their field team's territory, which intrigued Su Chen, as Mao Po Yuan affirmed that it was right and that their field team was strong enough to fight the Devourer clan head-on even if they encountered them. Su Chen noticed that someone armed approached them. It was Tian Yu, and he inquired if Su Chen was interested in joining in. Mao Po Yuan teased that Tian Yu should look who he brought back and gestured towards Su Chen. Tian Yu took off his mask, cursed, and exclaimed that it was really Su Chen. He quickly hugged Su Chen and admitted that he thought he was gone and couldn't believe that he was still alive, so it was great. To which Su Chen responded that it had been a long time since they saw each other, and Tian Yu agreed that it was rare for them to meet again, so they must have a drink. He added that he just came back from a mission so he could stay with him for a few days. Suddenly, Tian Yu noticed something. Tian Yu saw Duanya and pointed out that he had seen her before as she was the legendary beauty of their university, the cold goddess Duanya, but Duanya shrugged it off and dismissed that those were things of the past, and they didn't matter anymore. Tian Yu asked Mao Po Yuan why the legendary goddess was there and dressed as a bunny girl, but instead of answering his question, Mao Po Yuan asked if she was senior Duanya from the medical school, and remarked that it was no wonder she was beautiful. Duanya called Su Chen and mentioned that she needed to change her clothes as it was too embarrassing to be dressed like that in front of juniors, to which Su Chen agreed and encouraged her to change. Both Mao Po Yuan and Tian Yu got nosebleeds, and as Mao Po Yuan questioned why Su Chen hugged the goddess, Tian Yu cursed. A few moments later, Tian Yu ushered them into a room. He apologized and mentioned that it was a bit messy there, so he requested that Su Chen sit wherever he liked while Duanya could change in the room. And as Duanya thanked Tian Yu, Su Chen was amazed and observed that it was a luxury single room, to which Mao Po Yuan chimed in and admitted that he was jealous, and it was all thanks to contribution points. Tian Yu noticed that Su Chen didn't bring any bags and inquired where the clothes were from. But Su Chen distracted him by asking if he was right that his missions must be very dangerous. Tian Yu responded by asking if there was anywhere that wasn't dangerous. He remarked that Su Chen and Duanya were lucky as they looked clean, so they hadn't experienced the apocalypse yet, so they shouldn't leave and should join the field team as he could take care of them. He added that someone as excellent as Duanya wouldn't even need to go out for food, and she could just take care of the wounded. But Tian Yu warned Su Chen about something, and Su Chen asked him what it was. Tian Yu advised Su Chen to stop showing off everywhere. He also urged Su Chen to stop making people wear bunny girl outfits, and as he inquired what Su Chen was thinking when it was the apocalypse, Su Chen assured him that Tian Yu shouldn't worry because he would protect Duanya. Tian Yu hit Su Chen on the head to scold him, and as Tian Yu reiterated that Su Chen should make sure that he did, Tian Yu reminded him of high school when he got bullied and didn't dare to fight back, and Tian Yu was the one who chased those guys away. While Dunya undressed inside the room, Tianyu confided that Captain Guo wasn't a nice guy, and the women he took an interest in never had a good ending, especially beautiful ones like Dunya. As Tianyu warned that Captain Guo wouldn't let it go easily, Dunya was still changing in the room, and she was unaware that Jai was watching her. Suddenly, Jai pointed a dagger at Dunya's throat and ordered her not to move. Dunya asked Jai who she was and what she wanted, and Jai informed her that Captain Guo sent her to help arrange her accommodation. Jai added that Dunya was a woman, so she couldn't sleep with those men, but Dunya countered that there was enough space there, so they didn't need her help. But Jai insisted that it wouldn't do because Captain Guo specifically asked for Dunya to go over. Dunya used her mind control ability on Jai and commanded that they didn't need it. Jai's eyes turned red, and she froze when she got under Dunya's mind control. Dunya asked if Jai could let go, and Jai complied. Dunya remarked that using mental power to forcibly control someone was difficult, but she could manage for a short time. She walked towards the door and mentioned that Chen could handle the rest when Jai's hand suddenly moved. Jai suddenly dug the dagger she was holding in her hand. Dunya noticed that, and she asked Jai if she pierced her own palm to use the pain to force herself awake. Jai did not answer Dunya's questions and charged at her without a word. Dunya was slammed against the wall when Jai pressed her body against hers and Jai raised her dagger. Jai sneered that she almost fell for Dunya's trick and that she was a strange little girl. Suddenly, Tianyu and Myo Po Yuan knocked on the door of the room and asked Dunya what was happening in there, why there was so much noise just from changing clothes, and if she was okay. Jai covered Dunya's mouth, and as the guys observed that there was no answer and if something really happened, they announced that they were coming in. The door broke, and Chen stood in front of it. Jai glared at Chen and declared that he was courting death. She quickly charged towards Chen without a second thought. Jai got closer and closer to Chen's silhouette. Suddenly, Tianyu appeared between them, and he warned Chen to be careful. Jai's eyes widened in surprise when she heard what Tianyu uttered. At that moment, she saw Chen's face looking at her. Jai was astonished, and she immediately recognized him. She was horrified as she recalled the engineering university. As Jai remembered the one called Chen, she recollected Chen's sinister figure, who eliminated their guys with ease. She remembered how Chen choked the leader and muttered that he was the devil. Jai confessed that although she had killed many people, her instinct told her that if she made a move against Chen, she would be dead. Jai admitted that she must do something. She quickly went past Tianyu and bowed in front of Chen. Dunya was baffled by what Jai did while Jai crawled in front of Chen and requested that her master punish her. Tianyu was surprised when he heard Jai address Chen as master. On the other hand, Chen asked Jai who her master was. Jai asked Chen if he stated that her sincerity was not enough. She suddenly removed all of her clothes and asked him what he thought about it. Both Myo Po Yuan and Tianyu were surprised and flustered by what Jai did, and Tianyu asked Chen if he currently had such a heavy taste. Meanwhile, Jai's eyes looked cunning. Something suddenly exploded, and they exclaimed that it was not good because it was a smoke bomb. Jai ran for her life, and they shouted that she was trying to escape. But to Jai's surprise, Chen was able to quickly grab her face. Chen asked Jai if she claimed that it would be that easy to get away. Jai panicked, and as she cried out that Chen should wait a minute because he couldn't kill her, she asked him if he remembered the girl he saved, and she revealed that she and her two brothers had been taken to the arena. But Chen just replied that it didn't matter. Chen ordered that Jai should get lost, and he threw her out of the building and into the water. Tianyu asked Myo Po Yuan who the girl Jai mentioned was, and Myo Po Yuan informed that it was Xiao Mei and her two brothers and that the guards must have taken them while they just left. Myo Po Yuan asked Tianyu what they should do because if they didn't save them, they would be bitten to death by those big rats. It caught Chen's attention when Myo Po Yuan mentioned rats. Chen suggested that they should go check it out while Tianyu walked after him and urged him to stay calm and try to avoid conflicts. On the other hand, at the arena, Captain Guo declared that Xiao Mei's two brothers failed to complete their task, which is a death sentence. Captain Guo proposed that since Xiao Mei was willing to enter the arena, he might consider giving them a chance. While the two of Xiao Mei's brothers were tied up and had a noose on their necks, one of them pleaded that Xiao Mei should run and not believe Captain Guo, but Captain Guo warned that it was too late to leave at that moment. Xiao Mei vowed that she wouldn't leave and asked Captain Guo if he would really let them go. Captain Guo answered of course, as long as she could survive. The gates opened, and a huge rat came out behind Xiao Mei. With a terrified look on her face, Xiao Mei slowly looked behind her. She saw that the huge rat had opened its mouth to devour her. The rat bit Xiao Mei's arm, and she screamed in pain. Xiao Mei continued to scream as the rat waved her around in the air. She recalled how one of her brothers mentioned that he found a lot of mushrooms, and as she asked her brother if mushrooms weren't poisonous, the bald man, her other brother, asked how they could let Xiao Mei eat something so uncertain. The bald man volunteered to try first, and if he didn't die, Xiaomei could eat it, and the other brother asked him if he was crazy. A few moments later, the bald man's mouth started foaming, and as he gasped that there were many red umbrellas in the sky, the other brother panicked, and he yelled that they were poisonous, while Xiaomei urged that he should quickly spit them out. Xiaomei also recalled the time when her brothers were about to go on a task, and as one of them explained that once they completed the task, they would get contribution points, the bald man agreed and celebrated that they wouldn't have to starve anymore. One of her brothers advised that she should remember to be good and not run around, while the bald man reminded her to wait for them to come back and eat something delicious. Back in the present, her other brother insisted that Xiaomei should run and not worry about them, while the bald man encouraged her to live well. Captain Guo commanded that they should shut them up. A guard kicked the log where the brothers were standing. The two brothers immediately groaned and screamed in pain as the noose began to tighten around their necks. Xiaomei quickly called for her big brother and second brother with worry, but the rat was still biting her arm, so she gritted her teeth and prepared to attack. Xiaomei screamed as she raised the wooden stick in the air. She dug the wooden stick into the rat's eye. The rat began squeaking in pain, and Xiaomei fell to the floor when the rat let go of her. Xiaomei quickly charged towards her brothers and cried that she was there to save them. She was crying as she begged them to hang in there. But the rat she just injured was enraged, and it started to chase after her. Xiaomei fell face first on the floor when the rat stomped on her back. Captain Guo laughed, and as he asked if a little kid was trying to save her brothers, he mocked that it was ridiculous, and that was why trash like them shouldn't be alive. Xiaomei was helpless as she called for her big brother and second brother while the rat was about to attack her from behind. The two brothers were gritting their teeth, and they wondered why it was happening when they just wanted to live. Xiaomei pleaded if someone could help them and who could save them. Suddenly, Chen appeared and killed the rat by slapping it. The rat's head was gone in an instant. Xiaomei was astonished by what she just saw. Meanwhile, Tianyu was with Duanyan Tianyu, and he complained that Chen was too impulsive. Captain Guo was also astonished by what he just witnessed. On the other hand, Chen asked if that was all and observed that it seemed like the rat was just big. But in his mind, he noted that there were no crystal cores in the rat and that it felt different from ordinary mutant creatures. Captain Guo cursed Chen and threatened that he was seeking death. Another gate started to open up. There were more rats in there, and as they looked at Chen with their evil eyes, Captain Guo promised that he would fulfill Chen's wish. Tianyu and Mai Opo Yun helped the brothers while Duanya got Xiaomei, and as Tianyu suggested that they should rest there for a while, Xiaomei asked her brothers if they were alright. The bald man replied that it was thanks to Xiaomei and that she saved them. Xiaomei responded that it was Chen who saved them. On the other hand, Jai walked around while she soaked wet, leaving puddles on the floor. Jai was with a doctor, and as he asked her if the man down there was the special research material that she mentioned, Jai confirmed yes, and that utilizing his genes would definitely solve the instability of the Doomsday genes. Watching Chen, the doctor inquired if it was real because those rats were created using the latest technology, making them bigger and more ferocious than before. The doctor remarked that if Chen died there, he didn't deserve to be his special experimental subject. But he was startled when he noticed something. Chen slashed the huge rats with his knife and eliminated them easily. The bald man asked if the rats were instantly taken down, while Tianyu questioned if he was really the Chen he knew. Meanwhile, Captain Guo cursed Chen. On the other hand, Chen stated that there were no crystal nucleus there either. Suddenly, the doctor used the speakers and cleared his throat. While Chen was still in the arena, the doctor called for everyone's attention. He announced that Chen was the experimental material he needed, so Lao Guo, the captain, and Tianyu should bring Chen up there for him. Lao Guo laughed and commented that the boss had spoken, so Chen was done for, while Tianyu was alarmed. The doctor declared that it didn't matter if Chen was alive or dead. Meanwhile, Mao Po Yun called Duanya and urged that they should leave quickly because the situation was dire, so if they didn't go immediately, they wouldn't be able to leave. But Duanya refused and said that she wouldn't leave because, as long as Chen was there, she wouldn't go anywhere. On the other hand, Lao Guo called Tianyu and taunted that he heard that he and Chen were brothers, but they were only able to survive the apocalypse thanks to their boss, so he asked Tianyu who he would choose and laughed maniacally. Chen asked Tianyu what was going on. Tianyu explained that the man upstairs was Liu Han, and at the beginning of the apocalypse, he developed a drug that made people stronger, thus he was able to control the university. He mentioned that the drug required them to trade their life force for strength, so once they couldn't get the drug, they became weaker than anyone else. Chen asked Tianyu if he would be willing to come with him if he proposed that he had a way. But Tianyu apologized to Chen and admitted that he was afraid that he had no choice. Lao Guo laughed hysterically and exclaimed that he never expected to see brothers turning against each other that day, which was interesting. He commented that the time was almost up and the boss was still waiting. Lao Guo charged at Chen and demanded that he should let him do it. Suddenly, Tianyu jumped off the ground. Tian Yu kicked Lao Guo in the face and declared that he didn't want to choose that day. Lao Guo crashed and skidded on the ground. Tian Yu took off his jacket and loomed over Lao Guo, who was pissed at him. Lao Guo questioned Tian Yu for daring to betray Liu Han, but Tian Yu replied that he didn't care about the boss because he just wanted to use the drug to control him. He said that he had nothing to lose, so if he died, he died. Su Chen was moved by what Tian Yu did. Tian Yu proclaimed that if anyone dared to touch his brother, he would fight them to death, and Su Chen remarked that Tian Yu was just like before. Tian Yu charged forward to attack Lao Guo, and Lao Guo challenged that since he wanted to die, he would crush them all together. But Tian Yu retorted that with just Lao Guo, he was far from enough. He bombarded Lao Guo with punches. Lao Guo laughed and revealed that Liu Han knew that Tian Yu would betray him, so he gave Tian Yu the level 1 drug, and he used the level 2 drug. Tian Yu was astonished when he heard about the level 2 drug. Lao Guo raised his meteor hammers and boasted that his fat was the strongest defense, so no one could hurt him. He swung his meteor hammers to attack Tian Yu. Tian Yu managed to block Lao Guo's meteor hammers with his hands, but the force was strong that he coughed up blood. Seeing that Tian Yu was struggling, Lao Guo laughed. Lao Guo declared that Tian Yu should die. He clicked a button that was on his meteor hammer. When Tian Yu saw that, he exclaimed that it was not good because the meteor hammer was electrified. Tian Yu was horrified, and he prepared himself to be electrocuted. But suddenly, Su Chen kicked the meteor hammer away from Tian Yu. Lao Guo was astonished when he saw that his meteor hammer was flying towards him. While Su Chen stepped on Lao Guo's meteor hammers and dug them into his eye and chest, he mocked Lao Guo by asking if he was right that he heard no one could hurt him. Tian Yu was surprised with what he saw that his mouth was left wide open. Mio, Po Yuan and Duan Yu were surprised as well. Meanwhile, Liu Han looked upset with what he just saw. Lao Guo screamed in pain as he got electrocuted by his meteor hammers. Su Chen effortlessly landed back on the ground and left Lao Guo. Liu Han remarked that it was interesting and that he was getting more and more intrigued by Su Chen. He explained that he had spent all his resources and manpower there to find a way to evolve humans into perfect beings, leading to significant breakthroughs in his experiments. Liu Han declared that Su Chen's recent display of strength proved his value. He offered Su Chen an opportunity to join his experiment and become the first perfect human. But Su Chen asked him if he meant a rat when he mentioned the perfect human. Liu Han was amused and acknowledged that Su Chen managed to guess his primary research direction. He confirmed that Su Chen was right because rat genes are indeed the closest to human genes. He added that he would use rat genes to create an army of rat men and conquer the world, and in such a case, the apocalypse would be heaven for them, so he laughed and asked Su Chen if he was excited. Su Chen responded that he was not excited at all because it sounded really stupid. Liu Han was disappointed by Su Chen's response. While Jai was aiming a rifle at Su Chen, Liu Han pointed out that it seemed Su Chen didn't understand how great evolution could be, so he should show him. Jai fired the rifle. The rifle didn't fire a bullet but a syringe, and it went past Su Chen. The syringe hit Lao Guo. Lao Guo's body started to disfigure and his skin squirmed. Seeing what happened, Tian Yu asked if Lao Guo's body was mutating. Duan Yu inquired what kind of things those people were researching. As Lao Guo continued to transform, Liu Han commented that he was a sumo wrestler and his fat made him resistant to hits. He turned into a disgusting monster, and Liu Han observed that Su Chen was no match for Lao Guo, who had combined with the level 3 drug he just injected, which enhanced strength and healed. Liu Han asked Su Chen if he could see the greatness of evolution. But Su Chen gave Liu Han the middle finger and retorted that he was just turning people into monsters. Liu Han retorted that Su Chen was an ignorant fool and ordered them to kill him and extract his genes from his corpse. Lao Guo roared loudly, and Su Chen immediately became vigilant of his movements. He rolled at incredible speed towards Su Chen, and Su Chen quickly took a step back. Duan Yu warned that Su Chen should watch out. Su Chen prepared to take Lao Guo head on, and he insisted that Lao Guo should give it to him. He grabbed Lao Guo and demanded that he should stop. Su Chen managed to grab the meteor hammer, and as he asked Lao Guo if he claimed that putting a couple of batteries in a weapon could kill someone, he ripped its batteries out. He vowed that he would let Lao Guo taste the batteries as well. Su Chen shoved the batteries into Lao Guo's mouth. The batteries started to produce sparks as they got crushed inside Lao Guo's mouth. Su Chen confidently turned his back, and a huge explosion occurred. Tian Yu asked if Lao Guo was dead, while Duan Yu just stood there, worried. On the other hand, Liu Han commented that Su Chen used the battery explosions to cause damage. But Liu Han pointed out that the level 3 drug had a strong healing capability, and Lao Guo began healing himself. As Lao Guo, who looked completely like a monster, stood back up, Liu Han declared that in the face of the power of evolution, Su Chen was utterly powerless, and he laughed maniacally. Su Chen charged towards Lao Guo and complained that it was annoying. He delivered a powerful punch to Lao Guo's face. Lao Guo was crushed on the ground, and Su Chen continued to bombard him with punches. Su Chen remarked that very few people knew about superpowers those days, so it would be best not to let others see how he used his. As the arena got filled with dust, Dunya commented that it was blocking the view. On the other hand, Liu Han wondered what exactly Su Chen was planning. Meanwhile, Su Chen jumped over Lao Guo, and he remarked that the guy kept recovering, so Liu Han's research was quite something. But Su Chen noted that his space didn't just contain supplies, and he used his skill, Space Unfold. Huge chunks of cement and metal bars were summoned, and they all fell towards Lao Guo. Lao Guo froze in place, and Su Chen boasted that he had prepared so many secret weapons. When Tianyu heard those materials crashing on the ground, he asked what that noise was. On the other hand, Liu Han wondered what Su Chen was up to at that moment. As the dust began to dissipate, the mountain of debris was revealed, and Su Chen was sitting on top of it. Dunya, Tianyu, and Miao Po-Yuan were all surprised by what they saw. Tianyu asked if it was a pile of cement and steel and if the fatty was buried underneath the debris. Meanwhile, Liu Han was enraged, and he cursed Su Chen. He declared that he didn't care who Su Chen was or where he got that pile of junk because he would make sure that Su Chen died without a place for burial for daring to provoke him like that. As the rats around the arena woke up, Liu Han warned that Su Chen should look around him because they were all dead meat for sure. But Su Chen merely commented that it was perfect because he wasn't planning on letting any of them go either. Dunya stated that they were surrounded. Tianyu remarked that they were the ones who once went to the lab, and he asked if they had all mutated into rat men. Su Chen declared that his target was Liu Han up there because if they didn't deal with him, things would never end. Miao, Po-Yuan, and Dunya were taken aback when Su Chen mentioned that he would leave things to Dunya. Dunya remembered when Su Chen told her that she had no right to stay by his side if she lost her value, so she replied that Su Chen shouldn't worry because she would keep them under control. Su Chen walked away and instructed that if Dunya couldn't handle it, she should just call out to him loudly. Dunya took a step forward to take charge. She called everyone and announced that they should listen up. Dunya explained that she would control those guys, and in her mind, she thought that there were quite a lot of them, and she had never controlled so many at once, but she must do it. She directed that everyone should just focus on killing. Back in the building, Liu Han asserted that they were a few mere traitors, so they would become food for the rat men. Liu Han watched as the situation unfolded below him. Suddenly, one of the doctors reported and informed that Su Chen had taken down the security personnel in the building and broken into Yunyun's room, which surprised Liu Han. Liu Han questioned Su Chen for daring to break into that place, and he ordered that the doctors immediately inject the Doomsday gene. One of the doctors warned that the gene fusion was still unstable, so it was too risky, but Liu Han commanded that he should just do as he said. Liu Han vowed that he would personally deal with Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen entered the room where Yunyun was, and the place was filled with huge cylindrical glass containers. Different kinds of monsters were enclosed in the containers. Suddenly, a container caught Su Chen's attention. Su Chen recognized that Yunyun was in the container and inquired how she was there. He noted that after their encounter at the bar, he never expected to meet Yunyun there. Su Chen decided that it was better to save Yunyun first. A few moments later, Su Chen managed to get Yunyun out of the container, and he carried her in his arms. Yunyun slowly regained her consciousness, and she asked if he was Su Chen. Su Chen confirmed that it was him and that Yunyun shouldn't worry because he would get her out of there. Yunyun mentioned that she was hungry. Su Chen asked Yunyun to confirm if she was hungry. Suddenly, Liu Han opened the door behind Su Chen and demanded that Su Chen should let go of Yunyun. Liu Han fired 2 arrows at Su Chen. Su Chen managed to grab one of the arrows with his bare hand. Liu Han shouted that Su Chen should take his filthy hands off because Yunyun was the woman he chose. While Su Chen wondered if Liu Han had ice abilities, he questioned Liu Han when he claimed that Yunyun was the woman he chose and asked him if he was shopping for merchandise. Liu Han boasted that in the apocalypse, ordinary people were just ants, so someone like him, who holds the power of evolution, would inevitably rule the world, so it was an honor to be his woman. Su Chen remarked that Liu Han was indeed a lunatic, as the rumors said. Suddenly, Yunyun hugged Su Chen and pleaded that he shouldn't leave. Yunyun confessed that she was scared, and Su Chen reassured her that it was alright as he wouldn't leave. Liu Han was enraged when he saw what happened, and he demanded that Su Chen should let Yunyun go. He charged towards Su Chen, and as he claimed that Yunyun was his woman, he asked Su Chen if he heard him. Su Chen kicked something towards Liu Han and commented that he was noisy. Liu Han swung his arms and deflected the thing that Su Chen kicked towards him, but he was astonished by what he saw. Liu Han saw that Su Chen was kissing Yunyun in his arms. The two of them slowly parted their lips after they kissed. Yunyun reminded Su Chen, who told him to leave her the last time, and said that it was what he owed her. She lost her consciousness, and Su Chen called her name and urged her to wake up. Liu Han was enraged as he questioned Su Chen for daring to do such a thing. He declared that in that case, all of them should go to hell together. Liu Han's face, body, and hands transformed. He became a monster and proclaimed that he would show Su Chen the power of a god. Su Chen challenged Liu Han to come on. Su Chen mentioned that Yunyan should rest there for a bit and eat the chocolate, and Yunyan agreed. Suddenly, Su Chen spotted Liu Han. Liu Han warned Su Chen that he was courting death for daring to be distracted at a time like that. But Su Chen simply swung his arms and easily destroyed Liu Han's body. Su Chen inquired if that was it. Meanwhile, Yunyan asked Su Chen if the people downstairs were his friends. Su Chen confirmed it and added that she was right. Yunyan remarked that she wouldn't eat Su Chen's stuff for nothing. She broke the window and declared that she would take care of the people downstairs. Yunyan recalled and reminded Su Chen that Liu Han wasn't that easy to kill, so he should be careful. She jumped out of the window. Yunyan fearlessly fell toward the ground that was filled with big rats. As Yunyan continued to fall, her size increased until she became a giant before crashing onto the ground. Yunyan screamed in pain and complained that her butt hurt, and as Duanya wondered if she was seeing things, Tianyu questioned if that was a woman. Tianyu exclaimed that it was a giant woman and asked how a giant woman had suddenly appeared. As Yunyan stood up, Tianyu warned her not to step over his head because he could see the color. Suddenly, Yunyan stepped on one of the giant rats. She realized that those were rats. There were a lot of rats crawling out of the buildings. They ran around and ate the people they came across. Yunyan suddenly cried out for help, exclaiming that there were many rats. She demanded that the rats stay away and get away, adding that they were disgusting. And as Duanya urged her to stop because she was going to step on them, Tianyu shouted that they should run because she had gone crazy. On the other hand, Su Chen acknowledged that he knew it. He observed that Yunyan really had such a powerful ability. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed the little rats running behind him. He remarked that Liu Han wasn't that easy to kill. The rats wrapped themselves around Su Chen and began merging their flesh to devour him. They crawled over Su Chen until his head was entirely covered. Suddenly, huge claws emerged from the merging rats. It was Liu Han. He laughed and claimed that it was practically an immortal body. On the ground, Tianyu asked what was happening and why the rats suddenly stopped. The rats were all looking in the same direction. They realized that the rats were all looking up. The rats were all staring at Liu Han. Tianyu questioned if that monster was the Rat King. They observed that all the rats were kneeling, and they were worshipping the Rat King. Suddenly, Yunyan grabbed the huge metal. She struck the rats with it and demanded that they get out of her way. Yunyan called Liu Han a filthy rat and asked where Su Chen was, and Liu Han sneered that he was already gone. Liu Han threatened that with Yunyan daring to talk to him like that, she was just asking for death. Yunyan cursed as the rats started jumping on her arm. Meanwhile, the others were also fighting off the rats, and as Tianyu questioned why those rats had suddenly gone berserk, Duanya advised that they should hold their position. But Yunyan argued that there were too many and they couldn't hold them off. Liu Han laughed and boasted that with that rat army, he would rule. But he was cut off when Su Chen's hand suddenly emerged from his chest as Su Chen apologized and mentioned that it took a bit of time to find the crystal core. Liu Han, shocked, demanded to know what was going on because Su Chen should have been completely devoured by him. Su Chen emerged from Liu Han's body by ripping it in half. Liu Han, in disbelief, muttered that it was impossible. Su Chen declared that Liu Han's crystal core was now his. The rats were crazed and they tried to squeeze in between the railings. Some of the rats emerged from the narrow spaces between concrete and the drainage on the ground. They were fierce as they chased after Tianyu and the group. Tianyu mentioned that those rats could squeeze through any crack, so they should watch out for the underground drainage. Suddenly, the bald man was surprised when a rat came out of the drainage in front of him. He couldn't react quickly and the rat grabbed his leg. The bald man cursed as the rat pulled him in. More rats grabbed the bald man, and as they dragged him towards the drainage, the bald man repeatedly pleaded that they should let go of him. Xiaomei and her other brother noticed what was happening with their big brother. The bald man urged his brother to forget about him and take care of Xiaomei. Just as he finished his sentence, the rats successfully dragged the bald man into the drainage. The floor shut closed. The other brother screamed and cried no. Tianyu was alarmed with what he saw, and he exclaimed that there were too many of them. On the other hand, Maio Po Yuan challenged the rats to come at him. Tianyu confessed that he was at his limit and couldn't even swing his arms anymore. Meanwhile, Yunyan cursed and complained that her stomach was growling again. Tianyu stated that it was impossible to hold them off and that it was something only a god could do. Suddenly, Tianyu was horrified when he saw the Rat King make his move. The Rat King jumped off the roof. It fiercely landed into the ground in front of Duanya and sent the other rats flying. Tianyu identified that it was the Rat King. The Rat King appeared ominous, exuding a very powerful, dark aura. The rats became nervous, and they slowly moved away from the Rat King. The Rat King moved forward, and the rats made way for him. Duanya wondered if Su Chen had failed. She was horrified when the Rat King leaned towards her. But suddenly, Su Chen spoke and reassured Duanya not to be afraid because it was him. Duanya immediately recognized that it was Su Chen's voice. Su Chen looked at his hand, which slowly turned back to normal. He explained that the consciousness within the crystal core was still trying to consume him, but Su Chen declared that, unfortunately, when it comes to mental strength, he wouldn't lose to it. Tian Yu confirmed that it was really Su Chen. Su Chen acknowledged that Tian Yu had worked hard. Suddenly, the rats, who were afraid earlier, changed their demeanor. They all charged towards Su Chen as he regained his human form. Tian Yu warned Su Chen to watch out. Su Chen glared at the rats and commanded them to get lost. The rats were terrified by what they saw. They quickly ran away from Su Chen. All the rats in the area quickly fled. The rats panicked, and some tried to squeeze through the metal bars. The others attempted to squeeze through the holes they could find. Some even tried to squeeze through the spaces between the ventilation fans. Mayo Po Yuan asked what had just happened and why the rat swarm fled. Tian Yu explained that Su Chen simply ordered them to get lost and they all ran away. The group wondered if they made it through. Su Chen remarked that even though he was not the Rat King, the remaining power of the crystal core was enough to intimidate those rat men into retreating. Suddenly, Tian Yu began coughing aggressively. Su Chen inquired if Tian Yu was okay. Yunyan chimed in and explained that what Liu Han injected was actually a type of poison, which gave immense strength, but the more power they used, the deeper the poisoning. Su Chen asked what he could do to save Tian Yu. Yunyan informed him that in Liu Han's lab, there was a corpse, and using its blood to make a serum should neutralize the poison. Su Chen asked if it was the lab Yunyan mentioned. He explained that the pressure there was intense and it felt like a black hole. Su Chen opened the door. As he stepped inside, he entered some sort of barrier. Su Chen wondered what that feeling was. He remarked that it was like he had passed through a wall made of mental power. Su Chen noticed Professor Zhao, and he began to wonder why and remarked that they mentioned the lab had a corpse. Professor Zhao responded that she was there. She addressed Su Chen as classmate Liu, and when Su Chen heard that, he insisted that she must be mistaken. Suddenly, Liu Han greeted Professor Zhao, and when Su Chen looked at his reflection, he wondered if he was Liu Han at the moment and if it was an illusion. Su Chen noted that whatever it was, he needed to wake up quickly. Professor Zhao invited Liu Han to come and have a seat, and as Liu Han agreed, Su Chen speculated that he must have entered Liu Han's memories. Liu Han suddenly asked Professor Zhao what she was doing, and she responded that it was too stuffy in the lab, so she was taking off her coat. He acknowledged this, and as he inquired about the crab, she asked him if he knew about Saculina. Liu Han stated that it was a common parasitic organism found in crabs, and Professor Zhao confirmed that it was right and that it was a fascinating creature that coexists with its host while protecting itself. Professor Zhao asked Liu Han if it wasn't interesting. Liu Han agreed that it was indeed interesting. He was about to confront Professor Zhao about what she was doing, but she interrupted and remarked that she didn't expect him to not only excel academically, but also be in such good shape. Liu Han asked Professor Zhao if it was real. He expressed that it seemed like Professor Zhao was not really planning on doing experiments. Professor Zhao explained that she preferred hands-on experience over theoretical work, and Liu Han remarked that he better study hard. A few moments later, Professor Zhao pointed out that the moon outside looked strange. As the moon shone brightly, they screamed and exclaimed that it was hot and they should close the curtains quickly. A few moments later, Professor Zhao mentioned that it was hot, and as she asked when that would end, Liu Han observed that their food supplies were running low, so she should let him take care of what was left. But Liu Han was surprised when he noticed that the food supplies were consumed. He struck Professor Zhao, and as he called her a witch, he demanded to know how she dared to steal his food and asked her if she knew that those supplies were more valuable than her life. Professor Zhao apologized and explained that she was just so hungry that she couldn't resist. Liu Han suddenly grabbed a knife and announced that if he hurried up, there was still time. He speculated that maybe it hadn't been digested yet, and Professor Zhao cried out in refusal. Professor Zhao screamed in pain as her blood spurted all over the place. A few moments later, Liu Han laughed and remarked that it was still in Professor Zhao's stomach, so he had food again. Fast forward, Liu Han was experimenting, and he observed that the rat evolved after eating Professor Zhao's flesh, though the violent and aggressive evolution was far from perfect. Time passed, and Liu Han announced that it was done and that making a serum with Professor Zhao's blood could neutralize the poison, but he remarked that what surprised him the most was Professor Zhao. Liu Han revealed that Professor Zhao was still alive and her body was continuously mutating, so she was the perfect research specimen. He commented that it was truly incredible, as the data even suggested that it could be called the Doomsday Gene. Liu Han suggested that they should see what surprises Professor Zhao's brain held. He added that after all, Professor Zhao wouldn't die. Liu Han laughed maniacally as he cut Professor Zhao open. Professor Zhao asked Liu Han if he had found the crystal core that he had been searching for. She suggested that Liu Han should eat it and questioned why he was hesitating. Professor Zhao asked Liu Han why he wouldn't eat it, and Su Chen suddenly remarked that it was because it was just a piece of rotten meat. Professor Zio was amused, and she asked Su Chen how he figured that out. Su Chen explained that if it was the real crystal core in his hand, Professor Zio would be dead by that time, and Professor Zio questioned whether Su Chen actually broke through her illusion. Professor Zio cursed and lamented that she finally found a suitable human, and she was close. Su Chen declared that he would have to open Professor Zio's brain himself, and Professor Zio begged him to wait. Professor Zio pleaded that she was just a poor woman who had been hurt by others, and as she asked Su Chen if it wasn't her power that he wanted, she offered to give it to him if he spared her. Su Chen explained that when Sakulina enters a host, it takes over the host's consciousness. He grabbed Professor Zio's head, and she screamed in refusal and begged him not to do it. But Su Chen asked Professor Zio if she promised that he would give her a chance, and her blood spurted all over the place. Su Chen observed that without the crystal core, the body was starting to disintegrate. He concluded that it seemed there was no problem that time. But suddenly, Su Chen noted that Professor Zio turned to ash, and as he inquired about the antidote he was looking for, he speculated that there must be an antidote in one of those vials in the lab. Yunyan asked if they had seen that after the flood receded, the bodies that were underwater mutated again. Duanya replied that they should stop looking and keep moving. Yunyan called Duanya. She asked Duanya where Su Chen was taking those medical students, and Duanya responded that the ratmen who escaped were lurking near the University of Science and Technology, so that place was no longer suitable for human habitation. Duanya explained that those surviving medical students were rare talents in the apocalypse, so Su Chen planned to take them to a safe zone. Yunyan asked if that wasn't a long way off and complained that she was already hungry and couldn't take it anymore, so she was going to find Su Chen. But Duanya responded that Yunyan was not allowed to go, and Yunyan asked why not. Duanya explained that if Yunyan was with them, she had to listen, and Duanya stated that it was for Yunyan's own good. She recalled what happened previously when she asked Su Chen what was wrong with him. Su Chen replied that Duanya shouldn't worry because he was just feeling a little hot. He kissed Duanya and she was flustered. Duanya remarked that it was a night of violent storms. She wondered if that sudden aggression could be a side effect of the crystal core. On the other hand, Su Chen stated that after the flood receded, bacteria, viruses, and even plants would undergo major mutations, so major safe zones had fallen due to a lack of doctors, and at the moment, doctors were scarce resources, so if used well, they could help establish his own safe zone. Su Chen mentioned that if multiple forces emerged in the future, he would have the means to counter them, and on top of that, they had a good harvest at that time, and Yunyan found the methods to produce serum and recovery potions. He added that once Tian Yu and the others recovered, they could assist him. Su Chen explained that he also stored all the research equipment and supplies from the lab building in his space. He further mentioned that the Rat King's crystal core not only enhanced his berserker ability and increased his physical strength, but it also granted him ice abilities. Su Chen commented that although he could only form a small ice block at the moment, he could find ways to enhance it later, and there was Professor Zio's crystal core, who granted him 2 mental abilities, but unfortunately, he didn't get the illusion ability. Suddenly, Tian Yu asked what the noise was on his side. Su Chen replied that his first ability was mental perception, and that ability likely stemmed from the mutated corpse's instinctual thirst for blood. He explained that he could read the heat signals emitted by living creatures within a 30-meter radius, and that it was an ambush by the Devourers. Suddenly, Mao Po Yuan remarked that everyone should look up. They saw a woman hanging by the streetlight, and the group asked what was going on and who did that. Xinyu mentioned that it was Rui Rui, her roommate, and she asked what they were waiting for when there was a human life at stake, so they should hurry up and save Rui Rui. One of the men replied that he would go right away, but Su Chen responded that they shouldn't meddle in other people's business, so they were leaving. Xinyu asked Su Chen how he could be so cold-blooded, letting someone die without helping, and if he was even human. She cursed and added that none of them were men, and some of the men responded that they couldn't just let someone die, so they were staying. Xinyu urged that they should quickly get Rui Rui down. The other men began untying Rui Rui, and they assured her not to worry because they would definitely save her. Suddenly, arrows flew towards the men. The 2 of them screamed in pain as they got hit by the arrows. Xinyu was alarmed by what she saw. As the Devourers charged towards them, they cursed and remarked that it was a trap. Xinyu cried out as they got surrounded by the Devourers. One of the Devourers commented that Xinyu was such a kind-hearted little girl, and with her as bait, they could attract even more. He grabbed Xinyu's thighs and asked her to let him see. The Devourer liked Xinyu's scent, and as he called his brother Shun and asked if he could have some fun with her first, Xinyu pleaded that the Devourer let her go. The other man called the Devourer a bastard and demanded that he let Xinyu go, but Shun sliced him with his axe and told him to shut up. Shun remarked that food should accept its fate as food. The other Devourer commented that Xinyu smelled so good and suggested that they keep her to breed. Meanwhile, the group recognized Xinyu's voice, and as one of them asked what they had encountered, another remarked that the saintly witch was getting people killed. Dunya asked Su Chen if she was right that Rui Rui was bait, and as Su Chen confirmed that she exactly was, Dunya asked if that meant they were already safe, but Su Chen replied that it was quite the opposite of that. Su Chen explained that they were already surrounded by the Devourers. Mio, Po Yuan and Tian Yu were both surprised when they heard that they were surrounded. Su Chen stated that it was perfect to let him test out his last ability. He used his skill, Corpse Control, and remarked that he would see how the Devourers liked being surrounded themselves. One of the Devourers warned that they should watch out from behind, and another inquired when those mutated corpses appeared back there. One of the Devourers cursed and insisted that the mutated corpse shouldn't get in his way. Another Devourer demanded that all of the mutated corpses get out of his way. One of the Devourers expressed his distress and lamented that the prey escaped. Two Devourers quickly jumped out the window and urged that they should chase the prey and not let them escape. Su Chen assured them that they wouldn't get away. One of the Devourers pointed out that they should look because another one wanted to die, and the other suggested they kill Su Chen first. Su Chen remarked that it was too bad the Devourers didn't have crystal cores, so he would let those mutated corpses play with them instead. The Devourers were surprised when they quickly found themselves surrounded by the mutated corpses. A few moments later, they reached the safe zone, Chen. Captain Sun questioned the group on who was there, and as he interrogated them for daring to trespass into Chen, Dunya explained that they were from the University of Science and Technology seeking refuge. Dunya and Union were startled when Captain Sun suddenly jumped above them. Captain Sun landed on the ground intimidatingly. He declared that they don't accept trash there, so all of them should leave. Dunya used her ability and questioned Captain Sun if it wasn't a safe zone and what gave him the right to deny them entry. Captain Sun was surprised when he felt Dunya's ability affecting him. He accused Dunya of using shady tricks. Captain Sun remarked that, just as he thought, they were useless trash, and Dunya was surprised to learn he was an ability user. Suddenly, Lu Xiaofeng intervened, urging them to stop. He immediately stepped between Dunya and Captain Sun to halt the fight. Lu Xiaofeng explained that the group was just seeking refuge, so there was no need for an attack. Captain Sun pointed out that ordinary people couldn't easily make it through areas where the Devourers roamed, so he suspected they might be spies trying to infiltrate them. Su Chen suggested that in that case, they might as well take those dozens of doctors to another safe zone. Captain Sun was surprised when he heard Su Chen mention dozens of doctors, and as one of the men behind him remarked that it was rare for doctors to survive until that point, the other noted that Su Chen had brought dozens at once. Lu Xiaofeng immediately recognized Su Chen and acknowledged that Su Chen was still alive after all. He quickly addressed Captain Sun and vouched for his friends, guaranteeing with his life that they were not spies for the Devourers, and if Su Chen said he had dozens of doctors, he surely did. One of the men called Captain Sun and proposed that since Lu Xiaofeng vouched for them, they should let them in, to which the other agreed and noted that if they had doctors, they wouldn't need to bury patients alive anymore. Captain Sun clicked his tongue and begrudgingly relented. He addressed Lu Xiaofeng and warned that if the doctors couldn't cure the patients, he would be responsible for the consequences. One of the men called everyone over and announced that the captain had agreed, requesting they come inside. A few moments later, Lu Xiaofeng assured Su Chen not to take it personally, as Captain Sun was just like that. Su Chen responded that there were no worries because there are always annoying people everywhere. Lu Xiaofeng agreed, remarking that all of them had arrived at just the right time. He explained that they had some strange patients there who urgently needed a doctor's help. A few moments later, Lu Xiaofeng pulled a cloth and revealed one of the patients. Union asked if those were mushrooms. Lu Xiaofeng admitted that they didn't know, but they had tried cleaning them off, and those things just grew back even faster, making the person weaker. Su Chen identified that the patient was infected with mutated fungi, and now that the plants were mutating, Lu Xiaofeng should warn the others to be careful not to get pricked by young plant shoots. Dunya asked if those mushrooms were using the person as nourishment, and as Su Chen confirmed they probably were, Union offered to find someone to analyze it and see if they could come up with some medicine. Su Chen stated that it was just the beginning because if those newly mutated plants weren't cleared out, they would quickly grow and start attacking humans. And when that happened, the Devourer tribes would seize the opportunity to attack the safe zones, turning many people into livestock for them. He added that the Devourer tribes growing stronger was definitely not in his best interest, so if he could use the safe zone as a base and prepare in advance, he'd better check out the situation there first. Suddenly, Zhang He cursed and ordered everyone to move out of the way, and someone remarked that the young lord was driving recklessly again. Zhang He demanded that everyone get the hell out of his way and threatened to run over the people. He fired his gun and snarled that the peasants shouldn't get in his way. Su Chen observed that someone was firing a gun in the safe zone and asked Lu Xiaofeng if his team wasn't doing anything. Lu Xiaofeng explained that the team had already been disbanded, and as Su Chen inquired if it was because they had let the refugees into the city as a condition, Lu Xiaofeng confirmed that was exactly the case, noting that Jiang He was the city lord's son who believed the elderly and children were useless to the safe zone, so he often deliberately ran them over. Suddenly, Jiang He noticed Yunyan and pointed out that there were more newcomers. Jiang He quickly drove his vehicle toward Yunyan. He addressed Yunyan as a little girl and offered her a ride, claiming he was a big brother who could take her to get something good to eat. Yunyan responded that she was so hungry she couldn't walk anymore, and as she asked Jiang He if he could carry her, Jiang He eagerly agreed, stating that he would be more than happy to. Lu Xiaofeng cursed and was about to confront Jiang He, but Su Chen stopped him, assuring him that it was fine as long as Jiang He could carry Yunyan. Jiang He beckoned Yunyan to come, saying her big brother was ready. Yunyan snickered mischievously. She quickly jumped off the ground and used the vehicle as a driving force to propel herself higher. Yunyan declared that she was coming, and Jiang He responded enthusiastically. Suddenly, Yunyan activated her ability and became gigantic. Jiang He screamed, and he quickly jumped off the vehicle before Yunyan could squish him. Yunyan crashed on the ground and squashed everything in her way. Jiang He continued to scream while Yunyan slowly shrank. Meanwhile, Captain Sun inquired what was going on. On the other hand, Bai Kang queried what that noise was. Jiang He screamed and repeatedly mentioned something about his leg. Yunyan remarked that even given the chance, Jiang He was still useless. One of the guards called Jiang He and questioned if he was okay. Jiang He asserted that Yunyan is a monster as she turned into a giant woman and broke his leg, so they should get her away from him. Suddenly, Duanyi used her ability, Mind Control. One of the guards stated that Jiang He clearly fell off the car and broke his leg himself, to which the other guard agreed and pointed out that it was exactly what happened, and they all saw it clearly. But Jiang He insisted that all of them should shut up, and he already got it that they were all involved in that and were trying to set him up, so he would call his dad to kill them all right at that moment. He yelled as he called his dad and requested that he should help him. Captain Sun observed that it was going to be fun to watch. A black luxury car suddenly arrived. The car was ushered by a group of armed men, and they all approached the commotion. The armed men continued to march forward. Lu Xiaofeng cursed and commented that Jiang He was really calling for the city lord, while Yunyan noted that the city lord sure has a grand presence. The city lord got out of the car. He wondered if someone could tell him what was going on there. Lu Xiaofeng explained that his brother brought dozens of doctors there to seek refuge, and as he was about to say what Jiang He did, he was cut off. Jiang He called his dad and demanded that he should kill them immediately because of his leg. But the city lord slapped Jiang He across the face. The city lord pressed Jiang He just how many times he had to tell him to treat everyone who comes there with respect and that he shouldn't give him any young master attitude. He reminded that Jiang He should remember that their vision was to turn that place into a beacon of hope in that apocalypse, and to make everyone who comes there feel warmth, to which the people commented that it looked like the city lord is a good man because even his own son gets punished when he does wrong. And no one would have thought that there would be such a noble-hearted person left in the apocalypse, and they see a truly kind soul. The city lord declared that his sincere invitation to all of them is to stay with them and help build that dream together, and they will provide the best food and the most generous conditions. And as the people demanded if it was real, they repeated that it was amazing and that they wanted to stay, and they praised the city lord. Lu Xiaofeng called Su Chen and informed that everyone could stay at that moment. But Su Chen had already disappeared, and Lu Xiaofeng probed where he went. A few moments later, Su Chen and his group created a campfire, and Yunyan interrogated why they weren't staying in the city. Duanyi interrogated Yunyan if she really thought that the city lord wouldn't take revenge after she crippled his son, and Yunyan implored if the three of them were sleeping in the woods that night. Yunyan expressed that it was her first time and solicited Duanyi if she could teach her, which made Duanyi sigh, and she pried Yunyan about what she was even thinking. Duanyi responded that no one knows if they will even get to sleep that night, which surprised Yunyan, and she raised an inquiry to Duanyi if they have so much energy. Su Chen suddenly announced that they should stop messing around because someone was coming. He called the men as his friends over there and urged that they should come out, which made the leader of the men click his tongue, and he remarked that he didn't expect Su Chen to be so vigilant. The leader noted that they broke Jiang He's leg and interrogated if they thought that they could sneak away so easily. When Su Chen heard what they revealed, he clarified that he just didn't want to go on a killing spree in the city and accidentally hurt his friend's team. The leader observed that Su Chen was unarmed and he was talking about a killing spree, which made another man wonder why they were wasting time talking, and he urged that the leader should let him finish Su Chen off. But Su Chen punched the man, and his entire body immediately turned to shreds. The leader was surprised by what just happened with just one punch. He commanded that they should fire and shoot the gun. But Su Chen summoned his swords and quickly sliced the armed men as he ran past them. The leader proposed that Su Chen shouldn't kill him because if he spared him, he could tell him a secret about the city lord. Chen was intrigued and he prompted that the leader should continue. The leader disclosed that the city lord has close ties with the nearby Devourers clan, and every week they secretly trade. Chen inquired what kind of trade it was, and the leader revealed that the city lord exchanges refugees with the Devourers for food. Yunyan quizzed the leader if they trade living people to the Devourers, and the leader replied that it was all the city lord's doing. Suddenly, one of the guards doing the trade inquired of the Devourers what they were planning and if it wasn't just food, to which one of the Devourers answered and indicated that the rotten food would be thrown at the gates of the safe zone before dawn. The Devourer acknowledged that as for the guard, of course, it was the usual, and he chomped on the guard's neck. He pulled the guard's entire head along with his spine. The leader recounted that the guards were just refugees hired temporarily as the city lord never leaves any witnesses alive, and he pleaded with them if they could already let him go because he had told them everything he knew. Chen concluded that it would not be so fast because there is still something they need his help with. The leader screamed and requested help. One of the Devourers questioned why there was someone hanging over there, and the other Devourer exclaimed that no one cares, so he should just knock the leader and bring him back. The leader tried to explain who he was, but the Devourer already charged at him and declared that he was his next meal. The leader coughed up blood as the Devourer punched him in the stomach. Yunyan commented that the Devourer broke her new toy. The Devourers mentioned that they should watch out because Yunyan was an ability user. Yunyan remarked that she guesses she will have to make them her new plaything. The Devourers cursed and insisted that there was an ambush from upstairs too. Duanya remembered that Chen added that the Devourers have further mutated, so their skulls are probably so hard that even bullets couldn't pierce them, and Duanya voiced that they should let her test that theory. She fired her rifle and hit the Devourers in their heads. One of the Devourers queried if it was 3 shots at the same spot. The Devourers' heads exploded after being hit by Duanya's bullets. Meanwhile, the Devourer that Yunyan grabbed screamed as he released all his strength to stop Yunyan from grabbing him. The Devourer wondered if Yunyan believed that she could catch him. Suddenly, Chen grabbed the Devourer's head from behind. Chen effortlessly crushed the Devourer's head with his hand. A few moments later, Chen, Duanya, and Yunyan stayed at a house, and Duanya questioned Chen how he found out about the city lord's deal with the Devourers. Chen took out a bed and food from his storage space, and he noted that he heard rumors about settlement bases doing that for a while, and that day, he just tested the waters and unexpectedly hit the jackpot. Duanya observed that if Chen wanted to build a settlement base, he could easily find a different location, and there was no need to get mixed up in all of that. But Chen opined that building a base takes a lot of time and effort, and he was not good at that sort of thing, which is why he needed someone reliable and experienced. Chen revealed that the person was inside Hecheng, and Duanya conceded that she understood. Suddenly, Yunyan inquired Duanya why the two of them started without her, and Duanya affirmed all right and that she should join them. Chen interrogated the two of them what they were doing. Duanya announced that thanks to Chen, they could live like human beings in that apocalypse, and Yunyan stated that at that night, Chen should let them serve him well. At dawn, the city lord Zhang Jianshu saw the heavily injured bald man and mistakenly believed that the deal with the Devourers went wrong, so he rushed to the Devourer clan. A few moments later, Zhang Jianshu arrived at a building. The leader of the Devourers informed that Zhang's men were badly injured. He shared that he lost 3 warriors, so as compensation, Zhang Jianshu must send him twice the number of people from that point onward, or the deal was off. The man who was with Zhang Jianshu was surprised about the condition, but Zhang Jianshu just agreed and acknowledged that it was a deal. Chen suddenly showed up and insisted that Zhang Jianshu doesn't even bat an eye while trading people's lives. Zhang Jianshu probed Chen what he was doing there, and Chen clarified that he heard that Zhang Jianshu was close with the Devourers, so he came to check it out. The leader of the Devourer proclaimed that Chen was the one who killed their men, and that he got some nerve coming there on his own. He asserted that he didn't know how Chen managed to kill his 3 men, but since he had stepped into his turf, there was no leaving. Zhang Jianshu contended that Chen was doomed, but those who followed him to the base must be dealt with too, and they should quickly wrap it up. A few moments later, Zhang Jianshu came back to Hecheng. He called everyone's attention and broadcast that there was a traitor in their base, which surprised the refugees. Zhang Jianshu pointed at Chen's group and pronounced that it was those outsiders. He alleged that they pretended to be doctors and infiltrated the base, but they were secretly kidnapping refugees to trade with the Devourers for food. While in his mind, he considered that since they had ruined his plans, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. When the refugees heard what Zhang Jianshu maintained, they cried that they were beasts. and that they should kill them, but Gao Yue suddenly stated that they should wait because, from what he knows, Su Chen is a trustworthy man, so those people that he brought there shouldn't be the problem. And when the refugees recognized him as General Gao, they queried who was Su Chen, that even the general was speaking for him. Zhang Jianshu pressed Gao Yue if he wanted to protect Su Chen's group, and as he argued that words alone aren't enough, he demanded Gao Yue how he could prove that they are not traitors. Su Chen suddenly professed that he could prove it. Zhang Jianshu queried who was Su Chen still alive. On the other hand, Gao Yue inquired if the kid was Su Chen. Su Chen suggested that Zhang Jianshu let the leader of the Devourers explain what was really going on while the leader of the Devourers pleaded for Su Chen to let him go. Zhang Jianshu and Gao Yue were surprised when they saw the Devourers leader, and Zhang Jianshu questioned if Su Chen wiped out the entire Devourer clan. Meanwhile, Su Chen urged that the leader of the Devourers should speak up because he wants everyone to hear him clearly. The leader of the Devourers reiterated that it was Zhang Jianshu who made deals with him. The refugees questioned if it was the city lord who was the one trading with the Devourers, and they lamented that they have been supporting him all that time. But he was the monster, and they have all been deceived. Zhang Jianshu cursed and avowed that it was slander, and Su Chen was working with the Devourers to frame him. Suddenly, Gao Yue called Zhang Jianshu. He testified that Zhang Jianshu was a monster. Zhang Jianshu laughed and confirmed that it was right that it was him. But it was the apocalypse, and any place with supplies was already controlled by the Devourers, and they were just waiting for them to fall into their traps. He rationalized that as long as a few worthless lives are sacrificed, he could feed many more people, so he was doing a good thing, and they should all be grateful. And he asked Gao Yue if he thought that he was righteous when he also ate the food he brought back and what right he had to judge him. Su Chen suddenly concluded that it was because Zhang Jianshu was a coward. He elaborated that in a world where the strong prey on the weak, trading lives for food isn't necessarily wrong. But it was just that it was the coward's choice and was no different from those Devourers. Gao Yue was moved when Su Chen specified that they simply refused to be cowards. Su Chen called Gao Yue and proposed that they should build a new base together, a place that truly belongs to humanity and civilization. Su Chen recalled that in his previous life, he once traversed the ruins and eventually reached the safe haven, a utopian base, as there were no hackles of class, no cries of hunger, and everyone was well fed and had peace of mind. He believed that all that beauty stemmed from its creator, Gao Yue. Su Chen considered that currently, Gao Yue was only the deputy city lord there, and it wasn't until he discovered the dark side of that base that he decided to build his own, so he just made those things happen a little earlier. Suddenly, Bai Kang remarked that building a base is too hard, while another soldier declared that if they wanted to do things their own way, they couldn't live under someone else's roof, so establishing a new base is definitely the best way. Zhang Jianshu laughed, and as he questioned them if they supposed they were saviors and planned to build a new base, he stated that beasts run rampant outside the city. Zombies are everywhere, and they couldn't even guarantee basic food and safety, and he inquired them if they weren't just sending people to their deaths. Zhang He suddenly chimed in and remarked that if they wanted to leave, Zhang Jianshu should let them go because they will come crawling back once they have suffered enough, and Zhang Jianshu announced that Zhang He was right. One of the refugees declared that it was too dangerous outside and he did not go out to die, and another refugee commented that he would rather be a coward because at least he gets to live. Zhang Jianshu laughed and pronounced that everyone should listen up because if anyone believes in Su Chen's delusions, he will be magnanimous enough to let them leave, but they should be clear that if they starve to death out there, they shouldn't blame him. But Su Chen queried if he was right that it was just food and how that was a problem, which surprised the refugees, and they noted that Su Chen voiced it so easily. One of the refugees voiced that if Su Chen could bring out the Devourer clan's leader, he should be able to bring food too, and that they heard that he was an ability user and was very powerful. Zhang He questioned Su Chen if he assumed he was some kind of savior. He stated that Su Chen should stop trying to get attention and inquired if he even knew how much supplies a base needs, to which Su Chen responded and declared that his supplies aren't much, probably enough to support about 2,000 people for a month or so. Zhang Jianshu reckoned that it was about the same as what was in his warehouse, and he cursed in his mind as he wondered where Su Chen got those supplies. Meanwhile, one of Zhang Jianshu's men was puzzled when he noticed Yunian. Yunian jumped out, and as she inquired why Su Chen suddenly became so generous, the men queried who she was. Duanya remarked that Su Chen just emptied the warehouse of that base, and Yunian commented that it explains it. Yunian called Duanya and mentioned that she was hungry, but Duanya just questioned her, who told her to recklessly use her powers. Duanya called Su Chen and announced that they were ready, so Su Chen called Gao Yue and proclaimed that it was time to make a decision. Gao Yue expressed that there was not enough food, no proper clothing, and they were constantly bullied, so he presumed that the people there had already sacrificed enough just to survive. But in the end, they were sold off like livestock to the Devourers, so he can't stay in that place for another second. He called Su Chen and indicated that he had decided to join him in establishing a new base. Gao Yue advised that anyone willing to leave with him should step forward, and they will build a base where they could live with dignity instead of living like dogs there. Bai Kang called her Kanghu team while the other soldier called his Beihu team. Jiang Jianshu was surprised, and he demanded what the bastards were doing. He affirmed that they were the city lord's army and he is the city lord, so they must be loyal to him. But all the soldiers reported to their general and announced that all personnel were ready. Jiang Jianshu interrogated Gao Yue who he thinks he is and declared that none of them are going anywhere without his permission. Suddenly, the city lord's army raised their weapons at Gao Yue and the soldiers. The soldiers also raised their weapons at Jiang Jianshu, while Gao Yue just voiced nothing in response to him. On the other hand, Jiang Yi spat that Su Chen was a bastard and that if he hadn't brought people there, his leg wouldn't have been crippled, so he would kill him that day. Su Chen retorted that Jiang Yi was courting death. He moved swiftly towards Jiang Yi while dodging the bullets he fired. Su Chen immediately grabbed Jiang Yi by his throat. He called Jiang Jianshu and warned that he should order the city lord's army to drop their guns or he will snap Jiang Yi's neck. Jiang Jianshu gritted his teeth and he looked enraged. He demanded that everyone should drop their weapons. Su Chen instructed that Gao Yue should take his people and the refugees away while he will handle things there, to which Gao Yue agreed and affirmed that they will be waiting for him at Shangyan University. Meanwhile, Jiang Jianshu glanced at one of his men, and they seemed to be planning something. He called Su Chen and revealed that everyone was gone, so he should release his son. He notified that he would let Su Chen leave and suggested that they both take a step back. On the other hand, one of Jiang Jianshu's men was ready to fire his sniper rifle. Su Chen called Duanya and mentioned that the man was at the rooftop at 12 o'clock. Duanya acknowledged that she got it, and she cautioned that Yunyan shouldn't move. She fired her rifle. The head of the man on the rooftop immediately exploded as the bullet passed through it. Jiang Jianshu probed Su Chen if he arranged a sniper, and Su Chen just replied that it was right back at him. Su Chen remarked that he would accept Jiang Jianshu's proposal, and that he would return his son to him. He added that he had one more question. Su Chen inquired Jiang Jianshu how human flesh tastes. Jiang Jianshu was surprised, and he wondered how Su Chen knew. Suddenly, Jiang Yi let out a muffled cry, and Jiang Jianshu was surprised when he saw that a grenade was shoved in Jiang Yi's mouth. Jiang Jianshu's eyes went wide when the grenade began to explode. A huge explosion occurred. Jiang Jianshu transformed, and he held onto what remained of Jiang Yi, his arm. He roared that he would kill Su Chen. Su Chen realized that it looked like the rumors from his past life were true, that Jiang Jianshu is a devourer hiding among humans, but he just didn't expect him to be a level 2 devourer. He vowed that the next time they meet, Jiang Jianshu won't be so lucky. Captain Sun called everyone's attention and declared that up ahead is the supermarket where Su Chen's stated supplies are stored. He remarked that their objective was to eliminate the Devourer tribe inside and bring the supplies back to the new base. Captain Sun commented that everyone should attack. But the soldiers suddenly stopped in their tracks and they were surprised. One of the soldiers mentioned that it looked like all the Devourers had already been killed. A few moments later, one of the soldiers called Captain Sun and observed that the supplies are in the truck, the gas tank is full, and they have enough fuel to drive it back to their new base, while another soldier noted that Su Chen did not lie because there really is a truckload of supplies there. Captain Sun scoffed and asserted that he believed there would be a big fight. But it turned out that the mission was easy, that it was a complete waste of time. To which another soldier added that he heard that Gao Yue gave the important mission to Su Chen, but inquired like those were always as before. Captain Sun announced that Su Chen was just a pretty boy and queried if Su Chen presumed that he could compete with him for credit. On the other hand, Yunyan and Duanya watched from a tower. Yunyan questioned Duanya why hasn't the idiot captain returned yet. Duanya acknowledged that the Devourers in the supermarket were killed by Su Chen long ago, and all they had to do was drive the truck back so even brain-rot Mr. Napoleon could handle that. Yunyan inquired who was worried about Captain Sun and pronounced that Su Chen urged them to handle the refugees' medical care, so she was more concerned about those people starving to death. Duanya suddenly affirmed that they were there so they could head back, and once they are close, it will be hard to use mental power to cloak Yunyan's size. On the other hand, Captain Sun approached Gao Yue. Captain Sun reported to Gao Yue and indicated that the supplies have been delivered, to which Gao Yue responded that it was excellent. The refugees requested Captain Sun if they really found supplies and revealed that Su Chen didn't deceive them and he really could solve their food problem, so Su Chen is truly their savior. Captain Sun scoffed and voiced that the pretty boy can't do much else but he is good at brainwashing people. Suddenly, one of the soldiers called Gao Yue and conveyed that they had spotted signs of Devourer tribe activity near a hospital to the south, and it looked like a tribe of a few dozen. Captain Sun assumed that at that time he was going to show everyone who the real protector of the people is. On the other hand, Bai Kang implored Su Chen to confirm if he was going to raid the armory. Bai Kang explained that there is a military base nearby, but the entrance has long been flooded, and it has probably become a death trap full of mutated corpses, to which Lu Xiaofeng added and expressed that even if they get in, it is just the three of them, and he posed how much they could carry out. Su Chen informed that they shouldn't worry about that and just take him to the armory, to which Bai Kang agreed and elaborated that she has been to the base before, so she will go with Su Chen, but first, they needed a vehicle because the armory is far from there. Su Chen proclaimed that getting a vehicle is easy. Bai Kang queried if it was magic and if it was Su Chen's power. Su Chen pointed out that they should stop talking, get in the car, and go. The three of them dive off towards the armory. On the other hand, one of Zhang Jianshu's men cursed and stated that no matter how much water they pump, it was never enough and that he refused to believe it. He reported that they should go pick a few useless items and throw them in as bait for those water ghouls, while he mused that the city's supplies have mysteriously disappeared, so if they don't bring something back, they are as good as dead, so they shouldn't blame him. The other men pushed refugees into the water while the refugees pleaded and begged for help. Zhang Jianshu's man shared that the water ghouls have been lured, so whoever goes down to pry open the door will be rewarded with a woman by the city lord when they get back. One of the refugees uttered that he had no money and no woman before the apocalypse, so now that it was the apocalypse, he went for it. Another refugee cursed and replied that he went for it too. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofeng highlighted that it was the city lord's army, and it looked like they had set their eyes on that base's supplies and weapons as well. Bai Kang professed that she knew a way around them and they could avoid the city lord's army, but they would have to dive underwater, to which Su Chen agreed and opined that they would do it her way. A few moments later, the three of them dived in the water. Suddenly, Bai Kang noticed something in the distance. She was surprised when she saw the water ghouls' gleaming eyes. Bai Kang tried to say that it was the water ghouls, and she was alarmed that she lost air. Su Chen muttered that Bai Kang shouldn't be afraid, and Bai Kang wondered if Su Chen could talk underwater. Su Chen pulled Bai Kang close and connected their lips. Bai Kang wondered if Su Chen gave her oxygen. She was alarmed when she saw the water ghouls swam towards them. Bai Kang contemplated that they were surrounded by water ghouls. Su Chen quickly pulled Bai Kang close as the water ghouls tried to grab her. Bai Kang held on to Su Chen, and she braced herself for the worst. A few moments later, Bai Kang wondered why there wasn't any movement. Bai Kang was surprised that the water ghouls had stopped. She looked puzzled and apprehensive as she stared at the water ghouls. Bai Kang wondered if it could be Su Chen. She wondered if Su Chen controlled those water ghouls. Su Chen insisted that they should get ready to hunt. The water ghouls started moving, and they roared fiercely. They all charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen remarked that Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng should go up first. He easily crushed the head of one of the water ghouls and prepared to block the other's attack. Meanwhile, Bai Kang and Lu Xiaofeng swam ahead just like Su Chen instructed. The two of them gasped for air as they reached the surface of the water. Lu Xiaofeng inquired if Su Chen could even control water ghouls and if he was even human, while Bai Kang queried how many abilities Su Chen had that they still didn't know about. A few moments later, Su Chen calmly came out of the water. Su Chen wondered if only one white core dropped with all those water ghouls and stated that the drop rate was too low. Bai Kang probed if he was still complaining when he got a white core in such a short time, and Lu Xiaofeng observed that although a white core doesn't grant abilities, it could strengthen one. A cat emerged from the darkness, and its gleaming eyes were focused on the white core Su Chen was holding. It moved quickly and swiped the white core off Su Chen's hand. Lu Xiaofeng queried why there was a cat there. Bai Kang noted that the base probably had cats to control rats, and it looked like the cat survived the apocalypse by being trapped in the base. She commented that the cat was quite impressive because it managed to snatch the crystal core from Su Chen's hand. Su Chen mentioned that the cat can't eat the crystal core and suggested that he trade it with the super fish snack. But instead of trading, the cat quickly moved and snatched the snack out of Su Chen's hand. Su Chen was extremely pissed while the cat quickly ran away. He interrogated if he had been outwitted by a cat twice and asserted that anything that survives the apocalypse is no ordinary creature. A few moments later, Bai Kang switched the power on. She declared that they were lucky that the power system was still operational. Bai Kang stated that they should go as the armory was just ahead. She mentioned that before the Great Flood, the survivors evacuated in a hurry. Bai Kang observed that there was no way the survivors had time to take all the supplies with them. She conveyed that they have arrived and that the arsenal is enough to arm a force of 500 people. Lu Xiaofeng remarked that if they find a tank, they might even be able to arm 1,000, and as Bai Kang cautioned that Lu Xiaofeng should be careful, he laughed and replied that Bai Kang shouldn't worry. Bai Kang affirmed that the problem at the moment was how they would take all of those things back. She maintained that the city lord's troops could show up at any moment, and going back for reinforcements is out of the question. They felt tremors, and Bai Kang wondered what was going on. Lu Xiaofeng called Su Chen and Bai Kang and declared that he found a tank, but he noted that there was a monster chasing him and requested help. Bai Kang was horrified when she saw what was chasing Lu Xiaofeng, while Su Chen was barely surprised. The monster fired at Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng screamed as he maneuvered the tank and dodged the monster's attack. He indicated that they should do something because if the monster blows up the armory, they are all dead. Su Chen quickly activated his space. All the items around them slowly got stored into Su Chen's space. Bai Kang inquired if he just stored everything inside his space. On the other hand, the cat froze as it watched the items slowly disappear. Lu Xiaofeng expressed that Su Chen's ability is amazing. He wondered if he could store the monster too, but Su Chen responded that living mutated creatures couldn't be stored. Bai Kang opined that it was not the time to talk about such things, so she will lure the monster away while Su Chen retreats and Lu Xiaofeng finds a chance to drive the tank away. She inquired what he was doing when he carried her, and as she observed that the supplies are in Su Chen's space so she has to make sure that he makes it back safely, Lu Xiaofeng advised that they should watch out. The monster started charging its next attack. Su Chen quickly dodged the monster's attack while the tank was blown away by its powerful explosion. The tank crashed into the ground and was damaged. Su Chen maintained that Bai Kang should quit wasting time and that he will handle the mutated beast, so she should go check on Lu Xiaofeng. Bai Kang cautioned that Su Chen shouldn't dare die on her. As he faced the monster, Su Chen remarked that it was strange because he didn't remember hearing about a mutated beast like that in that area during his last life. But Su Chen concluded that it didn't matter because the beast's crystal core was his anyway. On the other hand, the city lord's men felt the tremors outside the base. One of them stated that it sounded like the explosion came from inside the base. One of the men called their boss and noted that the water level dropped rapidly, so the explosion must have cracked something below. The boss cursed and declared that it looked like someone got in before them and dared to play tricks under his nose, so his men should kill them for him. He inquired if they heard him, but one of his men mentioned that they saw a rabbit, and they haven't had meat in a while. The man suggested that they should eat the rabbit first before dealing with the ones inside the base. The boss queried if the rabbit looked like it smiled weirdly. The rabbit roared menacingly. The rabbit turned into a huge monster and the city lord's men were horrified. The monster quickly infected the city lord's men and their irises shrank. In an instant, the boss had the same eyes and smile as the rabbit from earlier. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued fighting the monster and he swung his first. He gave the monster a powerful punch which created shockwaves in the area, but the monster quickly retaliated and started charging its attack. Su Chen quickly moved to the side and dodged the monster's attack. He landed back on the ground and took a step back. Su Chen remarked that, as expected, the bodies of level 2 creatures are as tough as steel. He asserted that just like Zhang Jianshu, the level 2 clan leader survived the explosion without a scratch, and in comparison, his body's strength is still lacking. The monster swung its hand towards Su Chen to squash him, but Su Chen observed that it didn't mean that he couldn't deal with the monster. He claimed that he could deal with it as long as he took care of the parasitic vine rooted in the monster's brain. But the monster extended its parasitic vines towards Su Chen. Su Chen was caught by the parasitic vines midair. The monster started charging its attack as it held Su Chen in place. It fired at Su Chen. Su Chen quickly used his skill, Space Jump. He explained that it looked like it was not going to be as easy as he believed. The cat meowed behind Su Chen and wondered if it was the cat from earlier. Su Chen advised that the cat should be careful and not come any closer. But the cat got fierce and it started releasing its energy. But Su Chen maintained that there was no way and pressed if it was a mutated beast too. On the other hand, Bai Kang was calling Lu Xiaofeng, and she probed if he was alright. Bai Kang opined that if Lu Xiaofeng could hear her, he should say something. Lu Xiaofeng called Bai Kang and replied that he was fine because he luckily dodged in time, or he would have been flattened otherwise. Bai Kang commented that it was good, and she will get Lu Xiaofeng out immediately. The city lord's men arrived, and they were snickering. Hearing them, Bai Kang examined who was there. Bai Kang mused if it was the city lord's men and if they opened the door. She speculated what those guys were doing, but Bai Kang realized and affirmed that there was something wrong with them. All of the city lord's men had the same eyes and smile as the rabbit from earlier. The boss roared, and his face was terrifying. Meanwhile, the cat roared loudly as it continued to release its energy. The cat stomped its paw on the floor, and the floor cracked. It grew larger and started towering over Su Chen. Su Chen scrutinized if the cat was getting bigger. The cat ignored Su Chen and started walking towards the monster. The monster noticed the cat, and they faced each other. Su Chen conveyed that it looked like they were mortal enemies because after all, as they say, 2 tigers can't share one mountain. He interrogated if it grabbed the crystal core to lure them there. Su Chen pondered if it wanted to team up with him after it had seen his strength. He assured that he would do as the cat wishes. The cat was pissed that Su Chen got on its back without any warning. But Su Chen was unfazed, and he proclaimed that he and the cat should fight together. The cat aggressively meowed at Su Chen for riding on its back, but the monster charged at them. The The cat quickly directed its attention and rage on the monster. It quickly avoided the monster while scratching it with its claws. But noticing the extent of the damage, Chen stated that what the cat did wouldn't hurt the monster, so they needed to coordinate. Chen remarked that the cat should use its speed to get around the monster's side and distract the vines and leave the rest to him, to which the cat agreed. The cat quickly jumped off the ground to dodge the monster's attack. It jumped off the wall, which created a hole in it, and water started flowing in. The cat continued to bounce around and charge towards the vines just like Chen instructed. The monster extended its parasitic vines to grab the cat, but the cat's sharp claws effortlessly cut all the vines before those vines reached it. Chen jumped off the cat's back. He swung his fist and aimed at the monster's eyes. Chen punched the monster right above its eye. His punch was strong that the monster crashed its head on the floor. The cat was in awe when it witnessed Chen's strength. Chen declared that they should attack just like that. He added that they should keep on attacking. The monster was quickly overwhelmed by the cat's speed. Chen dealt his final attack and crushed the monster into pieces. The monster's crystal core slowly fell in front of the cat, and the cat smiled sinisterly as it meowed. But Chen quickly swiped it and asserted that the crystal core was his at that time. The cat was meowing aggressively and cursing at Chen while Chen ate the crystal core. The surge of the water coming into the base intensified, and the cat looked worried. Chen noted that it looked like the area outside the armory had flooded, and since the walls were damaged, the place would be submerged soon. Chen noticed the cat. The cat was in tears, and it was meowing desperately while it tried its best to stay afloat. Chen laughed and inquired if it was afraid of water. He suggested that the cat come with him and he would get it out of there, but the cat just aggressively meowed at him. Chen threw the cat back into the water and commented that he should forget it then. The cat quickly swam towards Chen and clung to his arm. Chen wondered if it had changed its mind already. He maintained that the cat should remember that it was its choice and he didn't force it. On the other hand, Bai Kang cursed and contended that those things should already be dead. She queried why the city lord's men won't just stay down. Lu Xiaofeng called Bai Kang and conveyed that the tank wouldn't start, so she should leave him and escape. But Bai Kang probed where she would even go and affirmed that they should deal with the mess first. Bai Kang noticed the rabbit. The rabbit, with its disturbing smile, started growing large again. Bai Kang mentioned that the rabbit was absorbing energy from the corpses. The rabbit loomed over Bai Kang with its sinister gaze. Lu Xiaofeng warned that Bai Kang should watch out behind her. But before Bai Kang could react, the rabbit already extended its vines and ripped Bai Kang's clothes. The rabbit restrained Bai Kang with its vines, and it was about to devour her. Bai Kang cursed and confessed that she let her guard down. The tank rammed against the rabbit. Lu Xiaofeng insisted that the monster should die. He managed to fire the tank's cannon. At that time, the tank was stuck in the rabbit's mouth. When the tank fired its cannon, it exploded inside the rabbit's mouth. The explosion immediately obliterated the rabbit. Bai Kang was astonished with what just happened. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofeng was out of breath. Lu Xiaofeng was unaware that the rabbit's crystal core was falling into his mouth as he caught his breath and opined that he finally dealt with it. It was a green, shiny crystal core. Lu Xiaofeng noticed the crystal core moments before it entered his mouth. After he swallowed it, his eyes lit up, so Bai Kang inquired if he was okay. Lu Xiaofeng stated that he was fine. He just accidentally swallowed the crystal core, and currently his body feels a bit strange. The cat meowed with tears in its eyes. Chen queried if he had eaten a crystal core. Lu Xiaofeng wondered why he couldn't feel any powers and if there was a trick to it, to which Chen responded and replied that to quickly gain control of powers, the best way was through a fight. But first, he should get them all out of there. Chen pointed out Bai Kang's clothes, and Bai Kang remarked that the mutant beast just tore them, but she was fine. And as she inquired if he was really planning to keep a cat in the apocalypse, Chen confirmed yes and that it would be sticking with him from that point onward. On the other hand, a lady with torn clothes was hanging by a streetlight. Meanwhile, another lady was pleading for the devourers to let her go, but one of the devourers declared that the more the lady begged, the more excited he got. Another devourer observed that the lady's voice was music to his ears, while another noted that they shouldn't rush and they should make the lady scream even louder. The lady pleaded and begged for the devourer not to kill her, and the devourer asserted that if the lady serves him well, maybe he will keep her around as a slave. But the devourer mentioned that if the lady didn't satisfy him, he would hang her up on the streetlight to dry like jerky. The lady expressed that she didn't want to be a jerky. She conveyed that she will do her best to please the devourer. The devourer approved that it was good. The lady screamed in pain as the devourer penetrated her. Noticing Chen's vehicle, one of the devourers queried if someone was coming, and the other devourer commented that they should handle business first and come back to have some fun. Lu Xiaofeng stepped out of the vehicle. One of the devourers queried who was the kid disrupting his enjoyment, and another devourer proclaimed that they should kill Lu Xiaofeng. and make him their dinner. Meanwhile, Bai Kang called Su Chen. She affirmed that Lu Xiaofeng just recovered, and he has to face 3 devourers already, so she interrogated if Lu Xiaofeng could handle it. Su Chen remarked that Bai Kang should relax because he was right there to watch over Lu Xiaofeng, while he believed that if Lu Xiaofeng was the Fengtian who was known as the human nuke in his previous life, he should manage. He added that besides, real combat is the best teacher for mastering powers. Back at the fight, the Devourer inquired if he still acted tough and stated that he was dead that day, and another Devourer stated that it was Lu Xiaofeng's last day on Earth. Lu Xiaofeng just stood there and took all the blows of the Devourer directed at him. Bai Kang acknowledged that it looked like Lu Xiaofeng was struggling and he would be beaten to death at that rate, but Su Chen countered no, and that Lu Xiaofeng seemed to have figured out how to use his powers. On the other hand, the Devourer declared that their strength is several times that of a human, and he queried why Lu Xiaofeng wasn't hurt at all. Lu Xiaofeng explained that it was because he was absorbing most of the energy from the Devourer's punches. One of the Devourers queried what the hell he was talking about and declared that they should kill him. But Lu Xiaofeng countered no, and that instead of absorbing, it was more like plundering. He quickly activated his ability, Plunder. One of the Devourers commented that his strength was being drained while the other screamed and added that Lu Xiaofeng should let him go. Su Chen remarked that it was such a powerful ability, and Lu Xiaofeng is like a black hole, greedily absorbing the energy around him, and he considered that Lu Xiaofeng was truly Fengtian. He observed that it was alright when he noticed Captain Sun. Captain Sun's axe quickly flew towards the Devourers. The axe decapitated the Devourers in an instant. Lu Xiaofeng was alarmed when he saw what happened. The axe flew back to Captain Sun and he caught it in the air. Captain Sun scoffed and remarked that luckily he intervened in time, or they all would have been Devourer food. He stated that as a repayment, they should hand over their food. Zhang Jianshu was about to confront Captain Sun, but Su Chen cut him off and remarked that he should get in the car first while he would give Captain Sun some food. Su Chen acknowledged that Captain Sun did realize that it was already the apocalypse, so he could only spare that much. Captain Sun queried if it was dog food. Su Chen quickly remarked that Captain Sun should enjoy it as they were leaving, and Captain Sun mentioned that Su Chen should just wait. One of Captain Sun's men queried why he didn't take the chance to kill Lu Xiaofeng and save him instead. But Captain Sun wondered if he thought that he didn't want to and stated that his axe somehow missed. Otherwise, Lu Xiaofeng would be meeting the King of Hell at that moment. The man remarked that Gao Yue already trusts those outsiders over them, loyal old comrades, and since Lu Xiaofeng already has powers, they will be sidelined from the core power, which made Captain Sun scoff and asserted that if Gao Yue doesn't trust him, he won't show mercy because the base needed a new leader. Meanwhile, Su Chen queried if Captain Sun had a grudge against him, to which Lu Xiaofeng declared no, but Captain Sun has always been that way, so Su Chen shouldn't let it get to him. Su Chen believed that Lu Xiaofeng was way too trusting with his people because if he hadn't intervened, Lu Xiaofeng would have been dead already, so if it was not personal, there must be an agenda. He considered that if there was an agenda, Captain Sun had likely been building his own faction within the base, and if that was the case, they should settle things in one go. On the other hand, at the base wall construction site, one of the workers commented that Yunian is amazing because with her there, building the wall was a breeze and the efficiency was doubled. Yunian stated that she consumes a lot of food each time and inquired if they could all handle it, to which the worker wailed and asserted that as long as they could build the wall to protect everyone, it was worth it. Yunian heard the sound of a vehicle. She stated that Su Chen was back. Su Chen's vehicle slowly drove inside the base. The vehicle stopped. As soon as they stepped out of the vehicle, Su Chen stated that the cat shouldn't run around because it would scare the others. The cat meowed at Su Chen in response. Bai Kang remarked that the cat seemed pretty happy, so maybe it hasn't been outside for a while, and as Lu Xiaofeng inquired if he wasn't worried that the cat would run away, Su Chen noted that with all the treats, cat food, and everything he gave it, there was nowhere else the cat could find that kind of care. A few moments later, Gao Yue declared that it was the empty warehouse Su Chen requested, and as he queried if it was big enough, Su Chen mentioned yes and that it was perfect. A blinding light flashed inside the warehouse. Gao Yue wondered if he had spatial abilities and brought all the supplies from the military base. Su Chen observed that with those weapons, the safety of their new base is almost guaranteed. Gao Yue probed if he didn't plan on hiding his spatial abilities from them. Su Chen asserted that they were all in that together already, and as he pressed who he could trust if he didn't trust Gao Yue. Gao Yue acknowledged that it was true and that without Su Chen, there would be no new base, so they will definitely keep his secret. Bai Kang called Gao Yue and commented that the new base doesn't have a name yet, so to honor Su Chen's contribution, she would suggest that they call it the Dawnlight Base. Gao Yue opined that Dawnlight symbolizes hope and new beginnings, and it was a great name, so they should go with that. Su Chen reflected that in his previous life, the base that Gao Yue established was the last safe haven in the apocalypse, and to have it named after him at that moment was truly an honor. On the other hand, the cat entered a medical tent where one of the medical personnel expressed that Duanyi was amazing because she removed the mutant plant so effortlessly. He maintained that the surgery wouldn't be possible without Duanya. Duanya added that sadly, the environment there wasn't great, so many severe cases couldn't be treated. One of the medical personnel affirmed yes, and that if they could just clear out the devourers from the hospital next to the base, there would be plenty of medical supplies. The scalpel Duanya was holding reminded the cat of some terrifying memories. It remembered seeing a doctor dissecting another cat on a table. The cat meowed in terror and Duanya noticed it. Duanya reported that it shook and queried if it was hungry. She suggested that the cat come with her. Duanya indicated that when Su Chen returns, she will ask if they could keep the cat. She conveyed that after all, it was hard enough just to feed themselves in times like that. Duanya confirmed that they had arrived. She averred that it was their temporary shelter. Su Chen addressed Duanya as a beauty, and as he suggested that she have some fun with him, Duanya queried who it was. Duanya screamed as Su Chen pinned her down on the bed. She recognized Su Chen and queried when he got back. Su Chen mused how she knew it was him, and as Duanya mentioned that the only person completely immune to her psychic powers was him, Su Chen concluded that it made sense. A few moments later, Duanya disclosed that Su Chen brought the cat back and pondered if he hadn't named it yet. Duanya intimated that looking at the cat's pattern, she queried if it didn't look like gold and suggested that they call it Gold. Su Chen affirmed that Gold was a nice name, but he queried if she wasn't going to help him wash up. Duanya remembered and wondered how things went at the armory and if there were any gains, and Su Chen replied, of course, and with the crystal core, he should be able to evolve into a level 2 human. Noticing that Gold was surprised as it recalled Su Chen eating the crystal core, Su Chen apologized and explained that things were chaotic at that time. Su Chen revealed that he actually stored the crystal core in his spatial storage, and also that the last crystal core made him feel a strong desire, so he specially brought that one back. Duanya inquired if he was going to eat it at that moment. Su Chen did not respond, and he grinned as his body started transforming. Duanya speculated if it was a level 2 human. She was flustered by Su Chen's strength. Duanya admitted that she couldn't bear it. Meanwhile, Yunyan walked towards Duanya's apartment and peeked through the window. Gold was alarmed when it noticed Yunyan. Yunyan called Su Chen and remarked that he came back but didn't come find her. She declared that she was mad. Seeing Yunyan, Duanya pleaded for her help with Su Chen. Su Chen stepped out of the bathtub. Yunyan was flustered when she saw Su Chen's transformation. Su Chen informed that Yunyan came just in time. Duanya called Su Chen. Yunyan remarked that he is a level 2 human. It was too incredible, and she couldn't take it anymore. Duanya noted that she feels like she is falling apart, while Yunyan speculated if the side effects are that severe. He apologized and admitted that maybe he absorbed too many crystal cores. Yunyan asserted that she and Duanya need to hurry and enhance themselves or they will only end up bullied by him. Duanya inquired if his ability has changed since he was a level 2 human. He added that they should let him give it a try, and first, it would be the physique-related ability. He used his skill, Steel Body, and explained that the abilities of the Berserk and Golden Snake King have fused so his skin turns black and his body becomes as tough as steel. He could even feel an energy circulating on the surface and wondered if he could release it. Yunyan, Duanya, and Gold were surprised when a strong wind blew them away. They all fell off the bed. Su Chen laughed and commented that it looked like the offensive power still needed some improvement. Next was the spatial ability, and previously, he could only open space where he made direct contact. Currently, he could open multiple small spatial portals within a 20-meter radius. Yunyan exclaimed that the bastard Su Chen actually ambushed them. He observed that his ice ability at that time, besides forming ice blocks, could condense an ice layer on his body, which is not very useful, but at least it is progress. He realized something. He focuses the circulating energy on the ice blocks. He uses the spatial portals to attack from different angles. The ice blocks came out of the portals and hit the same target. The power is comparable to bullets, and shooting from different angles through space will make for an excellent ambush. Yunyan contemplated if abilities could work like that, and Duanya mused if he wouldn't become like a rocket launcher if he evolved a few more times. He declared that the final ability was mental perception. The perception range hasn't changed much, but he seems to be able to sense every cell in his body, like the Inner Vision and Cultivation novels. He sensed something and queried what it was. He was alarmed. His size shrank. He probed where it was. Zio revealed that it was the conscious space inside his brain. It has been a long time since they saw each other, and they met again. Recognizing her, he challenged if she hadn't already disintegrated and how she was there. Her hair moved towards him. She clarified that it was because he swallowed her crystal core, allowing her to parasitize within his body. Her essence has already merged with his. He cursed and grumbled that he got tricked by her, and it was bad because his still body and spatial abilities were useless there. On the other hand, in the real world, Union called his name. Dunya wondered what was wrong. Back in his consciousness, he interrogated Zio what she wanted, and she pressed him if he knew how lonely it is to be alone. She has waited so long for him to come in there. She leaned closer to kiss him, but he saw the condensed ice layer in his fingers. He still has one ability he could use. He warned that she shouldn't blame him if he did it. She screamed as he wrapped the ice around her neck. He argued that she just wanted to take over his body, but she countered that he is too strong so she can't possibly possess him. He apologized and conceded that he can't trust her. She screamed again as her body got restrained by the ice. She cautioned that binding her conscious form won't kill her essence, and he vowed that he will freeze her there forever. She confessed that she is not as strong as him, but in the conscious space she might not lose to him. He was stunned when he saw that he was about to get trapped by her restraint. He was speechless when he tried to move but couldn't. She predicted that neither of them will be getting out of there. Chen tried to wriggle out of the restraint but to no avail. Zio remarked that neither of them could move at that moment. Just as she noted, he couldn't break through that cocoon. She explained that if things drag on, it won't help either of them, so they should talk instead. He inquired what she wanted to talk about, and she replied that she just actually needed to absorb a bit of his ability to survive, but it won't affect him, and she doesn't have the strength to take over his body anyway. He stated that he didn't trust her and queried how she would leave his body. She indicated that she needs to absorb abilities to survive, so leaving at that moment would mean death. Unless he helps her find a suitable female ability user's body, someone not too weak with a good figure and looks. He laughed and observed that she was pretty picky, but he probed how he was supposed to know who was suitable. She added that she will tell him when they meet someone, and he shouldn't worry because she won't let him help her for free. If he finds her a suitable body, she will give him some benefits, and he asserted that he doesn't need benefits, but if she makes any move against him, he will do whatever it takes to eliminate her. She affirmed it was a deal so he should quickly release the binding as he is being strangled there. Both of them released each other at the same time. Chen's consciousness came back to reality. Dunya wondered why he was spacing out earlier, and he didn't respond when they called him, to which Union agreed and mentioned that they thought his soul had left his body. When he heard about the soul leaving the body, he commented that minimizing risks is the safest option. Meanwhile, in his consciousness, everything got covered in ice. Zio exclaimed that he actually froze the entire space with ice so the bastard should let her out. He declared that no one would have thought that ice abilities would be stronger in the conscious space, but he should hurry and find her a body. He pondered if there were women at the base and advised that Dunya should take him to find other women. Dunya and Union were surprised by his request. Union posed whether he was still not satisfied. He clarified that he meant that they should take him to check on the others at the base. A few moments later, Dunya informed that Gao Yue already had someone do a count, and currently, the base has about 1,300 people. Of them, over 400 soldiers are responsible for base security, and they have repelled several attacks by the Devourer tribe and mutated beasts. The other men are building temporary walls, and with Union's help, they are nearly completed. The women, children, and elderly are clearing mutated plants sprouting within the base and handling logistics. Union chimed in and relayed that some were injured by mutated plants while clearing them, and fortunately, Dunya had medical students set up a surgery room so mild cases could return to work. Dunya acknowledged that everyone is working hard and once the walls are finished, they could catch their breath. Chen speculated if it was real, and he was afraid that they didn't have time to relax. On the other hand, Gao Yue pointed out that the base's security and supply needs have been mostly resolved in the short term, but they urgently needed to take over the hospital occupied by the Devourer tribe to secure medical resources. He pressed if anyone had a good plan for that operation. One of the captains outlined that it is estimated to be a small Taudi tribe of fewer than 100 in the hospital, so he would suggest Captain Sun, as he is their strongest fighter and his team has the best coordination. But Captain Sun countered that they should wait. He demanded why Chen wasn't at the meeting. He contended that he encouraged them to establish the base, but currently he is nowhere to be found, so he doubted if he was that responsible. Gao Yue warned that he should watch his words because without Chen, there wouldn't be a Dawn base, and he wouldn't even have the chance to sit there. He considered that he was too short-sighted. He remembered the time when he sought to know from Chen why he wanted to hand over the base to him, and he responded that he is not interested in being a leader and he is the one he trusts, so he is at ease handing it over to him. But he reminded him that in that apocalyptic world full of disasters, even with the base's protection, if he is not vigilant, it will eventually be destroyed. He assured that he understood and reflected that as expected, a strong person never slows their steps and Chen is destined to keep pursuing greater strength. Back in the present, Gao Yue emphasized that Captain Sun should just know that if the base faces tough problems or strong enemies, Chen will step in without hesitation. Captain Sun argued that the Devourer tribe in the hospital is a strong enemy and if the losses are too great, he can't bear the responsibility. Gao Yue proclaimed that considering the importance of the mission, Lu Xiaofeng will assist him, and additionally, he will ask Chen to join to ensure success. Captain Sun agreed that since he expressed so, he will take on that task, and if there is nothing else, he will go prepare. A few moments later, one of his men interjected whether they weren't planning to seize power, and why they were suddenly attacking the hospital. He confessed that he was worried about Su Chen and Lu Xiaofeng being ability users and difficult to deal with. If he could quietly get rid of them during that mission, taking over the base will be easy. Meanwhile, one of the captains highlighted that just as Su Chen signaled, Captain Sun agreed, and Gao Yue cautioned that they should hope he doesn't choose the wrong path. He sought to know if they sent people to scout He City. The captain responded that his field team should have arrived, and if what Su Chen claimed was true, something big might happen there. On the other hand, Miao Po Yuan and Tian Yu were at the He City refuge zone. Miao Po Yuan implored Tian Yu if he can't ask Su Chen to help them get a couple of crystal cores because he is so strong. Tian Yu replied that getting stronger depends on oneself, and besides, Su Chen already saved them once, and he challenged him how he could ask for more. Miao Po Yuan lamented that he knows, but they have been fighting mutated beasts and zombies like crazy yet got nothing, so it was so frustrating. Suddenly, Tian Yu whispered that he should be quiet because someone was coming. The city guards inquired who was there. A man stated that they were there to deliver goods. They should take a look because those were all top quality at that time. The guard declared that he should follow him and he will take him to see the city lord. The man remarked that they were going to make a fortune again that time. A few moments later, the city lord replied that they were excellent and he was very satisfied with that batch of goods. Whoever could give birth to a boy for him will be spared, and that is their only chance. But one of the women requested for him to let her go. He responded that she is nothing but a tool for breeding. She has no right to beg for mercy. One of the city lord's men suddenly commented that Su Chen and his group were planning to attack the hospital. The city lord noted that they should send everyone to attack because he wanted him dead at that time. The man explained that their people have been starving for so long that they have no strength to fight unless they forcibly turn them all into devourers, but the evolution process takes time. Jai chimed in and uttered that perhaps she could lend them a hand. The city lord queried her what she said. A few moments later, the merchants from earlier probed what was going on and voiced that they should let them out. One of them observed that they had always been working for the city lord, and the other interrogated him why they were doing such a thing to them. Their eyes went so wide and turned bloodshot when they saw the city lord. The city lord acknowledged that Jai wants to help him build a devourer army, but she needed their heads as ingredients for her potion. One of the men asserted that it was blatant revenge, to which the other man agreed and disclosed that she was lying to the city lord. The city lord mentioned that they won't know if they don't test whether she is lying or not. He swung his bat. It hit the men's faces. He hit so hard that the heads went flying. The men slowly lost their consciousness. Their heads were falling to the ground. On the other hand, men screamed for help as they got thrown into a pool of blood by the devourers. Huge splashes were created in the pool as more bodies were thrown in. Using second-generation enhancement serums to speed up devourer evolution has been tested before. She just needed to pour the serum into the blood pool, though it is a bit unstable. One of the men muttered that the devourers should let him go, and he demanded for help. But the devourers still dropped him into the pool. More bodies were thrown into the pool, and some of them were floating on the surface. Jai opined that they should feel honored because only the chosen ones are qualified to enter the blood pool. Only the strongest warriors could serve the city lord. If it weren't for Su Chen destroying the evolution base, she wouldn't have been captured and enslaved, suffering endlessly, so at that time, she will make him pay the price. Devourers coughed vigorously as they emerged from the blood pool. Meanwhile, Tian Yu exclaimed that they were planning to turn everyone in the city into a devourer. Miao Po Yuan affirmed that if that continues, all 2,000 people in the city will become the city lord's pawns. Tian Yu advised no. They must get that information back, or the base will face annihilation. But suddenly, a devourer added that it was too bad. None of them were leaving. Miao Po Yuan cursed and recounted that they had been discovered. Tian Yu conveyed that he will hold them off so he should find a chance to escape. The devourer expressed that he thinks they should stay and be their dinner. On the other hand, Dawn Base was quiet. Xiaomei called Su Chen, and he pressed her how her life at the new base was and if anyone had bullied her. She solicited who dared bully her and hinted that she was his woman when Gao Yue called Su Chen. He maintained that Captain Sun has gathered his men, but dealing with dozens of devourers in the hospital is still a bit of a stretch, so he would like to ask for his help. Su Chen signified that it was no problem. Gao Yue proclaimed that in addition to that, he has one more request. Gao Yue asserted that the hospital is too close to the base and it is bound to become a major problem sooner or later. Plus, the medicines inside will be a very important strategic resource in the future, so his request is to leave some medical supplies for the base. Su Chen assured that he shouldn't worry because he will only take what he needs. Gao Yue remembered and recounted that he had brought all the ability users from the base with him at that time. The captain declared that they will be under Su Chen's command during the mission. Su Chen instructed that if that was the case, everyone should listen up. They should stay behind at the base to defend. Especially keep an eye on He City for any movements. Everyone was surprised. Su Chen surmised that He City might experience uncontrollable changes because of his presence. Meanwhile, Tian Yu and Miao Po Yuan were out of breath, and they were surrounded by devourers. Miao Po Yuan cursed and barked that those devourer monsters are toying with them, not giving them a chance to breathe, while Tian Yu remarked that things can't go on like that, so they need to end it quickly. He inquired Myo Poyuan if he remembered all those crises they went through during their field missions. Myo Poyuan confirmed, and he is the most experienced field operative after all. One of the devourers laughed and taunted that no matter what tricks they were planning, they were all dead that day. Tianyu cursed and shouted that the monster should die. They screamed and exclaimed that it was lime powder, and he vowed that he would kill them. One of the devourers growled that they should stop them, and Myo Poyuan urged that it was the time to run. He called them ugly pubic hair freaks and challenged that they should come and catch him. But a spear pierced his torso, and he screamed in pain. Tianyu screamed his name. The city lord proclaimed that a little snack was delivered to his door. Myo Poyuan was trembling in pain as he picked up the spear and let him hang on it. The city lord sneered that he was too skinny and he was not even enough to fill the gap between his teeth. He threw him at the horde of devourers and decreed that they should have him as a treat. Myo Poyuan called Tianyu with his remaining strength. Tianyu ran towards him and attempted to save him, but a devourer hit him from behind. Myo Poyuan implored that he should quickly run. His body was torn to pieces as the devourers feasted on him. Tianyu cried no. He promised that he should just wait. He will avenge him, and one of the devourers bellowed that he was trying to jump into the river. They should stop him quickly. He was in pain, but he kept running. He reached the edge of the base. He jumped into the water. The devourers cursed and grumbled that the kid got away. It was a shame because he was so hungry, and the other muttered that he really wanted to eat some meat. The city lord queried them if they wanted meat. He directed that they should go and take down Dawn Base as there are plenty of people to eat there. One of the devourers conceded that he didn't care anymore, so he was going. Another acknowledged that he would do anything as long as he could eat meat. Another confessed that he wanted to taste a woman's cat. The city lord warned that Chen should just wait. Jai and the devourers she created gathered behind him. Meanwhile, a woman's scream could be heard at the city hospital. Tears ran down her cheeks as she screamed. She gave birth to a devourer child, and it was wailing. Feng Pangzi bragged that it was his baby. He is the devourer tribe leader of the hospital. Originally a mental patient in the hospital, he always fantasized about getting women around him pregnant, and after the apocalypse, he became the first devourer in the hospital. The woman can't stay in that hellhole any longer, and she has to escape. But he insisted that as a breeding machine, there was no way she could rest, so he will make sure she is pregnant with his child again soon. She pleaded that he should wait because she just gave birth and she couldn't possibly do it. But he didn't listen. At the city hospital, one of the devourers inquired who goes there. They were under attack. They screamed as Captain Sun cut them in half. He declared that he will have to trouble them all to clear the way. Lu Xiaofeng queried him what he meant by that. Captain Sun explained that they shouldn't let the fact that he got over 100 brothers behind him with guns fool them because they are all just ordinary people. Chen wondered if he was threatening them. Captain Sun interrogated whether it wasn't only natural for ability users to lead the charge. Chen challenged if that was the case and cautioned that he would warn him that anyone who points a gun at him never meets a good end. He instructed that they should move. Duanyi and Lu Xiaofeng followed him. Captain Sun directed that they should let them deal with the devourer first. Finish them off because even ability users can't handle over 100 guns, and one of his men suggested that they leave the woman named Duanyi behind. He remarked that she was such a beautiful one and it would be a pity to kill her. Then they should leave her behind. But they were surprised when they stepped inside the hospital. He probed where Chen and his people were and if they disappeared. He cursed and added that they should find them and not let them escape. Lu Xiaofeng scrutinized if they couldn't see them, and Duanyi responded that she could control ordinary people's visual nerves. But Captain Sun is also an ability user, so he might sense something is off. Chen assured that she shouldn't worry because he won't notice a thing. He created his multiple small spatial portals. He fired his ice bullets through them. The soldiers screamed and cried that it was not good because they came under attack from behind. Captain Sun ordered that they should take cover. Chen asserted that charging head-on is more suited for people like them. Captain Sun cursed and quizzed if anyone saw where the enemy came from. On the other one, the woman who just gave birth died. Feng Pangzi examined if that was it and lamented that she was so fragile. Suddenly, he noticed the other devourers. They ravaged the other women. He pressed them on what they were doing, and one of them replied that they wanted them to have their children too. The other agreed and affirmed that they wanted to be just like him. The woman disagreed and urged that they should stop. He rebuked the devourers for daring to touch his woman. He attacked the devourer and destroyed the wall in the process, which surprised Captain Sun. Feng Pangzi noticed them. He speculated if a rat managed to sneak in while Captain Sun investigated whether he was a devourer and commented that he was huge. One of the soldiers advised that Captain Sun should look up there. He debated if they didn't say that there were only a few dozen devourers there. There were way too many, and they were surrounded. Captain Sun commanded that they should fire and shoot them all. The soldiers fired their guns as instructed, but they demanded why those bullets weren't doing any damage, why they were all blanks with no bullets, and complained that someone must have tampered with them. Feng Pangzi called his brothers and urged that they should chop off the hands and feet of those intruders and turn them into roasted meat. The devourers charged towards the soldiers. They all looked so menacing. One of them cut a soldier in half horizontally, another cut vertically. A lot of them towered over Captain Sun. He tightened his grip on his axe. He swung it and sliced the devourers in front of him altogether. He proclaimed that all of the soldiers should stand up because even without guns, they will fight those beasts to the death. Chen was a dog who tricked them, and once he killed those devourers, he is next. Captain Sun stated that everyone should follow him and fight their way out. They declared that they should kill the devourers and fight to the death. Kill them all and leave no one alive. They all let out their battle cries as they fought. One of the soldiers remarked that those devourers were too terrifying, so he better find a place to hide. Suddenly, he noticed Feng Pangxi's son. He wondered if it was a newborn devourer brat. The baby disappeared into the shadows. The soldier probed if he was gone. He was unaware that he was below him, and he bit his leg. He screamed that it hurt and inquired for help. The baby, who grew into a kid, observed that it was delicious and eating meat makes him grow. On the other hand, Captain Sun has managed to eliminate multiple devourers. One of the soldiers uttered that he is incredible, and another voiced that he took out more than 10 devourers all by himself. Feng Pangxi interrogated if killing a few small fries makes Captain Sun proud. Captain Sun commented that it was perfect timing as he will cut him in half. Feng Pangxi was unfazed as the axe came at him at an incredible speed. He effortlessly caught it with his nails. Captain Sun was taken aback. The kid suddenly appeared behind him, laughing menacingly. He screamed in pain as both his arms got cut off. The kid expressed that he should die, but Chen kicked him. He was sent flying and crashed on the floor. He queried who dared to kick him. Chen noted that Captain Sun isn't for him to kill. Feng Pangxi stepped forward when he noticed Duanya. He replied that she was such a beautiful woman. He laughed and asserted that it was his lucky day. Since Chen has brought that beauty to him, he will give him a choice of how he wants to die. But Chen mentioned that he was such a chatterbox. He swung his fist. He hit Feng Pangxi, and he crashed against the wall. He informed that his choice was to send him to hell. Feng Pangxi realized that he was an ability user too. His meat must taste especially delicious. Meanwhile, the kid implored Feng Pangxi if he likes Duanya and added that she looks so weak. But since he likes her, she could stay and be his mom. She was horrified. He explained that she shouldn't worry because he is still growing and won't eat her. Plus, he just ate some human meat. He feels like drinking some milk. Suddenly, Duanya raised her leg at the kid. She hit his head. His head was pressed against the floor. He laughed and mused if that is what having a mom feels like and responded that he loves it so much. But before he could recover, her other leg was already coming for him. He was unable to dodge and got hit. She was filled with rage. She jumped and spun in the air. She kicked him in the stomach and pressed him against the floor. He screamed in pain. The kid complained that it hurt, and he laughed while praising his mom as really amazing. Then it became his turn, and Duanya inquired if he even possessed abilities. He claimed he could move in the darkness to attack. She admitted she had no idea where he would strike from. But gold appeared and struck him in the face. She questioned why he followed her, and he only meowed in reply. She warned that it was too dangerous there, so he should hide behind her while she considered that her mental perception could lock onto the kid's movements. So as long as it showed itself, it wouldn't escape her bullets. The kid insulted Gold as a stupid cat and threatened to kill him. But Gold easily swiped him with his claws. Duanya immediately aimed her gun toward the commotion. She asked what happened, and the kid coughed while explaining that it was terrifying because he almost died earlier, so he needed to escape first. Meanwhile, Captain Sun screamed in pain. Lu Xiaofeng warned that it was too dangerous there, so everyone should stay close to him. One of the devourers laughed and mocked if he believed he could stop them alone, calling it ridiculous, while another remarked that they should look at how weak and pathetic he was, which was hilarious. Captain Sun considered him honest and kind, so he intended to use him to help him escape. He called Lu Xiaofeng. He explained that he was the team leader of that operation, so he would order him to protect him and get him out. Lu Xiaofeng agreed without problem but requested a favor first. Captain Sun inquired what he wanted. He explained that without his arms, he was useless, so he suggested that Captain Sun lend him his strength, and he would kill all those devourers for revenge. He activated his ability, Plunder. Captain Sun reminded that they were teammates and questioned how he could do that. He replied that when they pointed their guns at them, they became enemies, and since they were enemies, they all must die. Meanwhile, thanks to Chen's warning, the Dawn base detected a large devourer force advancing toward them. Bai Kang ordered that everyone should go and prepare as planned. She questioned why she was still there, and she explained that Chen asked her to finish building the isolation wall before he left, so she did not want to see the devourers destroy that place. Bai Kang recalled and mentioned she had always wanted to ask her something. She said that she and Duanya were both with Chen and asked if she did not find it strange. Yunyan admitted it felt a bit odd at first, but since it was the apocalypse, no one cared about worldly rules anymore, while she considered that besides, Chen was such a beast that there was no way she could handle him alone. She asked if she liked Chen because she acted differently when mentioning him. Bai Kang denied it and asked how she could. Yunyan noted that with a man as strong and handsome as Chen, it was normal to be drawn to him. Bai Kang questioned if that was normal. Suddenly, one of the soldiers called her and pointed out she should look over there. Bai Kang asked if all those were devourers and noted there were so many of them. She instructed that they should report that to Gao Yue immediately and evacuate the civilians. Yunian pulled a chocolate bar from her backpack. She munched on it. She asked Bai Kang if she planned to abandon the base, to which Bai Kang denied but emphasized they also needed to ensure the civilians' safety, and asked what Yunian was thinking. Yunian insisted that the isolation wall they just built must not be destroyed by those devourers, and if Su Chen saw the base gone, he would definitely be furious. She reflected that she could not handle that guy's wrath. She grabbed an enhancement potion from her bag. She injected it into her arm. She declared she would go first. She instructed Bai Kang to organize people to fight, as they absolutely could not abandon the base. She jumped off the wall. Bai Kang observed that for Su Chen, Yunian was completely disregarding her own safety. Yunian's size grew gigantic as she landed on the ground. She glanced at the trees beside her. She uprooted one. She declared that they should bring it on. She would not let them pass. Yunian remarked that the effect of the enhancement potion was incredible because her body still slowly grew bigger. She needed to take that chance to deal with more of those pests. The leader of the Devourers inquired if a woman believed she could stop them. They declared that they would attack. They charged towards Yunian. She declared that nobody got past her. She swung the tree trunk and sent them flying. She felt surprised when some of them jumped up to her height. They landed on her arm. She growled that they should die. On the other hand, Bai Kang wondered if all of Su Chen's women needed to be that strong. But she reasoned that there were too many enemies, so she probably wouldn't last long like that. She remarked that the bigger issue was that the base's original defense setup was completely disrupted. She needed to do something. Back at the fight, Yunian challenged those ugly freaks to come on and let her show them what she could do. One of the Devourers muttered that she was a terrifying woman. Another commented that she looked like a tough one. Jai questioned who was willing to take Yunian down, and as another Devourer wondered if it was another woman, the other remarked that she looked quite appetizing. They laughed and urged that they should start with her, but she swiftly smacked them and urged that since they were so brave, they should go handle Yunian. One of the Devourers questioned what the heck that thing was, and another wondered if it just bloomed. Jai recalled that before being sent to Chen, she accidentally discovered that mutated plants tainted with her blood could temporarily boost strength. But the cost was a life. One of the Devourers roared in pain as mutated plants grew out of its head. The others also suffered the same. Yunian felt alarmed when she noticed those transformed Devourers. They all grew as huge as her. The leader laughed and praised that Jai did well. The rest of them should attack the base and eat whoever they wanted inside. One of the Devourers shouted that they should charge, and another suggested that they should kill the men and leave the women. But a tank fired and obliterated one of them. The other Devourer yelled in confusion about what just happened. The commander ordered that they should target the Devourers and open fire at will. The tanks followed and fired at the Devourers. One of the Devourers asked where they got a tank. Yunian declared that reinforcements were finally there. She felt taken aback when one of the transformed Devourers threw its vines at her. It caught her arm. Another transformed Devourer roared and charged at her. She blocked its attack with the tree trunk she held. But another transformed Devourer attacked her from behind, and she muttered that it was bad. She was pinned and unable to dodge the attack. Suddenly, a drone flew towards her. It exploded at the face of the transformed Devourer behind her. She gasped when she saw the drones. Bai Kang credited the gear to what Su Chen brought back from the military base. Unfortunately, they didn't have many of them. On the other hand, at the hospital, Su Chen still fought with Feng Pangzi. Feng Pangzi laughed as he regenerated. He acknowledged that to wield that kind of power, Su Chen was not bad. But it was unfortunate. It was still too weak. Meanwhile, inside Su Chen's consciousness, the ice trembled. Xiao inquired about what was happening out there. Xiao blamed Su Chen for sealing that place, cutting off her ability to sense the outside world. But she really wanted to go out and take a look. She made a decision. She intended to break open that icy prison. Back at the fight, Su Chen evaded Feng Pangzi's attack. He reasoned that the fat guy was tough to deal with, and he needed to end things quickly. At that moment, Xiao shattered her ice prison. Su Chen sensed it, and he became alarmed. Feng Pangzi cackled and declared that his doom had arrived. He assaulted him with strikes and tore apart his clothes. Su Chen's consciousness left the real world. It entered his mental space. He wondered if he had been pulled into the mental space. Suddenly, Xiao revealed that she had been waiting for him. She instantly wrapped her arms around him. She also wrapped her legs around him. He attempted to scold her, but she persisted. She enclosed both of them with her hair. They became trapped in the barrier she formed. He demanded to know what she was trying to do. She inquired if it should stop him from using his ice abilities and who gave him the right to imprison her in that icy cell. She claimed that it was his punishment, but she paused and told him to wait. She questioned what was going on. She wondered if he was a pervert and why he wasn't wearing any clothes, but he countered by questioning how that was his fault when she was the one who dragged him into it. She explained that she didn't mean to, and as she inquired about what it was, she confessed that it was her first time. He inquired if she had ever, and she clarified that those were all fake experiences, so he should restrain his instincts. He requested that she stop moving because it was hard for him to stay calm like that. She insisted that they should leave quickly. Back in the real world, Feng Pangzi warned Chen not to think that playing dead would let him off. He slammed a punch and smashed him into the ground. Meanwhile, in the mental space, Xiao screamed and questioned why it shook again, and Chen responded that he didn't move. She wondered if it was coming from outside. She urged him to think of something fast. She moaned with pleasure. Back in the real world, Feng Pangzi continued to hammer Chen's body into the ground. In the mental space, Xiao shrieked. She cried out that it was coming again. The barrier she built slammed against the ground. She became alarmed. She questioned how things ended up like that. Back in the real world, Feng Pangzi laughed and remarked that in the end, Chen was just a meal on his plate. Suddenly, Duanya shot at him. He demanded if it was her, and she yelled that he was a bastard and he should release Chen. Feng Pangzi proclaimed that she was the woman he selected, and he dared her to point a gun at him. Duanya shouted that he should cut the crap and release her man. Feng Pangzi sneered that she was already tainted. He remembered the past, where he believed that the lady he was chasing told him that she would marry him after receiving 100 gifts. He gave the 100th gift. He asked if she was getting married, and she informed him that they shouldn't see each other again. But he reminded her that she clearly accepted his last gift. She mocked if he truly believed a toad could eat swan meat and told him to look at his pitiful self, and besides, she only accepted his gift out of pity. He reminded her that she once claimed appearances didn't matter, and he didn't care about her relationship with him, so she should marry him, as he was the one who truly cared for her. She revealed that she worked hard to get pregnant with a rich man's child, and as she asked if he thought she would marry him, she called him crazy. He demanded to know if she carried someone else's child, and she confirmed that it was true, so she ordered him to get lost as he was a pathetic simp. He stated that she had already been defiled, but it didn't matter. He vowed that he would make her clean again. Back in the present, Duanya declared that she and Gold needed to keep him away from Chen. Lu Xiaofeng remarked that it was great that the traitors were all dead. Now it was the filthy devourer's turn. Suddenly, Duanya screamed as she got blown away, and Feng Pangzi was right behind her. He extended his slimy tongue to capture her. She felt alarmed as she realized she won't be able to dodge it. She expressed surprise when Gold transformed and remarked that she should have known that a cat Chen brought back wouldn't be ordinary. Lu Xiaofeng unleashed his skill, Plunder, but she screamed and groaned that it hurt and the power gap was too strong so he couldn't plunder it. Duanya advised that he should forget it and they should escape first. Lu Xiaofeng groaned and complained that the tongue was disgusting. Feng Pangzi declared that she won't get away. On the other hand, Chen's body remained on the ground. He lay unconscious. Inside his mental space, Xiao commented that it finally stopped. He stated that he would handle the situation outside, and before he returned, she better behave. As for what existed between them, he added that they would talk after he got back. She retorted that he should forget it, and to ensure that he returned sooner, she would help him out so he, the bad guy, better take responsibility for her. Meanwhile, at the Dawn base, the tanks continued to fire at the Devourers. One of the ability users instructed that they should maintain positions and coordinate with the tanks, while another urged that they should attack those Devourers with everything they've got. One of the Devourers observed that a lady possessed incredible speed. On the other hand, Bai Kang controlled the drones. She struck the transformed Devourers with those. Meanwhile, Union pulled out an antenna tower. She pierced the transformed Devourers with it. Bai Kang gave her a thumbs up. She praised that it was nice work, but she got hit by a tank. She bled and got buried under the rubble. Union reacted with horror. The other soldiers cried that they couldn't hold the Devourers back as their attack was too overwhelming, and even the tanks got overturned. Union again responded in horror. One of the soldiers reported that the barrier wall had been breached, so they should retreat immediately. Union cursed at the Devourer beasts. One of the Devourers bragged that when they charged in, he would find himself a woman first, and their leader ordered that everyone should charge. They cried that they should kill them all. Suddenly, Union stomped on them. The leader insulted that she was a stupid woman. He moved quickly toward her. He accused that she ruined his plans again and again, so she would pay for that. Union glared at him. She reached out to grab him. He jumped quickly and avoided her grasp. He hopped on her arm. He swung his fist to deliver a punch. He struck her on the head. Bai Kang shouted Yunyan's name. Yunyan lost her balance after she got hit by the punch. He proudly landed on top of the building. He taunted if no one could stop him at that time. But Yunyan declared that it was Su Chen's hard-earned base, and before he returned, she must protect it at all costs. He appeared taken aback. She grew larger. She growled that they were annoying maggots and all of them must die. Yunyan clenched her fist. The leader warned her to wait and inquired what she was trying to do. She swung her fist. He screamed as the pressure of the punch hit him. He questioned if just the air pressure from her punch was enough to pin him down. He howled. He was squashed by her fist. The concrete beneath him crumbled. She punched a hole from the top of the building, and her entire arm was buried in it. The pressure from her attack reached the people at the camp. The people cautioned that Gao Yue should be careful. One of the captains wondered if it was really the Yunyan he knew, while another remarked that she was so powerful, and with her, the base might be saved. But Gao Yue feared that it wouldn't be that simple. She let out a powerful scream. The people screamed in pain, and one of them urged that they should quickly cover their ears. They questioned what was happening to her, and another concluded that she seemed to have entered a berserk state. She is completely out of control. Gao Yue instructed that the ability team should immediately figure out how to locate Su Chen because only he could save Yunyan. One of them volunteered that he should leave it to her because she is the only speed-type ability user. She swiftly left the base. She declared that she would find Su Chen as fast as she could. Back at the hospital, Su Chen finally woke up. He remarked that most of the devourers there were either dead or injured. Suddenly, he noticed a mist coming out of his body. He was taken aback when he saw that it was Xiao who came out. He demanded to know why she came out, and she explained that probably because of the earlier commotion, she found out that she could already freely leave his body. She wondered if they would catch up if they followed the traces left by the fat guy, and he asserted that he knew what he was doing, so she shouldn't get in the way. She insisted that she was there to help him, so he shouldn't be ungrateful, but he replied that not causing trouble would be enough help, so she should go back and stay put. She urged that he should let her show him how capable she is, and he demanded what she was planning to do. She explained that she would use her hair to latch onto the roof and swing over like Spider-Man, and he forbade her. But she just laughed, and he exclaimed that she was a crazy woman. She asked if he could see and if that wasn't much faster, and he questioned if it actually worked. Suddenly, she noticed Yunyan, and as she pointed out that he should look over there, she inquired what it was. He immediately recognized Yunyan. He was surprised when he saw her size and movement. Xiao recognized her and questioned what was going on with her. He reasoned that something must have happened over there. Otherwise, Yunyan wouldn't lose control of her ability and go berserk, and if that continued, she would eventually self-destruct. Xiao commented that it wasn't looking good, because the situation over there didn't look too optimistic either because there was a rookie who hadn't even fully mastered his abilities. Lu Xiaofeng declared that it was all the power he plundered, so he would end Feng Pangzi completely. Gold meowed in response, and Xiao dismissed it as an insignificant mutated kitten. The two of them were no match for a Tier 2 devourer. Both of them were slammed against the wall by Feng Pangzi's tongue. Feng Pangzi called Duanya and promised that he told her he would make her pure again. He licked her, and her clothes ripped in the process. Xiao explained that the Tier 2 devourer wasn't ordinary, so even for Su Chen, a quick victory wouldn't be easy, so she prompted who he would choose to save. The Yunyan who is on the verge of self-destruction or Duanya who is in grave danger. Suddenly, Xiao's hair whipped itself towards the tongue. It restrained it. Xiao questioned if he could override her abilities. Su Chen declared that only kids made choices, and he wanted it all. Xiao reminded him to suit himself but warned him to remember that she only existed in his consciousness, so no one else could see her. From that point, it was all on him. Duanya contacted Su Chen and expressed that it was great, as she knew he would be fine. Feng Pangzi pointed out that it was him again, the brat, and demanded to know why he dared to ruin his fun. Su Chen remarked that it looked like he could really use that ability at that moment. He decided to test it out on him first. He pierced his tongue with his ability. He also restrained his arms. Feng Pangzi laughed, and as he taunted that Su Chen couldn't hurt him with his fist, he questioned what made him think those little tricks would work. Su Chen wrapped his ability around the building. Feng Pangzi screamed in pain and pleaded that he should wait. He became enraged. He demanded to know what he was trying to do. Su Chen mentioned that he was just curious what would happen if he cut him into tiny pieces. If he could still recover. Feng Pangzi became alarmed. He screamed in pain. His body exploded as the thread-like ability restraining him tightened. Duanya observed that without realizing it, Su Chen got even stronger, so she needed to work harder to keep up with him. Su Chen informed her that he needed to get back to the base, so he would leave gold and Lu Xiaofeng to her, and she acknowledged that she got it. Lu Xiaofeng assured him that he shouldn't worry because they were fine. Meanwhile, the speed ability user continued searching for Su Chen. She wondered where exactly he was. She admitted that she was completely exhausted, and if that kept up, everything would be too late. Suddenly, she noticed Su Chen. He approached her at full speed. She felt taken aback and barely managed to dodge him. She questioned if that was Su Chen and what was going on with him because he was already almost as fast as her. She called out that he should wait. Su Chen only glanced at her. Xiao asked if he was really going back and warned that if they were not careful, they would all die there. He stated that they were his people, so he wouldn't abandon them so easily, and besides, he worked hard to build that base. She expressed that she just hoped his union could hold out long enough. He stated that it was time to try that move. He used his ability, Space Jump. She questioned what just happened. Meanwhile, the speed ability user inquired if he just teleported and speculated that she must be seeing things because that kind of ability shouldn't be possible. Before, Su Chen's space jump could only cover 3 meters, and using it 3 times in a row made his body feel like it was being torn apart. But since he reached level 2, that last jump was about 8 meters. He used his ability, Steel Body. Xiao urged him to wait and mentioned that she had a really bad feeling. She probed what exactly he was planning. He responded that they should find out where his limits were. He used continuous space jump. On the other hand, the speed ability user questioned if he just vanished. Meanwhile, one of the devourers declared that they should run, and another observed that the giant woman had gone insane. A Mohawk devourer asked what he was doing, and the long-haired one laughed and revealed that with such a big woman, it was exhilarating, so he climbed up to check it out. The building around them collapsed. The Mohawk devourer asked if he was crazy and urged that it was the time to escape, but he questioned where, and as he expressed that he was sick of that apocalypse, he wondered if he didn't want to see the view from up there. The Mohawk devourer remarked that since he mentioned it, he had never seen that place before. The long-haired devourer laughed and noted that it was perfect for climbing and he was almost up, while the Mohawk devourer questioned how he was moving so fast. He insulted him and declared that he wanted to see too. Another devourer laughed and mentioned that he couldn't wait anymore, while another suggested that they should all climb up together. The long-haired devourer laughed and remarked that he was almost there. Union lifted an entire building. The devourers urged that they should hurry up because if they attacked her from the inside, it would be much easier. Gao Yue instructed that they should open fire and knock those devourers down, but everyone flew away from the pressure of Union's attack. He warned that she attacked everyone indiscriminately, and if that continued, everyone would be in danger. Bai Kang advised that they should wait because something seemed to be approaching. Su Chen arrived and landed on top of the tower. She expressed that it was great that it was Su Chen, while Gao Yue acknowledged that he finally made it. On the other hand, Xiao observed that Union was still growing, and if that continued, she might explode, and Su Chen insisted that they had to wake her up before that happened. He felt alarmed when she turned her attention towards him. She toppled the tower, and he immediately hopped into her arms. He noticed that it looked like she completely lost consciousness. He decided to take care of those annoying devourers first. He headed towards her legs. Xiao inquired where Union bought her stockings because they were so durable and stretched that big, and he concluded that it must be due to her ability. Su Chen directed his ability into the long-haired devourer. The long-haired devourer laughed and declared that no one could stop him from stepping into that sacred land already. But to his surprise, Su Chen's ability wrapped around his neck. He questioned what he was trying to do. He demanded that he let go of him and accused that he was not a man of culture. Su Chen grabbed the other devourers by their necks as well. They screamed in pain as Su Chen attacked them. Meanwhile, the other devourers complained that Jai was a wicked woman. They revealed that they were all humans once, and she turned them into those monsters. They vowed that day to make her suffer 100-fold. She insulted that he was a filthy scum and claimed that he was asking for it. He screamed in pain, and the other devourer insulted that she was a stupid woman. She just calmly looked at the screaming devourer. She scoffed and remarked that he should be grateful. It was his gift to them. The screaming devourer transformed. The vines grew and crawled into the nearest buildings. One of the devourers pleaded that he should let him go. The transformed devourer grew huge, and it screeched at Union. On the other hand, one of the climbing devourers laughed and exclaimed that he got there first. The others screamed as they fell off her leg. One of them warned that they should watch out because she lifted her leg. She stomped on the transformed devourer, and the others on her leg flew away. She smiled maniacally as she stomped on the transformed devourer. Meanwhile, the Mohawk devourer managed to grab and hang onto her stocking. He laughed and mentioned that luckily, he reacted fast and dodged in time. But he felt alarmed when Su Chen charged at him from behind. He cut him up with his ability. He swung over her leg with his ability. He jumped above her. Gao Yue celebrated that it was great because the devourers were taken care of. While Bai Kang felt worried, she had another concern. Su Chen still used his ability, Steel Body. She wondered how they were supposed to wake Yunyan up. Yunyan faced Su Chen, who floated midair. She raised her arms. He became alarmed. She grinned sinisterly as she prepared to attack. Gao Yue called Su Chen with worry. Bai Kang warned that there was danger. Su Chen used his skill, Space Jump. Yunyan slammed her hands against the buildings. She swung her arms around and destroyed more buildings around her. She became apprehensive when she could not see Su Chen. Gao Yue inquired if he dodged it, while Bai Kang questioned where he went. On the other hand, Su Chen hid. Xiao remarked that going head-on was not a good idea, but she questioned what kind of place he was hiding in. He told her to shut up. Suddenly, she noticed cracks on Yunyan's skin, and bright light seeped through it. She told Su Chen to look at what was happening. He responded that it was not good. He immediately used his skill, Space Jump, to move away from Yunyan. Her entire body formed cracks. Gao Yue asked what was happening. Su Chen explained that Yunyan's body could not hold on. She screamed in pain. Meanwhile, her consciousness lost itself in her memories. She recalled that it was so cold. Every time she opened her eyes, it was endless darkness, and she lost count of how many times she had woken up in despair. She lost count of how many times she had lain on a cold operating table. She lost count of how many times she had been pierced by needles, and in that apocalyptic world, she was just another lab rat for someone's experiments. If there was a god, she would request his help, as she was willing to give everything in exchange for a way out. Suddenly, she heard Su Chen calling her. She wondered if it was God. Back in the present, Su Chen told her that she should not forget. He did not need useless people by his side. He pulled back his arms. He urged her to wake up immediately. He slapped her butt. She screamed. Bai Kang grew flustered by what he did. Yunyan became flustered as well. She recalled how she first met Su Chen. She also recalled how he saved her from the lab. She realized that every time she fell into despair, he always appeared. Because of him, they managed to survive that apocalypse like real people, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness in her heart. So for him, she would give everything. Su Chen nervously stared at the bright light that aggressively leaked out of Yunyan. Gao Yue warned that she was about to self-destruct. The bright light burst out of Yunyan's body. The buildings around her crumbled. A few moments later, the light dissipated and the dust settled. Gao Yue noticed it. He asked if it was over. He immediately called for Su Chen and Yunyan. He questioned if they had disappeared. Bai Kang inquired if Su Chen and Yunyan both perished. She fell on her knees. She insisted that there was no way because she still had so much to say to him. Yunyan too, she mentioned she just saved her. Suddenly, Gao Yue urged her to look up. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she looked up. Gao Yue remarked that it was Su Chen, and it was great that they were safe after all. Su Chen exuded a powerful aura as he carried Yunyan in his arms. Her body was still filled with cracks. Gao Yue noted that she was seriously injured. They should quickly find a doctor. Suddenly, Duanya suggested that they should wait a second. Gold landed on the ground safely. She declared that she would handle it. One of the soldiers identified it as a huge cat. Su Chen called Duanya. She immediately checked on Yunyan. She explained that her condition was critical and she could die at any moment, so they should return to the base first. A few moments later, Duanya instructed Su Chen to carry Yunyan into the bathtub. He questioned what she added to the water. She explained that regular medical treatment wouldn't work for those wounds, so she mixed in the recovery serum from the evolution base, and he observed that he could see it. She urged him to check if Yunyan's wounds were healing. He reported that he didn't feel any difference. She insisted that it was impossible because she had refined the recovery serum multiple times. He speculated if it could be that those wounds required an ability to heal. She agreed that it made some sense, but wondered how they would do that. She became flustered when she saw what he was doing. He kissed one of the cracks on Yunyan's body. It slowly faded away. It was completely gone. He remarked that it looked like it worked. Duanya expressed that it was great, so she would leave the rest of the wounds to him then. He was puzzled. Duanya called Lu Xiaofeng and mentioned that she and Bai Kang had something to talk about. She advised that he should go back first. He was baffled as she quickly closed the door on him. Duanya believed that even though she did not want to admit it, Su Chen would never stop in his path to becoming stronger. Bai Kang inquired what she was doing, and she replied that she needed to confirm something with her. She questioned if she liked Su Chen. Bai Kang was taken aback. A few moments later, Duanya explained that thanks to Su Chen, Yunyan's wounds had mostly healed, and she would take care of her from there. He recalled and mentioned that Lu Xiaofeng brought back a crystal core for him. It was in the reception room outside, so he should go check it out. He stated that he would leave Yunyan to her then. He was surprised when he went to the reception room. He recognized the crystal. It was a black stone, and he wondered if they mistook that for a crystal core. He remarked that he could not blame them because he only heard about that thing in his past life. In the apocalypse, all sorts of bizarre materials started appearing. That black stone was incredibly tough, so it must be a rare material born from the apocalypse, and it was connected to one person. The Black Blade King, Wang Song, was a legendary figure in his past life, and he carved through the apocalypse with a single black blade. Rumor had it that his blade was forged from black stone. It appeared that he got lucky at that time because Wang Song's fortune would be his. He intended to store it away for the time being, and once he found a blacksmith, he could forge his own black blade. On the other hand, Bai Kang recalled the time when she questioned why she was bringing liking Su Chen up all of a sudden. Duanya explained that after he absorbed the crystal core, a powerful curse would take effect. Bai Kang questioned what would happen if they did not deal with it, and she replied that she did not know, but she only knew that they could not let that happen. But Yunyan needed her care too. Bai Kang immediately insisted that she should leave the curse to her. Duanya warned that it might not be what she thought, so she should listen to her first, but she replied that it was fine, and no matter what she had to do, she would do it, so she should just leave it to her. Back in the present, Bai Kang admitted that she blurted that out too quickly, but she questioned why she had to wear that outfit and say those weird lines. To lift the curse, she had to do it with Su Chen, so she wondered if Duanya was tricking her. But she explained that Su Chen's safety affected the whole base, so no matter what, she needed to confirm the curse situation first. She asked if he had finished absorbing the crystal core. She stated that she just had to play along the lines. Su Chen noticed her as she hesitantly approached him. He was surprised. She was extremely flustered as she tried to speak. She called him her master. He was taken aback. Meanwhile, Duanya questioned if Bai Kang should be fine, and she responded that the curse was the most reasonable explanation she could think of, and besides, she even prepared all that for her. But she replied no and said that she should be thinking about how long she could endure that. She sighed and added that once Yunyan stabilized, she would go help her. On the other hand, at the base perimeter, one of the soldiers remarked that they just got rid of the Devourer tribe and wondered if they had to clean up those corpses too and if they would ever get to rest. Another told him to stop whining because if they left the corpses there, a plague could break out. He questioned if they knew how many people could die when one of the soldiers instructed him to look, and he asked what he should look at. The soldier explained that the Devourer's corpses were gone. He asked what was going on and if the corpses just grew legs and walked away, while another added that it was the same where he was. All the bodies had disappeared. He expressed that he had a bad feeling about that. Meanwhile, Xiao returned to the consciousness space. She noticed a presence. She recognized that feeling. She declared that finally she had been waiting for that moment. But she replied no, it was too far and she could not pinpoint the exact location, so it appeared that she would have to ask Su Chen for help. Su Chen inquired about the curse. He wondered what Duanya was up to at that time, but he found seeing Bai Kang all flustered like that somewhat amusing. Bai Kang still addressed him as her master and declared that whatever he wanted to do to her next, she was all his. He was so surprised that he spat out his drink. She questioned what was wrong, and he replied that it was nothing. It was just the alcohol. She wondered if there could be something wrong with the drink and insisted that he should let her try. He told her to wait, but it was too late. He revealed that the alcohol content was 64%. She remarked that it was so strong, and come to think of it, it was her first time drinking. She aggressively placed her hands under the table. She claimed that after drinking it, she felt so energized, and he inquired if it was that fast and if she was already drunk. She dismissed that as nonsense. He was taken aback when she aggressively stomped on the couch he was sitting on. She asked how she could possibly be drunk. She insisted that she still had to help him lift the curse. She leaned in to kiss him. He was amused and noted that even though he had no reason to refuse a meal served on a silver platter, he did not like that sudden shift in power dynamics, so she needed to understand exactly what their relationship was. He questioned if she had already forgotten. He questioned who was the one calling him master earlier. She was surprised. She quickly got on her knees. He questioned if she had sobered up already. She called him her master. She admitted that she was wrong. He acknowledged that it was good that she admitted her mistake. He recognized the feeling when he got pulled into his consciousness space. As soon as he got there, he requested confirmation if it was the consciousness space. He sighed and observed that he was just getting to the fun part, and he questioned why she pulled him in there at that time. Xiao repeatedly exclaimed that it had finally appeared, and he inquired what it was, but he was caught by surprise when she threw herself at him. She insisted that he had to help her at that time, and he questioned what it was and insisted that she should explain properly. She revealed that the body that matched her had appeared. He inquired if it was the body she asked to help her find last time and why she pulled him in. She confirmed yes and said that she could not sense its exact location, so she needed to borrow his power. He questioned what she meant and if she was using him as a signal booster. She admitted that she pretty much was, and he told her to wait and hold on. He questioned if that was her so-called method. She affirmed that it was right. He told her to wait because he was not ready yet, but she still slammed the enclosure that they were in. She said that she could feel it. They should project their consciousness there immediately. He seemed to recognize what it was. He questioned if it was a corpse tide. She revealed that the body was over there and it was summoning the corpse tide. He recalled that only a corpse king could do that and questioned if she had set her sights on the corpse queen's body. He questioned if they were really safe that close, and she told him to relax because in spirit form, it was fine as long as they did not cause a strong mental disturbance. But she suddenly wondered what was happening. He grew nervous as he suspected what it was. Back in the real world, Bai Kang wondered if the curse was activated after all. She pleaded that her master should allow her to lift his curse. On the other hand, the corpse queen demanded who was there and commanded that they should show themselves. Xiao inquired if they had been spotted. She questioned what Bai Kang was doing. She warned that the corpse queen was coming their way, so they should run. She cursed and declared that it was already too late. The corpse queen stood already in front of them. She opened his mouth as she lunged at them. She devoured them. Chen suddenly woke up. He gasped as he sat on his bed. He questioned what was going on, and he complained that his head hurt. Xiao explained that it was just that some of his mental energy was drained, but with his strength, he would recover soon enough. He wondered why she seemed fine, but she countered who claimed that and reported that the corpse queen nearly bit her butt off. He sighed and admitted that, as she saw, the corpse queen wasn't easy to deal with because just the tens of thousands of corpses she controlled were a huge problem. As her corpse tide gathered, her power kept growing stronger, and he couldn't risk going after someone that dangerous just to help her, unless she offered him something worth risking his life for. She agreed that he was right, but if he was willing to help her, she promised loyalty to him as his servant once it was over. He doubted if she was kidding him and questioned if she thought a few words were worth his life, so she inquired what it would take for him to believe her. He demanded that she hand over her crystal core, but she protested that giving him her crystal core was like giving him her life. He told her that it was her choice and the decision was hers. He waited for her answer. She acknowledged that she understood. She hoped that he would keep his word. He assured that she shouldn't worry because from that point onward, she was his guy, and he would help her fulfill her wish. She expressed hope so, and if that was all, she would already head back. He questioned if that was how a servant behaved and remarked that she didn't even call him master before walking off. But she already disappeared. He concluded that he should forget it, and since she gave him her crystal core, he would let it slide. In the past life, the corpse queen once led her horde and swept through Shangdu, and everyone could only survive in her shadow. If he didn't want to live in a world overrun by corpses, he had to stop her at all costs, so it looked like it was time to leave. The next day, Chen left in his vehicle. Bai Kang just watched as he left. Lu Xiaofeng questioned if she wasn't going with him, and as she wondered why she would, she explained that there was still a lot to handle at the base. She believed that at that time, she was too weak to be of any help, but one day she would catch up to Chen. Meanwhile, Yunyan called Duanya and revealed that she knew that it was the apocalypse, but she questioned if lighting a fire at a gas station wasn't still dangerous. Duanya teased that if she was worried, she could always go stand in the rain, to which she laughed and shared that she just recovered, so there was no need for that. She wondered where Chen went and confessed that the weather was making her uneasy, and Duanya explained that before the apocalypse, fuel wasn't easy to hoard in bulk, and he didn't have much left, so he was out looking for any remaining supplies. Yunyan asked when he was coming back and admitted that she was starving. Suddenly, they noticed an old man approaching them, and Duanya inquired who was there. The old man complained that he was so cold and he was freezing, and Yunyan questioned what was with the ice on his body, but he only repeated that it was so cold and there was fire. Duanya doubted if he was crazy because he was jumping straight into the fire, while Yunyan noted that it was a thick cloud of smoke. Duanya suddenly warned that there was something wrong with the smoke, so they should cover their mouth and nose. Suddenly, a man laughed as he called his boss and boasted that the trick never failed. The boss remarked that they should look because it was 2 girls at that time, and if he had known, they wouldn't have needed the old man to spread the poison. Duanya questioned who they were. He explained that she was a little miss that looked so pretty, so once they were done having their fun, They would sell her off to New World Base, while another man guaranteed that they would be begging for more by the end of it. Duanyu advised that they should stay away, and the boss declared that a gun against an ability user was just a toy. She asked if the gun was frozen. Union urged that they leave immediately because once Chen returned, they wouldn't be laughing anymore. The boss identified if it was the guy who left earlier, and claimed that he had already been marked. Anyone that the crazy woman set her sights on didn't survive the night. Meanwhile, Lady Poison claimed that Chen was her little darling and she was coming. Lady Poison remarked that Chen actually dared to enter such a confined space alone. It was a very dangerous thing to do, but for her, it was just perfect. She blew her poison inside the house. She stepped inside. She inquired where the handsome boy was and urged that he hurry and come out. The place was filled with toxic gas already, and just inhaling a little would set his body ablaze with desire, making him completely helpless. She noticed the silhouette ahead and noted that he was there. He should come to his big sis arms, as she could help him. But she was surprised when she saw that it was a dummy. She questioned what the hell it was. Suddenly, Chen demanded who she was. She claimed that she was a bastard and reproached him for daring to trick her. But Chen effortlessly grabbed her weapon. He inquired if that was a weapon forged by an artisan. He reached his other hand out to grab her. He grabbed her by the mouth. He commanded that she tell him where the artisan was, but she denied any knowledge of what he was talking about. Xiao inquired if that artisan was that important, and he explained that the Corpse Queen's horde was too strong, so if they could find the artisan, their chances of victory would increase greatly. She proposed that in that case, he should let her enter her consciousness and find the answer herself. Lady Poison questioned what he was trying to do. Xiao confirmed that she understood and revealed that the artisan was in a place called New World Base, although she didn't know the exact details. Lady Poison suddenly pleaded that Chen not kill her. She admitted that she knew he tampered with her brain. From that point onward, with just a single thought, he could tear her mind apart. Chen and Xiao looked puzzled, and she denied doing anything. Lady Poison explained that she could feel her brain being bound by something, so if he spared her, she would become his most loyal dog. He commented that it was interesting. They should see how well she could play the part of a dog. On the other hand, Duanya and Union were still at the gas station. Union asked what was going on and complained that she felt so hot, and Duanya agreed that she was too. She questioned if they put something in the smoke, and the boss laughed and affirmed that of course it was just a little something to make things more exciting. He called his brothers and declared that once he had his fun, it was their turn. Union claimed that Duanya guessed it exactly right, that it was that kind of drug, and Duanya remarked that it wasn't hard to figure out. The boss wondered why they weren't affected. Union apologized and explained that it seemed that their poison didn't work on ability users. He cursed and ordered them to grab their weapons. One of the men confirmed that Unit 1 was in position, and the other confirmed that Unit 2 was in position. Union inquired if it was a water gun, and the man explained that it was a high-pressure water cannon. The boss stated that with that and combined with his ability, he could attack them from 3 different directions. They should fire. One of the men fired his water cannon. The other did the same. But the boss was surprised when they shot him instead. He demanded why and how. Duanya used her ability to control the 2 men. He admitted that he was careless and that those 2 fools actually got controlled. Suddenly, Lady Poison arrived. He called her and expressed his thanks. He laughed and observed that it looked like their man was already dead. But suddenly, she slapped him in the face. He was taken aback. She ordered him to shut his filthy mouth. He was terrified. She turned her back on him. She bowed and greeted Chen as her master. She noted that the boss just offended him and inquired how he wished to deal with him. Chen acknowledged that she was a good dog, so he would leave that one to her. Lady Poison urged the men to hurry up. She instructed them to move all those gasoline barrels out, as she intended to offer them to her master. They placed the barrels on the ground. One of the men called their boss and accused her of becoming someone's dog, but they insisted they couldn't lower themselves to that, to which the boss agreed. The boss called her and demanded if she knew how hard it was to find that gasoline and how she could give it to that man. She warned that he was courting death. They screamed in pain as she attacked them. Duanya and Union watched them. Suddenly, Chen instructed that Lady Poison should wait, and that she shouldn't kill them just yet. The boss cursed and declared that he didn't care what the pretty boy did to Lady Poison, but since he was from the New World, if he let them go immediately, he would pretend none of that ever happened. But Chen apologized and confessed that he didn't have the habit of leaving loose ends. He used Xiao's ability. He entered their brains, but he was baffled. Their heads exploded. Lady Poison was horrified. Chen realized that he didn't expect that they actually just exploded. Previously, when Xiao saw a strange parasite attached to the brain inside Lady Poison's head, she called it a brain worm. but the one inside Lady Poison was already dead. Zio explained that it must be her own toxins that made her immune to the brain worms. He figured that he killed the brain worms inside those 3 earlier, but they died too, so it looked like someone was using brain worms to control everyone in the new world. He needed to find a way to make Dunya and Yunian immune too. He called Lady Poison, and she responded that she was waiting for his orders. He inquired if she could drive, and she confirmed she could. He expressed that it was good, so she should drive, and he questioned where the vehicle came from. Not long ago, Lady Poison was a minor leader in the new world, but currently she was nothing more than a puppet. But still, as long as she could survive, even if it meant eating tree bark and mutant rats, she didn't care. But those guys were actually having a hot pot in the back. She remarked that it was the apocalypse, and as she asked where the hell they found the hot pot, she noted that even the broth should have gone bad by that time. She cursed and complained that the smell was drifting over to her. She desired a hot pot so badly, so maybe she should just steal. But she reminded herself to calm down and stay cool because she couldn't risk her life just for a meal. Suddenly, Yunian opened a cola. Lady Poison recognized the sound. She wondered if that was cola and if they even had cola. Yunian handed it to her. Lady Poison revealed that it had been so long since she had cola and asked if it was really for her while she wondered why she was being so nice all of a sudden and what she was up to. Yunian reassured her that she shouldn't worry because Chen loves it when girls call him master, so she should just drink up. And as she questioned if it was real, Chen cursed and challenged if she dared to mock him. Yunian introduced herself and guessed that made them already comrades, and Lady Poison greeted her back while wondering if she was hinting that she was also being forced into that. She concluded that it made sense because in the apocalypse, women relying on men is normal. And honestly, no one could refuse hot pot and cola. But it was too bad because that kind of sugar-coated bait didn't work on her, so one day, she would definitely escape. But Yunian suddenly announced that the lamb was coming, so she should open her mouth. She quickly opened her mouth without hesitation. Yunian questioned if she just exhaled poison and if that was her ability. She explained that her poison gas could make men drop dead from exhaustion and make women burn with desire, but it was less effective on ability users. Chen immediately realized that he got it, and maybe he could use her ability to make Dunya and Yunian immune to the brain worms. Suddenly, Yunian called him, and as she said that she felt so hot, she requested if he could help her. Lady Poison asked that they should wait a second and that she didn't do that on purpose. Chen told her that she should just focus on driving, and she agreed. Suddenly, Dunya placed her feet on the dashboard. She remarked that it looked like she would have to leave them to it later. Lady Poison should tell her about the new world. Lady Poison inquired if there would be food after because she was starving, and she assured her there would be. Lady Poison consented and asked what she wanted to know, and as she questioned how she joined New World, she revealed that it was through a beauty pageant.
Chen inquired whether it was the New World, and Lady Poison confirmed, remarking that the New World might not be large, but it functioned as an apocalyptic den of indulgence. It held everything: auctions, slaves, a black market, beauty pageants, gladiator arenas, and more. And Yunian noted its height with unease. They questioned the crowd at the entrance, and Lady Poison explained that those were scavengers, and to them the New World served as a beacon of hope in the apocalypse, a dream they all chased, though the entry requirements remained unforgiving and many failed. Chen remarked that they should investigate. Abruptly, One Eye lifted his identification card. He declared that it served as the sole proof of entry into the New World, and possessing one meant escape from danger and starvation. But acquiring it required passing a trial to prove their worth. One of the scavengers inquired about the trial, while another scoffed that no settlement tolerated dead weight, not even the New World, when One Eye noted that the spots were limited and handed out on a first-come basis. As one scavenger clarified the spot limitation, another stepped up and announced his intent to sign up, followed by another who echoed the decision and warned the crowd not to push. Another cursed the madness, but begrudged that he would join anyway. One demanded to know why women were barred from the trial. Lady Poison explained that the identification cards were under the control of the city lord's personal guards, placing it beyond her authority, and she admitted that he would still need to go through the trial first. Yunian complained about the hassle, and muttered that they might as well slaughter their way inside and find the blacksmith, but Lady Poison warned her against it. The city lord's personal guards were all ability users, walking JoJo stand battles armed with military-grade sadism. Duanya commented that the blacksmith sounded extremely cautious, and if he sensed an intrusion, he might flee in fear. Chen advised keeping a low profile for now and proposed checking the trial while Lady Poison found another way to sneak them in, and she agreed. Without warning, a guard addressed Chen and instructed him to join the last team as the trial was about to commence. Recently, an increasing number of mutant spiders had been gathering in the back mountains, so their trial would involve hunting them. He advised sticking to the outskirts and avoiding the deeper forest, and anyone who returned before nightfall with 5 spider corpses or a single spider egg would pass. One of the scavengers shouted briefly and, with frustration, questioned the 5 spider requirement. He ranted that it was too difficult and complained that the eggs were hidden deep in the nests, accusing them of sending them to their deaths. The guard replied that if he couldn't get an egg, spider corpses would suffice, and if he didn't want to participate, he was free to leave through the metal fence. But lone stragglers would also become prey for the mutant spiders, and he gave them a curt farewell. The scavenger addressed Chen as a kid and pointed out that the other teams had already left, urging him to follow. But he muttered whether they intended him for cannon fodder. He politely declined and reasoned that going alone would be safer, while considering whether the forest contained a nest and whether he should look into it. The scavenger clicked his tongue and cursed him as an ungrateful bastard when one of his teammates suggested following to kill him. The scavenger dismissed the idea and claimed they should forget about him, assuming he would die on his own anyway, and resolved to wait there for the other teams and steal their spoils. Meanwhile, Chen addressed the little spiders and taunted them, questioning their hiding spot. He urged them to appear. He noticed that there were plenty and pondered whether a mutant spider queen lurks nearby, possibly the final boss in a Sekiro expansion, but he doubted it. He considered tallying how many crystal cores they carried. He lunged toward the spiders. He seized one by the head. He tore its head from its body. He breezed through the rest and eliminated them barehanded. His hands dripped with green spider blood. He groaned at the absence of even one and muttered in disappointment. In another part of the city, the host promoted the Apocalypse Rose Beauty Pageant, advertising that the top 3 winners would receive permanent identification cards for free. The girl ranked 7th in the previous week's pageant, and for 3 packs of instant noodles, she would be theirs for the night. When one man bid 4 packs, another raised it to 5. Lady Poison commented that if the girl failed to rank in the top 3 but still wanted to stay in the new world, her only path would be to serve as bait for men's wallets. But since the 2 of them were top-tier beauties, they would manage. Yunyun remarked that it was tragic, while Duanya inquired if the pageants happened weekly. Lady Poison confirmed and explained that weekly champions competed for the monthly title. But some women refused that route, and their only alternative was the gladiator arena, though either path squeezed every last drop of their worth. For most women, having food and safety without risking their lives was already 100 times better than the outside world, so they were told to hurry up and change. Lady Poison would wait outside. She sighed inwardly as she reflected that those girls only enjoyed paradise because they were with Chen. Suddenly, One Eye addressed her and commented that she had brought in high-quality goods this time. He mentioned spotting those 2 beauties earlier and demanded she bring them to his room immediately. She acknowledged him as the city lord's personal guard, Lord One Eye. He leered that he intended to savor them properly, and if they performed well, he would provide them with 2 identification cards. She tried to object, but he snapped that there would be no buts or ifs because he made the rules there, and reminded her to poison them first, since that made things more enjoyable. She cursed silently, knowing that if she offended him, she would lose any chance at those identification cards. So she had no choice. She entered the room while Duanya and Yunyun were still changing. Duanya grew alarmed upon noticing Lady Poison's ability. Yunyun reacted the same. She confronted her and demanded an explanation for attempting to poison them. Duanya addressed Lady Poison. She remarked that she made them feel really strange. Lady Poison apologized and commented that it was the only option for now, so she requested they endure it a while longer. Yunyun addressed Duanya, while Duanya retorted that she shouldn't. Meanwhile, One Eye was having a toast with the other guard. The guard noted that he really moved fast as expected, and he never forgot to share beauties with his little brother. One Eye remarked that they were real brothers after all, and besides, beauties like those were rare. Even before the apocalypse, SSR drops in a gacha hell. The guard muttered that he was getting excited just thinking about it, and as he asked what was taking them so long, One Eye commented that he should relax because Lady Poison still had to drug them. A few moments later, Duan Ya stepped into the room. One Eye noted that they were finally there. Duan Ya and Yun Yun were both flustered as they stood in the middle of the room. One Eye remarked that judging by their look, they were clearly under the influence of the poison, so he couldn't wait for the fun to begin. The guard muttered that they were all top-tier beauties and his big bro should pick first. One Eye remarked that he would go with the long-haired one then. She was totally his type. The guard commented that it was his first time with such a willing babe. One Eye replied that it was all thanks to Lady Poison, so they would have to reward her later. Their eyes were filled with malice as they smiled menacingly. They muttered that, for the time being, even a single night of that was worth 1,000 gold. The two of them were making out while they were under a spell. Duan Ya and the others watched them. She remarked that those two were easier to handle than she expected. Lady Poison noted that her ability was way too brutal. Yun Yun demanded if she poisoned them just for those two guys and commented that she should know they were still suffering from the effect. Lady Poison replied, of course not, because Chen remarked that her poison could resist brainworms, and she was afraid they would get parasitized by them when dealing with the city lord's guards. Duan Ya commented that she did the right thing, and in order to prevent brainworm infection, they would have to stay in that poison state the entire time they were in the New World. Yun Yun muttered that it was way too hard to endure, and Duan Ya retorted that she should hurry and get those ID cards then. Lady Poison asked about those two guys, and Duan Ya remarked that they would keep going at it so she could stay there and enjoy the show if she wanted. One of the guys muttered that the other was so wet, and with that tightness he felt like he was liberated. Lady Poison replied that they should wait for her. On the other hand, one of the scavengers asked about the apocalypse beacon, and another remarked that it was just a bunch of lies because they came there only for the Spider Queen's crystal core. Their boss replied that it was not good and asked if he was right that the spider nest was that way, and as a member demanded if he lost the way again, he replied that north was up and south was down, and asked what was left again. Suddenly, he muttered that there were lots of spider corpses, and they were all decapitated. One of the members commented that it looked like someone beat them to it. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen attacked Chen. He quickly noticed it. He managed to dodge each of its attacks. Suddenly, it fired its spider silk at him. His arm was caught. He remarked that he let his guard down, which was basically a Shunin rite of passage at this point. He demanded if there was still a big spider hiding there, and commented that it looked like it was almost at tier 2. On the other hand, the boss demanded who the heck he was to charge into a spider nest alone, while a member remarked that he didn't look weak and asked what they should do. The boss demanded what else and remarked that they should watch the show, and they should see how that overconfident fool dies, as he couldn't wait to see his corpse strung up on a web. Meanwhile, Chen glared at the spider. He grabbed the silk attached to his arm. He pulled it. The spider was taken aback when it got pulled towards him. It fell on the ground. Chen punched it and destroyed its head. The boss demanded if he killed the big spider with one punch. He muttered that there was a change of plans, so they should get ready to steal that crystal core. His members replied that they were ready. The boss commented that it was impressive, and the blade had been sharpened flawlessly, so their skill in that area had clearly improved. One of his members wondered how many times they had pulled that move during that period, while another claimed the method never failed. The boss instructed the kid to wait. He was about to witness his ability. Chen noted that he had found it, the crystal core. Without warning, the boss triggered his ability, Position Swap. Chen registered confusion as the skill took effect. Alarm followed as he became aware of his body being displaced. In an instant, he materialized in the boss's prior position with blades aimed at his neck. He was chained to the tree, and every member had their weapons fixed on him. The boss snickered. He stated that the crystal core was secured. Chen recognized the ability as position swapping and acknowledged that it was an uncommon skill, and since they had iron chains ready in advance, he figured they had pulled this scheme many times, possibly enough to speedrun forming a villain guild. The boss scoffed and observed that for prey, he sure talked too much. Chen challenged whether he really believed himself the hunter at that moment, and noted that even veteran hunters could be taken down by their targets. The boss responded that they could find out whether he could pull off a reversal and commanded his members to kill him. One of the members questioned whether he truly thought he could still turn the situation around, while another yelled that he should die. They all slashed at Chen with everything they had. But they froze. Panic followed. The boss realized the blades had all shattered. His members stood stunned as they stared at their ruined swords. They demanded to know what was going on with Su Chen and noted that his skin was tougher than steel. The boss growled that they had better not be implying Su Chen was a Tier 2 human. Fear overtook him. One of his members confirmed there was no mistake. Another identified the same iron-hardened skin seen in Tier 2 mutant beasts, and the boss urged everyone to flee, while Su Chen was still restrained. But one of the members revealed the chain had been broken. The boss barked at them to scatter and escape. One of the members cursed. Another demanded to know how someone powered up that quickly. Su Chen calmly picked up the chains that had been holding him. He wondered whether they really intended to escape. He stated that it would not be so simple, delivering the line with the weight of a final boss moment straight from a season finale. Meanwhile, the boss insisted that Su Chen being Tier 2 didn't matter because he would just rob more crystal cores and level up himself. But he flinched when Su Chen addressed him. Su Chen ordered him to return the crystal core. The boss reeled in horror as Su Chen's fist approached. He instantly activated his skill Position Swap. He exchanged places with one of his own members. He crashed into the ground face first after appearing in the other's location. He commented that it had been close and praised his ability for saving him. He vowed to remember this and swore he would kill him one day. At the same time, blood dripped onto the forest floor. The swapped member trembled in agony. Su Chen's blow had torn a massive hole in his torso. Su Chen questioned whether the boss had used his own teammate as a decoy. He declared that in that case, all he needed to do was track him down. He activated his skill, Psychic Sense. Every fleeing scavenger's position in the forest became visible. Meanwhile, the boss gasped for air as he ran at full speed. Su Chen concluded that it meant he would find every last one of them. Su Chen jumped and rapidly caught up with the boss. The boss remarked there was no way. He demanded if it was him again. He instantly triggered his skill, Position Swap. He slipped away once more. He dropped on all fours, gasping for air. He cursed, and as he demanded how Su Chen kept finding him, he muttered that he had to leave immediately. But he hesitated, uncertain which direction to take. He muttered that he might as well forget it and sprint one way, since there had to be an exit. Meanwhile, Su Chen commented that the second scapegoat was down, so he needed to move fast. If the guy really escaped, that would cause trouble. He blinked in disbelief when he spotted the boss. The boss snapped that he was a bastard. He always crept up from behind, so this time he kept an eye on his back, and they would see how he tried it. Guy was basically grinding for a Hunter x Hunter backstab license. He would get back at him once he got stronger. But then he froze, stunned by what was ahead. He threw his weight back to avoid slamming into Su Chen. He demanded how Su Chen kept tracking him. Su Chen remarked that he might not believe it even if he told him. But in that instant, Su Chen had him, and the boss cursed that he had walked straight into the trap. He cursed again and snarled that even now, Su Chen still couldn't kill him. He reached for Position Swap, but Su Chen struck him and shattered his torso. He remarked that the guy was too slow. Elsewhere, Gold stretched a paw from the bag. He meowed while poking his head out. Lady Poison remarked that it was the backstage area for the beauty contest. They should go in. She froze when she saw the other contestants. All of them were glaring. Lady Poison remarked that they could relax, because against that parade of oddballs, the two of them could win with their eyes closed. But Yun asked why it felt like everyone was shooting daggers their way. This whole thing was starting to feel more like a B-rank villain roll call than a contest. Duan Ya remarked that they should stay alert. Suddenly, one contestant snapped that they should halt, and Lady Poison demanded what she thought she was pulling. Lin Meyer chimed in and remarked that it was nothing much. She was only curious about who had the guts to stir up trouble here. Yun immediately recognized her as the superstar Lin Meyer. Lin Meyer declared that no one else in the contest even deserved to compete against her, so they should all scram. But Duan Ya demanded who was throwing out big words. She snapped that it turned out to be the superstar who climbed the ranks by sleeping with the director. Lin Meyer jeered if it wasn't her dearest bestie. She lunged, eyes sharp with menace. She raised her leg high. Duan Ya, still groggy from the poison, teetered on the edge of getting struck. But she twisted out of the way just in time. She spun, prepared a counterkick. She missed. The two mirrored each other and locked legs mid-air. Lin Meyer remarked that she hadn't expected her to survive. Duan Ya apologized for letting her down. Yun asked Duan Ya if the two of them had a history, and Lady Poison demanded if they weren't best friends. Duanya demanded if she had ever seen a best friend pour hair removal cream in her shampoo, spike her water with laxatives, or dump dead rats in her closet, while Lynn Meyer snapped that she always played the noble act but stole every spotlight, and even knowing she dreamed of being an actress, she still gunned for the lead. Duanya remarked that she only went along for the audition. She never even wanted the role, and besides, she demanded if Lynn Meyer didn't end up betting the director anyway, to which Lynn Meyer barked that she should shut her mouth, because if it weren't for her, that old man wouldn't have even been needed, which made Duanya scoff, and she demanded if being pretty was now a crime. Yun muttered that it was the first time she had seen Duanya like that. Lynn Meyer snapped that she was still just as conceited while she, Lynn Meyer, had become a household name and every man adored her. But Duanya remarked that this was the apocalypse and demanded who even remembered her now. Lynn Meyer remarked that in that case, she proposed they compete to settle who truly held the charm, and Duanya retorted that they would see who walked away with the crown. The host addressed the ladies and gentlemen, and as he thanked them for waiting, he remarked that the New World Beauty Contest would finally begin. One of the men cheered and urged them to hurry up and start already because it was all they looked forward to after the apocalypse, while another muttered that they worked so hard for the city lord just for that moment. And a third commented that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a month just to save enough to buy a woman that day. The host remarked that that day's winner would also get a personal meeting with the city lord, prompting the crowd to ask if the city lord was present too. Duanya realized that it was the reason Lynn Meyer had been so determined to win, to meet the city lord, and Yun remarked that if they could get the city lord's help in finding a blacksmith, their work would be way easier. Duanya declared that she must not win, while Yun noted that she needed Chen to detox her because the symptoms were unbearable. Meanwhile, Lynn Meyer scoffed that the host and judges of that contest were already in her pocket, and she remarked if those nobodies still believed they could compete with her. She added that still, just in case, they shouldn't let them leave the stage and promised they would be rewarded well. On the other hand, the host called for the crowd to welcome that day's judges, while Mu Yingxiao turned to One Eye and his brother and asked why the two of them weren't sitting. The brother remarked that he didn't know why, but his butt had been hurting ever since he woke up, so he couldn't sit at all. One Eye commented that if it wasn't for him waking them up, they would have missed the contest, and he grinned that he was happy to help. He recalled that people only ever called those two perverts, but when he found them, they were completely naked, playing man-on-man. So, in classic JoJo logic, of course their butts hurt. He muttered that he might have just discovered something he really shouldn't have, and questioned if he was about to get silenced. Suddenly, the host declared that they should see who would win the crown and gain access to the upper ranks of the New World, which made the audience cheer, and they shouted for them to come on out. Duanya remarked that they were coming. The other contestants glared at them. One of them hissed that they were idiots and questioned if they really thought that would be a fair contest, while another snapped that they should kill those three first. And Duanya replied that it was exactly as expected. One of the contestants declared that it was the apocalypse, and whoever's fist is bigger makes the rules. Yun muttered that she would take care of those grunts. The contestants jeered that she was courting death, but she remarked that they should see who had the bigger fist then. She grew and launched a contestant into the ceiling. The other contestants gaped in shock that she got bigger. Yun roared that they should let her blast them all to the skies. Meanwhile, Lynn Meyer walked up on stage. The host announced that it was actually superstar Lynn Meyer, and the judges all gave her 9 points. It was their first time seeing a celebrity since the apocalypse, so she was a champion. And as she sneered if Duanya truly believed she would let the two of them advance so easily, the host stated that the next contestant was entering. She blinked in confusion. She asked what was going on. The host wondered aloud if something had just exploded in the sky. He commented that the next one looked even prettier. On the other hand, Lynn Meyer discussed the thing that exploded in the sky. She turned pale when she realized that they were the bodies of the other contestants. The severed head landed behind her. She asked if those were human limbs. She questioned what the hell just happened. One Eye remarked that backstage competition was more intense than ever, and as his brother observed that it was too bad because it looked like all the other girls were dead, Mu Yingxiao asked what they should do next. Meanwhile, Yoon Yun asked if that entrance was okay, and Lady Poison replied that she launched people into the sky, so she probably went too hard. On the other hand, Lin Meyer accused Duan Ya of forcing her into that. The host commented that she chose to bear it all with confidence. She stated that she got 3 perfect scores, so she was the champion, and Duan Ya retorted that she was insane. Meanwhile, Kang Ming, the city lord, was watching from the building. He ordered that they should send the identity cards down, and his assistant responded affirmatively. She walked toward the stage with the identity cards in hand. Mu Yingxiao remarked if Kang Ming sent out the ID cards that quickly. The assistant clarified that it was the ID card granted by Kang Ming, and as Lin Meyer requested if she could meet him, Yoon Yun noted that she would too. They have just 1 card each, which is perfect. Kang Ming pointed at Lin Meyer. Mu Yingxiao commented that he has already given the order. The host congratulated Lin Meyer, the champion, and stated that not only did she get access to the new world, but she had also been selected by Kang Ming to reside in the upper levels. And as she asked if she could finally become one of the elites, the assistant requested her to come her way. On the other hand, Yoon Yun asked if Duan Ya lost and if they wouldn't get to meet Kang Ming, and Duan Ya replied that they got the ID cards, so they should think of another way. A few moments later, the assistant returned to Kang Ming's room. She addressed him and informed him that Lin Meyer was ready. He remarked that youth was such a gift, and it was too bad that he was too old, so those desires were long gone. The apocalypse is so boring for an old man like him, and old men, when bored, just want to plant some flowers and raise some fish. Kang Ming remarked that Lin Meyer lived up to her superstar status, all beauty and polish. He told her not to stare at him like that and reminded her she should be grateful to become one of the fish. His assistant broke in to announce the child's arrival. The boy had already passed a physical test and was in perfect health, earning Kang Ming's approving nod. He asked if the boy felt fear, and the boy replied that without the city lord grandpa's shelter, he would have starved. Kang Ming brushed off the courtesy. Children, after all, were the future. Lin Meyer's muffled scream slipped out as she watched him devour the boy. He explained that it was the ageless gene. Only children possessed it. Pity the absorbed effect faded too quickly. The assistant reported that he now controlled all the women there, free to make them bear as many children as he wanted. But Kang Ming dismissed it as insufficient and demanded more crystal cores to enhance his powers. The apocalypse had crowned the rotting old man a ruler, and this place would mark the start of his unending life. The assistant promised to push the lower ranks to collect cores faster, earning his approval, and he ordered her to dispose of the defective women below, to which she agreed. Meanwhile, Duan Ya complained that Lady Poison's toxin struck again, irritating as ever. The discomfort lingered, but Lady Poison told them to endure it to keep the brainworms away. Duan Ya then noted they had the identity cards and urged her to take them into the city. One Eye suddenly told them to wait. Duan Ya pressed him on what they were planning. The guard said it was rare to find beauties like them, so he and his brother decided to splurge and buy them both. Mu Yingxiao remarked on the generosity. Duan Ya turned to Lady Poison for clarity, and Lady Poison reminded her of her own words, that women there were nothing but resources, adding that even with identity cards, it was the same thing at a different price. The guard offered 1 crystal core for each, pointing out that everyone knew the value of cores and that no one had ever made such an offer before. But he and his brother were already plenty strong, and One Eye claimed the real hook was that the taste hit like an addiction. Yoon Yun pressed them on whether they'd ever considered the idea, and Duan Ya mused that maybe the addictive thing wasn't them at all. She decided she ought to jog their memories. Duan Ya triggered her skill, peeling away the illusion tangled in their recollections. The guard relived the moment he tangled mouths with his brother. One Eye relived his brother grinding into him from behind. Meanwhile, Wang Song stood before the mutant spider Su Chen had slain. He remarked that he'd shown up too late. The Spider Queen was already dead and the core was long gone. Fortunately, the core wasn't what he'd come for. He promptly carved away the spider's legs. He muttered that those legs would do just fine. A sudden shift caught his attention. Su Chen was closing in fast, fist swinging. Wang Song threw up his own fist, blocking the strike. He registered with a jolt just how powerful Su Chen was. Su Chen locked a sharp, unwavering glare on him. Wang Song urged him to hold on, claiming he wasn't here to snatch the core and had no intention of fighting. Su Chen demanded a reason to believe him. Wang Song replied that truth didn't care about belief, and while he knew Su Chen's strength, going all out wouldn't do either of them much good. His only prize was the spider legs, so they should leave it there, maybe even call themselves friends, and he Wang Song would owe him for life. Su Chen mulled over whether this was Black Blade King Wang Song from his previous life, what business he had here, and whether he was also hunting the forger. If that were true, Su Chen told him, then they could call each other friends, and Wang Song could take the legs. Wang Song thanked him for it. He then asked if Su Chen was here to join the New World too, and what his name was. Su Chen introduced himself, adding that the New World was decent enough, so he joined, then asked what Wang Song wanted the spider legs for. Wang Song explained that a friend had requested them, and since he had urgent matters left, he'd be going. Something struck him, and he mentioned a tip for Su Chen: never touch the New World identity card. Su Chen pressed him for a reason, and he only told him to trust him on it. Su Chen asked if there was some hidden truth about the identity card, but then he brushed it off, deciding instead to shadow Wang Song for now. There was a chance it might lead him straight to the forger. The leader of a scavenger crew demanded Wang Song hand over the mutant spider he'd caught, while one of his men backed him up, swearing someone had really brought one back. The leader warned that if Wang Song knew what was good for him, he'd cooperate, but another member muttered it looked like the guy was only lugging spider legs. Before they could make a move, Wang Song struck, slicing the man into pieces without hesitation. He remarked that they were irritating. Su Chen figured that, true to his past life reputation, Wang Song must already be Tier 3, then reconsidered, thinking he was more likely at peak Tier 2. Same level as him, but if he absorbed that core, Su Chen knew he could break through to Tier 3, though the possible side effects gnawed at him. Meanwhile, Wang Song handed his ID card to the guards. One guard commented it was the first time he'd seen someone keep an ID card in a box, and the other tossed in that the guy was a weirdo. Their attention snapped to Su Chen. He dropped the mutant spiders at their feet. One guard asked if he was done already, while the other mentioned it was lucky their captain had left behind a new identity card before leaving. He congratulated Su Chen on joining the New World. Su Chen wondered what was off about that card, and why Wang Song had told him not to touch it. The ID card suddenly belched black smoke. He demanded to know what the smoke was. Then he felt Xiao's aura leaking from him. He pressed her on how she got out. She shot back, demanding to know what he'd done, explaining that a swarm of brainworms had suddenly burst in and she'd barely managed to wipe them out in time. He brought up the brainworm invasion and mentioned his ID card had just started spewing black smoke too. She told him the ID card was a transmission medium for brainworms, then asked if Duan Ya and the others could be in danger now. Elsewhere, Kang Ming remained inside his building. He sensed Su Chen's presence. His assistant asked what was happening, and he replied that someone had tried to slip into the inner city, possibly with those 3 women as accomplices. Meanwhile, One Eye and his brother stood trembling in disbelief. Yun Yun remarked that the sensation suddenly spiked so fiercely she could barely hold it in, while Lady Poison urged her to settle down, suggesting the poison might be wiping out the brainworms, and pointed out how steady Duan Ya remained. Meanwhile, Duan Ya pressed the brothers, wondering if they finally remembered. They barked that there was no way, and challenged her on whether she thought she could fool them. She insisted they knew the truth buried deep inside, but they snapped at her to shut up and agreed they should kill them. The brothers lunged at Duan Ya with their sharpened skulls. She twisted out of their path, sending them hurtling into the building behind her. The crowd muttered over why a fight suddenly broke out, predicting it was going to be worth watching. With the center too dangerous, they decided everyone should climb the stands and clear the area. Lady Poison wondered aloud if it was the unbreakable Ironhead technique, noting they had just crushed an entire building. One Eye recounted that after the apocalypse, their skulls grew sharper and harder. At first, people laughed at them, but soon, those same people were splintered under their skulls, and since then, nothing had survived a single strike. Not even steel. It was pointless to keep talking with them. They shouldn't be allowed time to tap into mental powers. Duan Ya cursed, warning it was coming again and urging them to dodge. But Mu Yingxiao unleashed his skill on them. Duan Ya tensed when something locked her in place. She demanded to know what was happening, describing the sensation of being gripped. At the same time, Yun Yun gritted out that something had her pinned, even snuffing out her ability, though she couldn't see anyone. Duan Ya identified the man up there as the source of the trouble. Mu Yingxiao confirmed they noticed, but mocked that it was too late. The guard triggered his skill. Penetration strike. Just before striking Duan Ya, Yun Yun's massive hand caught him. She declared she had him. Mu Yingxiao reeled at the sight. Duan Ya noted she had a few disposable pawns under her sway. She told him to stay put. One Eye roared in fury. He demanded Yun Yun release his brother. She challenged the guard to guess whose skull was harder, and he demanded to know her intent. He warned her to stop, that she must not do it. His cries tore through the air as One-Eye's skull pierced her backside. He screamed until his voice shredded. Yunyun then muttered an apology, admitting she had mixed them up by mistake. Yunyun flashed a sinister smile, while the guard writhed in agony. She remarked that it was finally Mu Yingxiao's turn, but he dismissed her, claiming she wasn't even worth the effort of a strike. Her confidence cracked when an unseen presence seized her leg, forcing her to recoil. She declared that her ability was once again being suppressed, and Lady Poison offered to help. Both were swiftly caught, and while Yunyun urged him to stop, Lady Poison spat curses. Duan Ya spoke up on Yunyun's behalf. Her composure wavered when she sensed Mu Yingxiao's incoming strike. She instantly deployed her pawns to shield herself. They were obliterated, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Mu Yingxiao pressed her on whether she had sensed danger and sacrificed her pawns without hesitation, branding her a dangerous woman. Yet noting she now stood completely alone, Lady Poison urged him to release them, while Yunyun addressed Duan Ya and admitted she had been careless again. Mu Yingxiao, however, found himself intrigued by Duan Ya's response. She detached her wings and gripped them tightly. He inquired if she intended to wield them as weapons. She asserted that they were more than enough to deal with him. He called it interesting and agreed, deciding he would entertain her. Meanwhile, Chen was within the inner city. He trailed Wang Song there. Zhao questioned if this truly was the inner city. She noted that the environment seemed fine, but the people appeared like walking corpses. She asked if following Wang Song would really lead them to the blacksmith, but he gave no reply, prompting her to tell him to wait for her. Elsewhere, Wang Song entered a building. He climbed the stairs. The place was already in disrepair. He called out to Fu Susu, saying he had brought the items she requested. She declared it was great, and with the Spider Queen's legs, they could rescue her grandfather. He stated that once Master Fu was freed, they would leave that place. She told him not to worry. If he helped her save her grandfather, she promised to forge the strongest weapon for him. A short while later, Wang Song asked Fu Susu if the gear before him was her creation. She fixed the Spider Queen's legs to gloves and shoes. She confirmed it, explaining the claws would give enough grip to safely scale to the rooftop, where Kong Ming held her grandfather on the top floor. Wang Song questioned why they didn't simply ascend from inside the building. She firmly refused, insisting they absolutely must not enter. At that moment, Chen asked if Fu Susu was the blacksmith. He declared they should head up as well. He climbed in through a window. He noted that it seemed empty inside. Zhao commented that getting in was surprisingly easy. She then wondered why they were scaling the wall. A razor-sharp leg crept behind them, ready to strike. Chen reacted in time to dodge its attack. He demanded to know what it was. Suddenly, Zhao urged him to look ahead, saying she finally understood why they had avoided going inside. Wang Song and Fu Susu froze when Chen burst from the building behind them with a resounding crash. He used his skill to latch on to the concrete above. Wang Song instantly recognized him and demanded to know what he was doing there. Chen instead addressed Fu Susu, confirming she was the blacksmith. He announced that he had finally found her. Both Wang Song and Fu Susu warned him to stay back. Wang Song griped about hating bugs more than anything, while Fu Susu remarked on his ridiculous speed and insisted he should have waited for her. Without warning, Chen looped an arm around her waist, leaving her startled as he hauled her up the side of the building. Wang Song's eyes widened when he spotted them closing in fast from behind, right before Chen planted a boot on his shoulder. Chen tossed over that he was leaving the rest to him, and Wang Song snapped back, demanding why it had to be him. The sound of centipedes scuttling closer froze him mid-protest, horror tightening his voice as he spat that he hated it. He repeated with sharp disgust that bugs were the worst. Meanwhile, Fu Susu glared at Chen, demanding to know who he was and what he wanted from her. And he introduced himself while saying he needed her to forge a blade. She challenged him on why she should bother helping, and he promised to grant her one request in return. She told him to take her to the rooftop first, and he answered with a simple agreement. At the same time, Master Fu fretted over Fu Susu, muttering that as long as she stayed safe, he could bear any hardship. His worry turned to shock when the wall burst apart. Fu Susu called out to him, declaring she had come to save him. He peered at her, asking if she was that brat and whether it was really her. He pressed to know who the man with her was, but she cut him off, saying they'd talked enough, and Chen should have put her down by now. Master Fu stalled her, reminding her he'd warned about the danger, but she shot back, calling him an old fart and asking if she hadn't brought help. She told Chen that her forging came from this grumpy old man, making him the blacksmith Chen had been searching for, If Su Chen wanted a top-tier weapon, he'd need to free him first. Su Chen replied that in that case, he should inspect the ankle shackle, and the old man told him to just call him Old Fu. Su Chen set to work on the chains but paused to ask if breaking them was even possible. Master Fu dismissed the effort, explaining the shackle might look plain, but was made from post-apocalyptic mutated materials, and he'd forged it himself, making it so tough no one could open it. Fu Susu teased him about bragging over getting trapped by his own invention, and he countered by demanding what else he could do when Kong Ming waved her life as leverage. Su Chen remarked that he could tell, then pressed about the outcome if they used an even stronger material to forge a weapon. Master Fu replied it would be fine in theory, but it was already the toughest material in the New World, then shot back where he was supposed to dig up anything better. Su Chen told him he already had it. They blinked in shock when he hauled out a massive stone from thin air. Fu Susu demanded to know where he fished that from. Master Fu admitted the stone pulsed with a power he had never encountered, then demanded where it came from. Su Chen asked whether a blade forged from it could sever the shackle, and Master Fu answered that it should work, but refining a raw stone of that caliber was a brutal task. It all hinged on him. Su Chen frowned in confusion, and Master Fu told him to follow because Kong Ming had chained him up on the rooftop to force weapon crafting from those warped materials, and since the materials were one of a kind, his tools were equally custom. Moments later, Fu Susu guessed it was a bellows and griped it would not budge, and Master Fu explained it normally needed 10 people to handle. They had all bolted earlier to watch the beauty contest, so the job was dumped on Su Chen. Su Chen assured it was nothing and told him to leave it to him. Fu Susu observed he had some muscle, and Master Fu warned they better hope it was not just for show. Once the temperature climbed, they would toss the raw stone into the furnace to melt it down. Once in, there was no stopping. Otherwise, the stone would rot into useless scrap. They should begin, and Fu Susu asked why he was still sitting. He told her there was no rush since even for an ability user, heating the furnace took at least 3 hours. Su Chen drove the bellows with blistering speed. Fu Susu blurted out her confusion. All at once, Master Fu kept exclaiming it was hot. He asked if Su Chen had actually spiked the temperature instantly, and admitted it was the first time he'd seen such a fierce flame. He demanded to know if Su Chen was even human. Fu Susu griped that the heat was unbearable. Master Fu told her to stop stalling and hurry up to shove the stone in. They counted to 3. Fu Susu kept complaining about the heat, and Master Fu remarked that waiting was all they could do. Then Kong Ming appeared without warning. He demanded to know who dared trespass in his tower. Fu Susu snatched up a weapon at once. She accused him of locking up her grandpa in there. She declared he deserved to die. But his assistant suddenly shifted shape. She intercepted Fu Susu's strikes and slipped behind her. Master Fu shouted Fu Susu's name. The assistant berated her for disrespecting Kong Ming. She vowed to send her to hell. She swung her blade to finish her. Master Fu protested. Fu Susu screamed in terror, but Wang Song suddenly drove his fist into the assistant's face. He followed with another swing, smashing her to the ground. She flew into a rage. She lashed back instantly, but he evaded it. He caught her mid-air by the torso. He crushed her with every ounce of strength. She shook and shrieked in agony. Her body split in two. Master Fu stared in shock. Su Chen noticed as well. Fu Susu asked if the assistant was dead. Wang Song checked if she was all right. She told him he was unbelievably cool. He pressed her on what she'd just said. Then he spotted the centipede crawling up his back. He yelped that it was a bug. Fu Susu drove her blade into it. She told him the bug was gone and thanked him for saving her earlier. Wang Song flushed as his senses returned. He cleared his throat and told her she was really brave too, but she downplayed it, calling him the amazing one. Suddenly, Kong Ming demanded if they understood the price of killing his people. Wang Song asked if he was the city lord and remarked that he looked pretty weak. Kong Ming pressed him if that was what he believed. He shifted form, sprouting multiple legs. Wang Song demanded to know what the hell he was. Kong Ming asked his opinion on this form. He said now that his true form was out, he would simply kill them all. He ordered everyone to come forth. Meanwhile, Mu Yingxiao chuckled. He said Kong Ming had given the order. He no longer had time to toy with Duan Ya. They all had to die. Mu Yingxiao declared they should go get them. Duan Ya shrieked in agony when the invisible creature struck her. A second blow slammed into her from the opposite side. Yun Yun remarked that she was boxed in. Meanwhile, the audience hurled curses, calling Mu Yingxiao a bastard and demanding he back off because she belonged to them. On stage, droplets of blood pattered against the floor. They spilled from Duan Ya's mouth. Mu Yingxiao pointed out she couldn't even see her enemy, and evading an invisible attacker was hopeless. Even a psychic, he noted, couldn't track the origin of those strikes. Next, he vowed he'd finish her in one move. Yunyun warned her to stay alert. Yet Duanya slipped past the creature's strikes. She moved with sharp, graceful precision. She pressed her palm to the ground and flipped. Mu Yingxiao's eyes widened in surprise. She spun through the air toward him. She landed on his table like she owned it. He demanded to know if she'd really dodged. He pressed her for how she managed it and insisted she shouldn't have been able to sense them at all. Then his gaze caught on the shapes of his invisible creatures. He questioned if those were bloodstains, and if she'd used her wings to spray blood across their unseen bodies on the ground. She lifted her foot high above him. She called him a chatterbox. She told him to shut his filthy mouth. Yunyun crowed that she was a badass and should crush him underfoot. She and Lady Poison froze when the sound of bugs swarming spilled from the building behind them. Duanya demanded to know what was happening. Yunyun asked if those things were bugs. She pressed where such a horde came from. The crowd erupted in panic. One voice cried for help. Another screamed about being bitten. Another urged everyone to run. Mu Yingxiao let out a laugh and announced the insect swarm had been released so everyone would become food and meet their end. Duanya reminded him she'd told him to shut up. He called out to his creatures for aid. She told him he was courting death. She yanked her heel from his mouth. She swung it forward, steady and deliberate. Her kick tore his head from his body. The invisible creatures lunging at her from behind shimmered into view. They all collapsed to the floor. Lady Poison questioned if the hidden attacker had been nothing but a rabbit puppet. Meanwhile, Mu Yingxiao's body went slack, revealing the game controller clutched in his hand. Duanya spotted it. She asked what it was, if it was some kind of game controller. Suddenly, the creature's eyes glowed bright. They lurched upright again. She announced she had figured it out. She could pour psychic energy into the device, and she could take control of those things. Duanya gripped the game controller with casual precision. The creatures lunged at her with eerie obedience. She remarked that it wasn't half bad, saying those puppets turned out to be surprisingly handy. The strength felt perfect, and the movements were smoother than she expected. Out of nowhere, Yunyun screamed loud enough to rattle nerves. Lady Poison hollered for help, claiming the place was swarming with bugs. Duanya stiffened, alert in an instant. She hurriedly commanded one of the creatures to shield them from the wriggling assault. The rest of the creatures hoisted a concrete slab from the ground with mechanical strength. Bugs scurried over it in a writhing wave. The creature shoved the slab upward, flinging the insects off in a scatter. Then it pressed another slab against it, sealing the gap to block the invasion. Lady Poison mentioned that they were safe for now, though her tone wavered. Yunyun complained that the outside was crawling with bugs, demanding what they were supposed to do next. Duanya told her not to move, promising she'd handle the ropes keeping her bound. Moments later, the knot came loose with a tug and a sigh of relief. Yunyun argued that staying put was suicide, insisting they needed an escape plan. But the bugs were already sneaking through tiny cracks in the concrete barrier. Yunyun shrieked again, warning that the insects were flooding in. Duanya urged her to stay alert and not panic. Lady Poison proposed that she'd handle it by filling the place with her poisonous gas. A noxious haze spread instantly, coating the enclosure in a thick, stinging cloud. She pointed out the sight, saying the bugs outside were fleeing like terrified vermin. They clearly couldn't stand her toxic fumes. But Yunyun warned her to stop before it got worse. Duanya muttered that the poison was the problem now. Both of them groaned that it was hitting them too hard, and Lady Poison mumbled an apology. Then she noticed something horrifying. The bugs were piling up, shaping into a towering mass. She demanded to know what that thing was supposed to be. At the same time, Yunyun insisted that Duanya should let her go since the swarm was too dangerous to stay near. But Duanya barked that Yunyun should get off her immediately instead. Lady Poison snapped that they both needed to freeze because the swarm had taken on a humanoid form. The creature's glowing eyes fixed on them with hostile intent. Lady Poison urged them to calm down, and they muttered that they were trying. The creature suddenly raised one massive leg above their heads. It looked ready to crush them flat. Meanwhile, Wang Song dropped his bag with a clatter. He remarked that it was only a turtle shell and dared the enemy to watch him hack it apart. Kang Ming scoffed, calling him a fool and dooming him in the same breath. Wang Song swung his sword to parry each deadly strike. He vaulted behind Kang Ming's head with reckless agility. He unleashed a storm of slashes that sliced the air like thunder. He landed safely, turning his back with defiant confidence. But Kang Ming stood untouched and retaliated instantly, launching him into the wall with brutal force. Fu Susu shouted to check if Wang Song was alright, and he brushed it off, claiming he was fine. Kang Ming sneered that she was in the way. His blade-like legs burst from the floor beneath her sprinting path. She screamed as she realized she was the next target. Wang Song dove in without hesitation, using his body as a shield to block the fatal strike and protect her. Fu Susu hollered for Wang Song, her voice carrying more urgency than calm. She pressed him about whether he was still in one piece. He muttered that the monster was a nightmare to handle, urging her to think fast and get Master Fu out before things went south. Kang Ming's legs burst up from the ground again, slick and twitching like some nightmare come alive. He declared that none of them were leaving this place. They'd all stay behind and serve as snacks for his precious offspring. Wang Song spat a curse that barely cut through the chaos. Fu Susu could only scream, helpless and raw. Then, out of nowhere, Chen stormed in, smashing through those twisted legs and yanking them apart like weeds. Fu Susu froze, her shock plain as day. Kang Ming mirrored her reaction, disbelief written across his monstrous face. Yet beneath that, Kang Ming's curiosity flickered like a dark flame. Chen glanced at them and checked if they were still standing. He remarked that they should go lend Master Fu a hand first. He'd deal with the oversized bug himself. Just a moment ago, Chen had been working the bellows, coaxing fire to life. He pressed Master Fu about whether the thing still refused to work. Master Fu frowned and muttered that something felt off, questioning why the black stone wouldn't melt when the flames were already scorching. Chen wondered aloud if there was a defect in the stone, and Master Fu dismissed it, saying it was too perfect for that. He admitted only one method could melt it, though that method demanded a price. So he needed Chen's word on one condition first. Chen prodded him about the condition, swearing that if it was within his reach, he'd give everything he had. Master Fu told him to take his granddaughter to Freedom City. Chen recognized the name instantly, recalling the legend of the last human sanctuary, built by the government during the apocalypse, something he'd only heard whispers of in his past life. He remarked that it shouldn't be a problem, but questioned whether Freedom City truly existed, and if Master Fu knew its location, to which the old man replied by asking if he'd heard of it too. He added that since Chen agreed, he'd entrust the black stone to him, and they could discuss it more once they got out, and he should tell Fu Susu to lend a hand. Chen figured that if the place was real, it deserved a look. But for now, the priority was finishing that blade. Everything else could wait. Back in the moment, he muttered that he'd deal with that irritating insect first. Kang Ming snarled that Chen was already dead, and that he'd swallow him whole. His words barely left his mouth, before Chen's fist smashed straight into his face without warning. Chen figured it made sense. The armor crafted by Master Fu was a beast, barely even dented by his full-strength hit. Then he caught the deadly gleam in Kang Ming's eyes. Kang Ming's jaw split open, ready to consume him in one go. Their brawl tore through walls and floors, wrecking everything as they crashed downward. Wang Song grumbled if those two were trying to bring the whole building down, and Fu Susu muttered that she better unchain her grandpa's leg and run for it. Suddenly, Master Fu's scream ripped through the air. She bolted toward him, shouting his name, and Wang Song demanded to know what happened. He froze in horror when he saw it. Fu Susu's eyes filled with tears as she stared. They pressed him about what happened to his leg. Fu Susu snapped, accusing Chen and vowing revenge. But Master Fu ordered her to come closer. He told her she should understand that top-tier materials weren't dead things. They carried spirit, and only the blood and flesh of a blacksmith could awaken their true strength. But she couldn't look past his wounded leg. He brushed it off, saying it was just a leg, not his life, and questioned her sorrow, claiming that forging a weapon of that caliber was the greatest honor a blacksmith could ever have. Wang Song barked that he wasn't allowed to die yet because he still owed him a weapon. Master Fu's eyes darted to the cracking wall. He noted that the structure was failing fast and said he'd need Wang Song's help, and Wang Song grunted his agreement. Meanwhile, Gold roamed the wrecked corridors. He caught sight of the tanks lined up ahead. Inside every one of them drifted the eerie mermaids born from Kang Ming's twisted creations. Gold was wandering about, checking each tank with a half-curious, half-wary look. One of them had the oxygen mask dangling loose, the occupant out cold but staring blankly with eyes that refused to close. Gold flinched hard, a chill running through him. Bugs were wriggling their way out of her ears and spilling from her mouth like a nightmare-given form. Meanwhile, Master Fu and the others kept busy hammering away at the black stone, their focus unbroken. Wang Song turned to the old geezer with a hint of impatience, and the black stone began to shudder in response. Master Fu remarked that the sacrificial forging method was truly effective, saying they could now move to the next phase. Wang Song commented on the sheer size of the material and pressed if another blade could be made for him, but Master Fu scoffed and told him to keep dreaming, since it would barely yield one weapon after refining. Wang Song grumbled that it was a pity because the stone felt oddly familiar, like something tugging at his memory. Fu Susu remarked that the old man should rest for now, declaring she'd take over the next step herself. She gathered every ounce of her strength and smashed the stone with a hammer swing that cracked the air. Elsewhere, the building stood eerily still, not a single echo stirring. Then, Kong Ming appeared from within like a shadow stepping out of silence. He remarked that Su Chen was formidable, but he mentioned seeing someone even stronger, and that the armor Su Chen wore had originally been crafted for that person. Right now, though, he intended to use it to send Su Chen straight to his grave. Su Chen pressed him to say who that stronger guy was supposed to be. Kong Ming brushed it off, saying there was no need for him to know since he'd die right there anyway. He noted that Su Chen had the old man forge a weapon for him, but he had come armed with his own preparations. Su Chen's guard went up, tension buzzing in his chest. Meanwhile, the mermaid's jaw gaped wide open. A flood of insects erupted from every hole on her face in a grotesque wave. Gold caught a sound and whipped his head around in alarm. He jolted back as the tanks burst open, spilling crawling horror into the room. He bolted, panic driving him faster than thought. He raced straight toward where Master Fu and the others were working. Fu Susu blinked and asked where the kitten had come from. She told the little thing to scram because it wasn't safe there. Then, the swarm chasing him exploded through the doorway. Gold froze in sheer terror. Fu Susu noted with alarm that they were surrounded, and Wang Song demanded to know where the cat came from, since it had dragged a whole swarm with it. Elsewhere, Su Chen tensed at the sound of Wang Song's panicked shout about Master Fu. Kong Ming snapped that he should worry about his own hide first. He lunged, and Su Chen twisted his limbs in a desperate block against those claws. Kong Ming crashed through floor after floor, slamming Su Chen against each, as if to grind him into the ground. Su Chen clung to the beast's claws, struggling not to get shredded alive. Meanwhile, the humanoid bug swarm loomed over Duan Ya and the others, ready to crush them flat. They yelled that they were about to be squashed. Yun Yun suddenly expanded in size and threw up her arm to block the tide of insects, but she screamed, her voice breaking, saying it hurt like fire. Lady Poison snapped that the bugs were crawling inside Yun Yun's arm, cursing that they were too far for her poison gas to reach. Duan Ya muttered that it wasn't working like this. She said they should let her handle it. Those bugs were still living things, so she could hit them where it mattered. Yun Yun groaned through the pain, holding firm to shield everyone. Duan Ya unleashed her power and shoved the swarm back with a fierce pulse. Yun Yun's body was spared from the crawling agony. Lady Poison remarked that a barrier, like a wall of raw energy, was cutting off the bugs. She questioned what it could be. She observed that Duan Ya had just evolved into a level 2 human using her new skill, Psychic Pulse. Duan Ya called out for Yun Yun to take the shot. Yun Yun grinned wide. She declared that she was awesome. Yun Yun leaped over the buzzing sea of bugs and spun midair like she was showing off. She then kicked one straight in the face with sharp precision. She swung her fist for a clean follow-up hit, but the swarm rushed in, clinging to her arm as their tiny jaws sank into her skin. She yelled, clutching her arm, blurting that it hurt like hell. Lady Poison remarked that those nasty things were still crawling inside her arm. She promised she'd handle it herself. All of them needed to be out of her before they did worse damage. She then demanded to know what the hell was happening. Everyone stiffened up when Kong Ming came barreling their way. They muttered that it was Su Chen he was after. Out of nowhere, smaller claws sprouted from Kong Ming's own, and Su Chen froze in shock. The new claws stabbed into his back, leaving him wide open. Yun Yun's chest tightened for him, while Lady Poison barked her name, warning that the thing was charging right at her, telling her to move now. The writhing swarm lunged, trying to grab her. Yun Yun cursed that it was bad. She couldn't budge an inch. It was about to smash into her. Su Chen instantly activated his skill, forcing Kong Ming off course. Kong Ming slammed sideways, missing Yun Yun entirely. She remarked that Su Chen pulled it back, and it looked like he was hanging in there. They'd better brace themselves because she was about to go on the offensive, and Lady Poison pressed her, demanding what she was planning. Yunyun suddenly stomped on the swarm's legs. She used their bodies as a launch pad, vaulting high to rip herself free. She then kicked the creature hard just before landing. Meanwhile, Kang Ming spat curses at Su Chen, scoffing if he'd been hiding that kind of strength all along. Then his eyes widened as he caught sight of the swarm coming from behind. He barely had time to react before it slammed into him. Su Chen crawled his way out from the pile of debris. He saw the swarm crash full force into Kang Ming. Meanwhile, Yunyun called out to check if everyone was still alive, and Duan Ya shouted back that they were good. Su Chen's gaze fell on her. He remarked if she had reached level 2 already, and threw in that it was just like his woman to pull it off. Then he muttered that he felt a bit dizzy. He glanced at the blood smeared across his palm, fresh from the back of his head. Kang Ming roared, demanding if the insects truly dared to rebel against him, then snarled that fine, he'd grant their wish. Yunyun pointed out if the bugs were merging and said they were swelling in size. Su Chen groaned that it was bad news and muttered a hope that Master Fu would hurry it up. Meanwhile, Wang Song remarked that, thinking about it, he was a successor of traditional martial arts. Since the apocalypse, he had mixed the old ways with his power and forged something of his own. He unleashed his move, Forcebreaker, and scoffed at the idea of fearing a pile of bugs. Then he let out a strangled yell, admitting that this wasn't good because there were just too many and he couldn't kill them all. Fu Susu exclaimed she'd help, but then her eyes darted to Master Fu, blurting that the old man shouldn't be walking around. Master Fu had crafted a wooden leg to replace the one he'd lost moments ago. He barked that he wasn't some useless relic, so he didn't need a brat fussing over him. He figured it was about damn time to join the fight. He roared, his body swelling with raw power. His muscles inflated until his shirt tore to shreds. The frail old man now stood hulking and fierce. He grinned that he hadn't gone all out in forever. They'd better step up. They'd soon see what kind of weapon he forged. He smashed the searing black stone to temper it. The hit exploded with such force that it blasted the bugs away in a sweeping wave. Master Fu's energy burst across the rooftop like a storm. Kang Ming demanded to know what that surge was and wondered if that old man still clung to life. He muttered that it was fine, declaring he'd end that life himself then, but to his shock, his limbs refused to move. Yunyun warned that whatever he schemed, she would stop him, and he mocked if it was another meddling woman. She stiffened when his body twisted around her in a blur. Duan Ya warned her to stay alert, then unleashed her psychic wave. She shaped it into a shield to guard Yunyun. Then she cried out as Kang Ming's energy pulled her in, and Yunyun's chest tightened with worry. Kang Ming declared he would devour her first. Duan Ya called out to Su Chen. He assured her not to fear. His shadows darted out and caught her. They coiled around her waist. He yanked her back instantly and drove a punch into Kang Ming's skull. The blow crushed his head into the ground with brutal force. Su Chen hammered him again and again. Kang Ming's form faltered and Yunyun was freed. Duan Ya shrieked as she plunged headfirst toward the ground. Su Chen swooped in and caught her midair. He asked if she was fine, and she replied that she was. But Kang Ming's tail suddenly lunged and split open. It swallowed them whole. Yunyun gasped if they had just been eaten. Kang Ming let out a laugh, boasting they hadn't expected his tail to have mouths too, and in seconds, they'd be digested. He sneered, wondering if that old fool still pounded away and grumbled at the noise. He snapped that the noisy ones were mostly dead anyway. But gold erupted from the crumbling building. He darted across the falling debris with sharp grace. He landed safely, the blade clenched between his teeth. Kang Ming scoffed if some straggler still lingered and claimed he'd make him the next meal. But Gold lunged fast and slashed his body with the blade. Su Chen's hand burst out of the wound. He had clutched Gold's fur. He and Duan Ya hauled themselves free from Kang Ming's belly. Kang Ming barked at the stupid cat, demanding what he was doing. Meanwhile, Su Chen remarked if it was the blade old Fu forged. Duan Ya noted that the sword looked special. He grinned that it was perfect. They should try it on that oversized bug. Kang Ming snarled that he should wait and stay away. But Su Chen didn't pause before cleaving him clean in half. He split him from head to tail, shredding his body to nothing. Yunyun breathed out if it was over. Then she caught sight of Kang Ming reborn as a bug streaking through the sky. He cursed that his hard-earned nest was ruined. He muttered that at least he had a backup plan and would crawl to the corpse queen, then come back for revenge. He figured flying that high would keep him safe. But Yunyun smacked him out of the sky with the flat of her palm. Kang Ming got crushed under the weight of Yunyun's blow. She barked that he better drag his ass back down there. He slammed into the ground, carving a crater into it. Yunyun gasped for air while shrinking back to her normal size. Duanya instantly shouted for her. She pressed her about why she went giant again and if she forgot her body couldn't take it, and Yunyun replied that it was only for a short moment, so she would be fine. Besides, she couldn't just let that revolting bug crawl away. Gold neared Kong Ming, but Su Chen remarked that he couldn't eat that. It was nasty, so he promised him a can of cat food later. Meanwhile, a huge slab of concrete started rising. Wang Song was hauling it up. He shoved it aside right after. At the same time, Fu Susu checked on Master Fu and asked how he was doing, and he replied that he wasn't dead yet. Out of nowhere, snowflakes drifted from the sky. Fu Susu wondered aloud if it was snowing. Duanya confirmed that it really was. Winter wasn't supposed to arrive that soon, but the climate had gone insane since the apocalypse, so snow wasn't exactly rare anymore. Su Chen tilted his head toward the sky. Wang Song suddenly called out for them to look at the clouds. He pointed out that he had never seen them that dense and dark, swallowing up the sunlight. But Su Chen remarked that those weren't clouds. It was volcanic ash carried from other regions. He reminded them that volcanoes had started erupting even before the apocalypse hit, and explained that with them still going off, the ash would eventually smother the entire planet. It was just waiting to happen. Duanya lifted her palm to catch the snow. She noticed there was ash mixed in and wondered if it would vanish once the snow ended. Su Chen told her no and warned that what followed would be a global winter apocalypse. A freezing wave would strike and the planet would turn to ice. He then spotted Kong Ming stirring. Kong Ming taunted him, asking if he really believed he'd been killed, and bragged that he could endlessly respond by summoning bug swarms. Fu Susu blurted out in disbelief that he was still alive. Duanya quickly warned Su Chen to stay alert. Wang Song cursed and shouted at Su Chen, saying they should finish him off together. But Su Chen dismissed it, declaring he'd handle the creature alone. Kong Ming demanded to know why he couldn't move and what was happening. He panicked, asking if space itself was twisting and what Su Chen was doing to him, crying out that it hurt and to stop. He shrieked as his form dissolved into the air. Then he was gone entirely. Su Chen commented that just as he expected, the thing had weakened enough for him to trap inside a space already. He really hated the idea of storing something that revolting. Wang Song, Fu Susu, and Master Fu all demanded to know what he'd just done. Su Chen then turned to Master Fu and pointed out that the snow was thickening, so their trip to Freedom City would have to wait. Master Fu responded that it didn't matter anymore since they had no winter gear, almost no food, and their injuries were bad. They wouldn't last long, but Fu Susu snapped that he was a stubborn old man and she refused to let him die. Su Chen reminded him that it wasn't time to quit yet with him around, so he told him to wear that. The three of them asked if it was a down jacket. Su Chen mentioned that there was also food, tents, and medicine, urging them to rest, and they cheered that it was great since there was medicine too. Fu Susu joked if he had some kind of Doraemon pouch, while Su Chen said they should find somewhere to settle. The three of them returned to their truck and took cover inside. Duanya mentioned that Yunyun had grown too large, so her body was cracking again and things might be serious now. Su Chen explained that it was the Spider Queen's core, and he hadn't consumed it because of possible side effects, and Duanya asked if he meant to give it to Yunyun. He said that the Corpse Queen would soon flood the land with her zombie tide, so he needed them all stronger. Duanya observed that it was working. Su Chen then demanded to know what was happening, and Duanya remembered. She admitted that she forgot to tell him they were still poisoned, and Yunyun requested that he detox them. Yunyun reached for Su Chen's body, her voice tossing out that he should hurry and detoxify her, but Duanya countered that she should hang on a bit longer. She had just swallowed the crystal core and needed to absorb it properly, so Duanya declared that she would detoxify her first. Yunyun frowned about the crystal core, muttering that she didn't feel anything. She urged that as a sister she should let go already because she couldn't hold back anymore. Su Chen puzzled over the lack of reaction, figuring the core should have healed her cracks and maybe even pushed her level higher, leaving one explanation, that her talent was too high, forcing her to stockpile far more power to advance. He figured when she finally leveled up, it'd be a massive leap, meaning he needed to hunt for more crystal cores. Meanwhile, Duanya insisted she was the big sister, so she should be obeyed. But Yunyun threw back that big sisters ought to give way to their little sisters. Duanya snorted that it was nonsense, refusing to yield for something like that. But Yun argued that Su Chen had just come from a brutal fight, so he couldn't handle both of them now. Duanya snapped that was exactly why she should go first, but Yun shot back that it should be her instead. Su Chen cut in, wondering if they were doubting his strength. He declared that in that case, he'd detox both of them at once. The two of them quickly thanked him, claiming they were almost dead from the poison anyway. Then he suddenly demanded to know where Lady Poison had gone. Elsewhere, a man gingerly raised a stick. He prodded Lady Poison's face with it. His companion muttered if she was dead. The man said her skin still had bounce, so she must have only just died. Suddenly, she jolted awake. She demanded to know who they were, and the man stammered that she was alive. She tumbled off the tree. She beckoned them closer, asking what they wanted, and the man hurriedly explained they meant no harm, that they just saw her fall and came to check. She blinked, wondering if she really fell from a tree, and then memory slammed back. Yun shouted that the thing flew into the sky. They couldn't let it escape, so she told her to hold tight. Yun's form swelled larger, but her grip slipped and she toppled. She yelled for help. She realized Yun suddenly got used up, her strength gone, and she lost her hold, dropping into a tree by sheer luck. The man said that since she seemed fine, they'd better leave now, and with the cold setting in, she should find clothes or she'd freeze. She looked around, baffled why it was snowing, saying she needed to find her master fast or she'd freeze to death. But then she blinked again, asking where she even was. Suddenly, the man shrieked and bolted back. Lady Poison frowned, demanding why they were back again. She asked if they'd taken the wrong path, but they just dashed right past her. She snapped, wondering why they were running off on their own again. Two monsters emerged behind her. One sneered at the sight of her. It lunged to strike her from behind. Blood sprayed the ground. Meanwhile, the men were still sprinting. One muttered that they'd get her killed like that, but the other barked that he was an idiot and that they didn't owe her a thing, so why risk helping? He whispered an apology in his head, thinking they'd be the ones in trouble if she survived. But then he froze when Lady Poison's weapon whipped around a branch above him. She used it to sling herself forward and streaked past them. In a blink, she was running ahead. One of the men gasped if that wasn't the same woman, and the other sputtered if she wasn't supposed to be dead. Then they caught what trailed them. Terror slammed into them as they glanced back. They screamed for help, and Lady Poison barked that they shouldn't follow her. She cursed under her breath, realizing those two beasts were tough, and she needed a plan. Then she spotted Su Chen's car. She lunged for the handle. She figured as long as he made a move, she'd be saved. Lady Poison blinked wide when she pushed the door open. Yun sprawled on the bed while Duanya leaned right over her. Zhang Ming mentioned there was an RV ahead and urged everyone to dash inside and hide. Lady Poison figured she couldn't let them barge in and interrupt her master's peace. She promptly ordered them to hold up for a moment and saying no one was allowed in, but they barked back that she should move out of the way fast. She refused. Anyone who dared step forward again would die, and she figured if she burned everything she had, maybe she could stall them a bit. With heavy steps echoing, Zhang Ming muttered that they were all doomed. Lady Poison glanced around and wondered if it was an earthquake. Then her face drained of color. She blurted out if that was a mammoth, but she caught herself. No, it was a corpse. The mammoth stomped the ground so hard that everyone got flung away. Lady Poison landed hard on her back. She knew there was no way they could take that thing down. She muttered that she had no choice now. She called out to Su Chen, saying a massive mammoth had shown up. Duanya demanded more about the mammoth. Su Chen pressed her on what she meant. Lady Poison clarified fast that it wasn't a figure of speech. There really was a mammoth outside. The beast suddenly reared up on its hind legs and slammed the ground again. The earth shook like it might crack open. Su Chen wondered if a mammoth could even exist now. Yun said the rest of them should keep moving. She'd handle it. Duanya pointed out that she was hurt earlier, but Yun brushed it off, saying that had only been a warm-up, and besides, her little sis had let her take the first move back then. Duanya frowned, not following. She turned to Su Chen, uneasy, saying she didn't feel right letting Yun go alone. Outside, Yun stepped out and confirmed there truly was a mammoth, demanding from Lady Poison where she even managed to provoke that thing. Lady Poison shot back that she'd have to ask them, but Zhang Ming stammered that he had no clue. Quick as a flash, she snapped her weapon around him to pin him down. She pressed him again on what he said, and he gasped that she should wait. He'd explain. They'd been survivors holed up in the zoo. And not long ago, a bunch of people stormed in. Those strangers didn't scavenge for food or water. Instead, they dug through the animal graves, collecting bones and remains. They were doing some kind of ritual. Zhang Ming and his buddy hid behind a wall watching the whole thing. Then the bones started growing flesh again, and the creature rose from the dead. He said it was so horrifying they ran for their lives. But somehow, those people still came after them. Yun pieced it together, wondering if they'd use the zoo's remains to bring back a mammoth. She asked if it might be another weird evolution from the apocalypse. Then she shrugged it off. It didn't matter anymore. The woman controlling the mammoth couldn't resist lifting her head. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and his companion just gawked. Yun said they might as well let her capture it and study it properly. She promised it should come quietly. She'd be gentle. But then she grabbed its trunk, swung it around midair, and hummed, teasing it about why its nose was so long. Zhang Ming blurted out what kind of research that was supposed to be. Chen cut in sharply, saying there was no point studying it. It was a mutant beast corpse soldier, the last corpse tide summoned by the corpse queen. Zhang Ming froze and asked if he was really Chen. Zhang Ming remarked that it was really Chen, and couldn't wrap his head around how he actually survived the apocalypse, looking like he was doing pretty well too. Chen pressed who he was again, and Zhang Ming replied that it was him. They used to be in the same class back in university. Duan Ya prodded if he didn't remember and asked if he wanted her to handle it, but Chen mentioned that he did recall someone like that. Zhang Ming confirmed he was right and explained they'd been classmates. Otherwise, there was no way he'd recognize him. And he added that it was lucky Chen remembered because he barely showed up to class back then. He figured tagging along with them might be useful, then nudged if he wasn't going to introduce him to that gorgeous lady. He also asked what that towering lady's name was while guessing she must be their leader, judging by her power. He mulled over whether he could win her favor. Out of nowhere, the mammoth's neck twisted with a crack, and its head flew off its body. Yun wondered if it broke. Zhang Ming blurted that the mammoth was hurtling toward them. They were finished because it was about to crash down. Duan Ya instantly unleashed her skill to shield everyone and shredded the mammoth's body apart. Zhang Ming and his companion checked if it stopped. They gushed that she was ridiculously strong. Duan Ya warned Yun to stay alert. Zhang Ming marveled that Chen was guarded by two powerhouse beauties. He grumbled over why his life was so good and mulled that maybe he could take his place. Out of the blue, Yun turned to Chen, grumbling that she was hungry, and asked if he could fix her something to eat. He agreed easily, saying he'd go prepare it, and Zhang Ming muttered that this made sense. He concluded that Chen was just their cook, and if that was all, replacing him would be easy. His companion inquired what he was scheming. Yun complained again that she was starving. Zhang Ming offered some jerky he'd been saving, saying she could try that first if she was hungry. He figured most meat had gone bad by then, but his special cured stuff was still a gourmet treat. Yun frowned and asked what it was, noting that it looked pitch black. He bragged that it was jerky made from zoo gorilla meat using a secret recipe. She recoiled, repeating if it was gorilla meat, then snapped that it was disgusting and to get it away from her. Chen then turned to Zhang Ming, remarking that he should keep that thing for himself, and Yun backed him up, saying she only ate what Chen cooked. Zhang Ming scoffed, wondering what he could possibly make that was better than meat. Meanwhile, Yun declared that it was real food. Zhang Ming's companion guessed it was hot pot and roast chicken, exclaiming that it was too much, while he demanded how Chen even had that much food. His companion suggested that if they were classmates, he should share some with them, and he agreed, saying they were all classmates anyway, and what was the big deal? Zhang Ming then leaned towards Chen and said that since they were classmates, he should let them eat too, asking if he wasn't right about that. Chen replied that yes, they were classmates, so it was fine. Zhang Ming checked if he was serious and thanked him like an old buddy, but Chen suddenly cut in, telling him to hold up. If he wanted food, he'd have to accept one condition. After all, they should help each other. Zhang Ming shrugged and said fine, but he wanted to join his group, adding that he was an ability user too. Chen perked up, confirming that he was and calling it great. Zhang Ming's companion chimed in that since it was settled, he should hurry and let them in because there was finally real food and they were ready for that hot pot. But their jaws dropped when they saw Yun already finished eating. She stretched and murmured that she was stuffed. They gawked and asked if she'd already cleaned everything out. Then they noticed there was still some hot pot base left, and Zhang Ming snapped at his companion not to steal from him. They moaned that it tasted amazing. Even the bones were heavenly. Meanwhile, Duan Ya questioned if he was seriously letting them join, and Chen confirmed that, of course, he had to stick to his word. Then Yun turned to Chen again, saying she found something in the mammoth's brain, telling him to absorb it, and he asked if it was a crystal core. He added that since she found it, she should keep it, and he wondered if crystal cores from the corpse army of the Corpse Queen dropped that easily. He figured he definitely needed to pay attention to that. Zhang Ming suddenly called out to him again, asking what they were going to do next. Wang Song was on the move with Master Fu and Fu Susu. Master Fu grumbled that he should put him down already since he wasn't crippled. Wang Song replied that he still had to forge a blade for him, so there was no way he'd let him wear himself out, while Fu Susu told everyone the old man was too badly hurt and she needed to take him somewhere to recover. Su Chen mentioned they could head to the Dawn base since General Gao over there was a friend of his who could lend a hand. Fu Susu agreed and told everyone to take care, while Master Fu reminded the brat not to forget the promise he'd made. Yun Yun wished them well, and Su Chen said they should get going too. A bit later, Zhang Ming's companion turned to him. He wondered if that plan wouldn't end up backfiring on them. Zhang Ming shot back, asking if there was any place that didn't, and said that if risking it once meant earning those two women's protection, he'd be set for life. He figured once he won them over, Su Chen wouldn't have any place left. Meanwhile, a devourer tribe had settled somewhere remote. Their king was being strangled to death. It was a horned devourer doing it. The tribe panicked for their king and yelled for the bastard to let him go. The horned devourer sneered, asking if that kind of trash was really their king. He ripped his body apart. The tribe froze in horror. Then, the horned devourer demanded to know who their real king was now. He pointed at one of the tribe's devourers. He barked that he should say it louder. The devourer stared at the limp corpse of their fallen king. He gripped his knife and stepped up to it. He screamed as he raised the blade high. He shouted again and again that the fool should die, while another devourer questioned what he was doing. He declared that everyone should listen because that trash was dead. The new king had arrived, so they had better kneel before him. The tribe froze for a moment. Then they all dropped to their knees and hailed him as their king. The horned devourer burst out laughing, saying that was perfect. He called him clever, and the devourer bowed and thanked his king for the praise. Out of nowhere, another devourer called to the king, saying 2 people were outside looking for him. The horned devourer's curiosity sparked. Outside, Zhang Ming called for the king inside to come out. He warned that they shouldn't blame them for being rude. His companion whispered if they were seriously doing this and said there's no way the 2 of them could take that place. Zhang Ming scoffed and asked if he was dumb, saying of course he knew that, but didn't he get it? It was a test. The companion muttered it was a chance to prove their strength, but something felt off. Zhang Ming waved him off, saying he should chill, since he and Su Chen were old classmates, and he even gave him that thing for protection. Then the settlement gates creaked open. Zhang Ming told him not to flinch because even if it was the Devourer tribe, he'd take them out with one strike. But his face dropped when the rocket launcher fired on its own. It launched a rocket straight at the opening gate. The Horned Devourer demanded to know who dared summon him. Then he froze as the rocket appeared right in front of his face. The blast that followed blew the place apart. Zhang Ming's companion muttered that they really were from the Devourer tribe, and Zhang Ming cursed that they were screwed. Inside, a Devourer rushed to the king's side. He asked if he was all right. The Horned Devourer trembled with fury. He roared for someone to rip those intruders apart. Elsewhere, Su Chen remarked that those 2 had lured the monsters even better than he expected. Yun Yun asked if they should wipe out the Devourer tribe. He told her not yet since he still had a use for them, and she pressed what kind of use Devourers could possibly have. Then Su Chen summoned Kang Ming. Yun Yun blinked, asking if he was still alive. Kang Ming begged Su Chen to end him, saying that place kept tearing his body apart with spatial rifts. It was pure torment. Su Chen asked if he truly wanted to die and told him he had to do one thing for him first. Kang Ming pressed what exactly they wanted. Su Chen replied that he wanted to borrow his brain worms. Kang Ming remarked that he could take them, but since he was too weak, he would have to control them himself, reminding him of his promise. Su Chen turned to Duanya and asked if she could control those worms. She admitted that she would give it a try. Meanwhile, the rocket that struck the Horned Devourer blew apart. It only grazed his face. He recalled that the last time he'd been hurt was because of a woman and her cat. The first moment he'd tasted defeat, after which he lived like a mangy stray. To claw back his strength, he consumed the flesh of his own kind and kept growing stronger. Becoming king of the Devouring clan was just the start, since he intended to unite all Devouring clans. And once he found those people, he'd crush them like ants, especially that man who had once stood before them with eyes sharp as blades. But right now, he wondered if even those 2 insects dared wound him. He scoffed that it was absurd. He ordered them to kill the offenders and grind their bones to dust. Jiang Ming turned to Su Chen and questioned if he'd call that a resettlement area, snapping that it was the freaking nest of the devouring clan, while his companion barked that he had led them straight to slaughter. Jiang Ming urged that they run into the ruins, but two devourers suddenly blocked their way. One sneered, calling them reckless fools, while another demanded if they dared blow up their king. A third taunted whether they truly thought they could escape, and Jiang Ming groaned that they were completely doomed. This was really the end. The devourers grumbled that enough chatter was enough. They'd squash them into mush. They raised their axes high. Jiang Ming shrieked in terror as he and his companion braced for their deaths. But the devourers froze mid-swing. The others barked at them, demanding why they'd stopped. They shouted, asking what that bug was on their faces and what in hell was happening. They cursed, asking if they'd gone mad. Another roared, demanding what that crawling thing was. Bugs surged around them in a flood. They screamed, asking what the hell that thing was. Elsewhere, another devourer shouted toward the horned devourer, asking what it was. The horned devourer finally noticed the swarm pouring toward them. He was instantly overwhelmed by their sheer mass. He seized a nearby devourer by the throat. He hurled him into the tide of bugs to stall them. Then he bolted toward a tall building. He muttered what that thing was. He gritted that this was bad. He confessed he had a terrible feeling about it. Elsewhere, Lady Poison called out to Jiang Ming and his companion. Jiang Ming blinked, realizing they were still in one piece. She teased them, asking how long they planned to keep playing dead. He demanded why it was her and what had happened to the devouring clan earlier. She gestured casually that they were right there. They were all staring up at Su Chen. He complimented that she handled it well. Duanya explained that without the Bug King's interference, her psychic control easily guided the insects. He inquired how many she could manage, and she replied that maybe 300 to 500. But once over 300, it would drain her, especially if she had to make them act precisely. He told her precision wasn't needed. He just needed them to be braver than their enemies. She smiled that in that case, it was no problem at all. From the rooftop, the horned devourer kept watching them. He growled that it was them. The horned devourer sneered, wondering if a few pitiful humans actually believed they could control the devourers. They'd find out soon enough. Meanwhile, in another devourer clan's camp, one of them grumbled that the cursed weather had driven most people away, though luckily the king had still left them a few stragglers. A girl demanded to know what they were doing and told them to release her, but the devourers barked at her to shut up. Moments later, he turned to the king and reported that the person had been brought. The girl froze, horrified by the sight before her. The king was ravaging another girl. He scoffed, wondering if the girl had fainted already, calling it boring. She was theirs now. The others thanked their king, one claiming first turn, another snapping that she was his, and another proposing they just go one by one. The king smirked and said it was her turn. The girl begged, trembling, saying she didn't want that and pleaded for them to let her go. He ordered her to kneel, declaring it was the only purpose her life held now, and pressed her if she didn't want it. She admitted she did, but weakly added she hadn't eaten it in days. He sneered, asking if she didn't see the food right in front of her. She recoiled, trembling as terror rippled through her. Then the horned devourer's voice cut through, mocking that the king seemed to be having fun. The king snarled, demanding to know who was there. In a blink, the horned devourer snapped his neck cleanly. The girl flinched, stunned. The other devourers shouted for their boss. The horned devourer announced that he was their new boss now and ordered them to grab their weapons. They were going hunting. Elsewhere, others asked Su Chen if he was sure that was the place. He confirmed it, adding that a few other devourer clan bases were nearby. He turned to Duanya, telling her to release the bugs. She assured him to leave it to her. With effortless control, she unleashed the swarming tide of bugs. They flooded the camp, scouring every corner but finding nothing. She frowned, confused. She told Su Chen it looked like not a single Devourer clan member was inside and asked if he could be mistaken. He insisted it was impossible, saying he had nearly died there in his past life and later learned that Zone had been a Devourer clan base. Then the horned Devourer's laugh thundered through the air. He taunted that they had finally arrived and that he had been waiting. It was the day they'd die. Su Chen realized they had walked straight into a trap, though he didn't recall meeting him before. Duanya seemed to recognize the horned devourer, so Su Chen pressed if she had seen him before. The Horn Devourer jeered, asking if she remembered now, saying her cat had ambushed him back then and made him suffer, so he gathered all the Devourer clans for revenge. She tried to recall who he truly was, but finally muttered she had no memory of that at all. The Horn Devourer bristled, accusing her of mocking him, then commanded his followers to kill them all. Chen noted that if they had all gathered here, it saved him plenty of trouble, and told Duanya to recall the bugs. They'd hold the enemies off first. She answered again to leave it to her, but the Horn Devourer growled that he was right there, and she wouldn't be summoning anything. The Horn Devourer snarled that she should just die already. Duanya flinched, but she instantly triggered her skill to block his strike. He sneered, asking if those bugs were her secret weapon, and whether she planned to turn everyone into her puppets. He pressed that he wasn't wrong, that she was the one pulling all the strings, and if she kept going, she might end up taking over the whole apocalypse. That was why, he claimed, he couldn't let her live. She froze, tension crawling up her spine. Her barrier cracked apart, and he slashed his blade down. But Chen caught his arm mid-swing, halting the blow. He demanded if he even dared to touch her and snapped that he wasn't worthy. The Horn Devourer chuckled, asking if that was so. Chen shot back, wondering if he'd already vanished. The Horn Devourer had pulled away, retreating fast. He barked that they should kill that man instead. The Devourers lunged toward Chen in unison. One of them jeered that the woman wasn't half bad, while another reminded the group of the rule. Whoever caught her first kept her first. Union spat that they were disgusting bastards. They taunted her, asking if she'd gotten bigger. She flared back, daring the weaklings to try her. Meanwhile, Lady Poison fought through the swarm, urging the others that this was their shot to run. Duanya called out to everyone, rallying them to move. The Devourers hissed that they were traitors for siding with humans and screamed to kill them all. Chen clenched his fist and threw a brutal punch. He smashed one Devourer and sent it crashing across the field. Then he noticed Duanya squaring off with the Horn Devourer again. He quickly turned to Goldie. Goldie meowed sharply in response. Then he leapt from the rooftop. Chen caught him midair. For a second, Chen froze in shock. He told him to hurry and guard Duanya. The Horn Devourer growled that he wanted that kind of power too. Duanya tensed and glanced back over her shoulder. He lifted his blade high, ready to strike. She shrieked as the hit landed, her outfit shredded to ribbons. He muttered that keeping her alive was nothing but trouble. Then his eyes widened. She was perfectly fine. He stammered, demanding what the hell was happening and what that cat was. Duanya called out to Goldie, asking if he was okay. Goldie's fur bristled with fury. He swiped his claws at the Horn Devourer, the air pressure alone blasting him backward. The Horn Devourer jammed his feet into the ground to stop sliding. He cursed under his breath. He growled that the same trick wouldn't work on him twice. But Goldie's body expanded, swelling in size. He stomped on the Devourer's chest. He slammed him into the dirt so hard, the ground exploded beneath him. He pinned him down beneath his claws, razor tips sinking deep. He was seconds away from tearing him apart. But Duanya yelled for him to hold on. She pointed out that the guy would make a perfect meat shield. They shouldn't waste him yet. She summoned her swarm. Her bugs skittered toward him, crawling straight into his mouth. He gagged, feeling countless wriggling bodies stuffing his throat full. The sensation dragged him back to old memories, when he used to cram anything he could down his gullet. He had devoured corpses, mutant rats, even zombie hybrids. Gluttons, beasts, espers, it didn't matter. The more he ate, the stronger he got. Anything that ended up in his gut became his power. He was ready to consume it all again, and he unleashed his ability devour. The Horn Devourer chomped down on every bug he could catch. Chen noticed the strange talent kicking in. He urged that they should move out of the way right now. Duanya and Goldie stiffened in alarm. They backed off fast. The Horn Devourer had changed form. Duanya wondered if it evolved, and Chen remarked that it looked like it could consume other creatures to power up. It had become a level 3 Devourer. Out of nowhere, Xiao appeared. She called out to Chen, mentioning she could sense the Corpse Queen. He pressed if she could sense it right then and where it was. Zhao replied that it wasn't far, hiding just beyond those buildings. The Horn Devourer bragged that he could already command those bugs. He inhaled deeply. He declared that all of them should become his puppets. Chen fired a warning at Duanya. She instantly agreed. The Horn Devourer spat the bugs straight back at them. He sneered, wondering how it felt and if he was right that being a puppet wasn't exactly enjoyable. Then he caught sight of Chen charging directly at him. He taunted if Chen really dared to come at him head-on. Chen threw his fist forward. The Horn Devourer scoffed that it was a pity, since Chen was just a level 2 human. And even standing still, he couldn't hurt him. But then, blood burst from his mouth when Chen's punch smashed into his face. He was flung backward through the air. Chen shot back. That being level 2 didn't matter. He could still send him flying. Duanya fretted about his body. Lady Poison promised she would assist him. At the same time, Xiao mentioned she could protect his brain, but what he did was ridiculously reckless. He was driving the Devourer King straight toward the Corpse Queen, and the two might team up. Yet Chen insisted there was no chance because two tigers couldn't share one mountain, and this was the best time to gauge the Corpse Queen's strength. Meanwhile, the horned devourer tumbled toward the beach. He landed solidly on both feet. He muttered that he had underestimated Chen and hadn't expected him to hit that hard. Then movement caught his eye from behind. The icy ground split open. A massive spike burst upward. He barked out what it was. He demanded to know what was happening and if something was about to emerge. The Corpse Queen stepped forward. Her skin gleamed pale. Her eyes were void and dark. Her limbs had hardened into jagged ice. The horned devourer shouted where all those corpse beasts beneath the sea had come from. Every one of them turned their gaze on him. They lunged at him in a violent rush. He roared if they truly dared to charge him. He vowed they would wipe them all out.